The Escape by David Baldacci. Chapter 1. The prison looked more like the campus of a community college than a place where men were kept in cells for 10 years or longer for offenses committed while wearing the uniform of their country. There were no guard towers, but there were two staggered 12-foot-tall security fences, armed patrols, and enough surveillance cameras to keep an electronic eye on virtually every millimeter of the place. Situated at the northern end of Fort Leavenworth, the United States Disciplinary Barracks sat next to the Missouri River on nearly 40 rolling forested Kansas acres, a mound of brick and razor wire cradled by a green hand. It was the only maximum security military prison for males in the country. America's foremost military prison was called the USDB, or the DB for short. The Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary for civilians, one of 3 prisons on the grounds of Fort Leavenworth, was 4 miles to the south. Along with a joint regional correctional facility, also for military prisoners, there was a 4th privately operated prison in Leavenworth, which raised the total inmate population among the 4 prisons to about 5,000. The Leavenworth Tourism Bureau, apparently seeking to capitalize on any bit of notoriety to lure visitors to the area, had incorporated the prison angle into its promotional brochures with the phrase "doing time in Leavenworth." Federal dollars rolled through this part of Kansas and jumped the border into Missouri like a flood of green paper locusts, boosting the local economy and filling the coffers of businesses that provided the soldiers with smoked ribs, cold beer, fast cars, cheap hookers, and pretty much everything in between. Inside the DB were about 450 prisoners. Inmates were housed in a series of escape-proof pods, including a special housing unit, or SHU. The majority of inmates were here for sex-based crimes. They were mostly young and their sentences were long. Approximately 10 prisoners were kept in solitary confinement at any one time, while the remaining inmates were housed in the general population. There were no bars on the doors, they were just solid metal with a slot at the bottom for food trays to be shoved through. This also allowed for shackles to be fitted like a new pair of iron shoes when a prisoner needed to be transported somewhere. Unlike at some other state and federal penitentiaries around the country, discipline and respect were demanded here and given. There were no power struggles between the incarcerated and their watchers. There was the rule of military law, and the primary responses from those being held here were "yes, sir," closely followed by "no, sir." The DB had a death row on which currently sat a half-dozen convicted murderers, including the Fort Hood killer. It also had an execution chamber. Whether any of the death row inmates would ever see the lethal injection needle would be something only the lawyers and judges could determine, probably years and millions of dollars in legal fees from now. Day had long since passed to night, and the lights from a civilian Piper plane lifting off from the nearby Sherman Airfield were almost the only evidence of activity. It was quiet now, but a violent storm front that had been on the radar for a while was howling in from the north. Another system that had sprung up in Texas was barreling toward the Midwest like a brakeless freight train. It would soon meet its northern counterpart with devastating results. The entire area was already hunkering down in anticipation. When the 2 rampaging fronts met 3 hours later, the result was a storm of shattering proportions, with jagged lightning slicing sideways across the sky, rain bucketing down, and winds that seemed to have no limit to their strength or reach. The power lines went first, snapped like string by tumbling trees. Then down came the phone lines. After that, more trees toppled, blocking roads. The nearby Kansas City International Airport had been shut down ahead of time. All planes empty and the terminal full of travelers riding out the storm and quietly thanking God they were on the ground instead of up in that maelstrom. Inside the DB, the guards made their rounds, or sipped their coffees in the break room, or talked in low whispers, exchanging scuttlebutt of no importance just to get through their shifts. No one thought anything of the storm outside, since they were safely inside a fortress of brick and steel. They were like an aircraft carrier confronted by gale-force winds and heavy seas. It might not be pleasant, but they would easily ride it out. Even when the regular power failed as both transformers at a nearby substation blew up, plunging the prison into momentary darkness, no one was overly concerned. The massive backup generator automatically kicked on, and that machine was inside a bomb-proof installation with its own underground power source of natural gas that would never run out of juice. This secondary system came on so fast, the short lapse did nothing more than cause jittery fluorescence and a few pops on surveillance cameras and computer monitors. Guards finished their coffees and moved on to other gossip, while others slowly made their way down halls and around corners and in and out of pods, making sure all was well in the world of the DB. What finally got everyone's attention was the total silence that came when the foolproof generator with the endless supply of energy in the bomb-proof installation made a noise like a giant with whooping cough and then simply died. All the lights, cameras, and consoles instantly went out, although some of the surveillance cameras had battery backups and thus remained on. And then the quiet was replaced with urgent cries and the sounds of men running. Communication radios crackled and popped. Flashlights were snatched from holders on leather belts and powered up. But they provided only meager illumination. And then the unthinkable occurred. All the automatic cell doors unlocked. This was not supposed to happen. The system was built such that whenever the power failed, the doors automatically locked. Not so good for prisoners if the power failure was due to, say, a fire, but that's the way it was, or the way it was supposed to be. However, now the guards were hearing the clicks of cell doors opening all over the prison, and hundreds of prisoners were emerging into the hallways. There were no guns allowed in the DB. Thus the guards had only their authority, wits, training, ability to read prisoners' moods, and heavy batons to keep order. And now those batons were gripped in hands that were becoming increasingly sweaty. There were SOPs or standard operating procedures for such an eventuality, because the military had procedures for every eventuality. The Army typically had 2 backups for all critical items. At the DB, the natural gas backup generator was considered a fail-safe. However, now it had failed. Now it fell to the guards to maintain complete order. They were the last line of defense. The first goal was to secure all prisoners. The secondary goal was to secure all prisoners. Anything else would be deemed an unacceptable failure by any military standard. Careers, and along with them stars and bars, would fall off like parched needles from a Christmas tree, still up in late January. Since there were far more prisoners than guards, securing all of them involved a few tactics, the most important of which required grouping them in the large open central areas where they would be made to lie face down. This seemed to be going well for about 5 minutes, but then something else happened that would make every guard dig deeper into the Army manuals and more than one sphincter, whether attached to guard or prisoner, tighten. "We've got shots fired," shouted a guard into his radio. Shots fired, undetermined location, unknown source. This message was repeated down the line until it was ringing in every guard's ears. Shots fired, and nobody knew from where or by whom. And since none of the guards had guns, that meant one of the prisoners must. Maybe more than one. Now things, already serious, morphed into something bordering on chaotic. And then the situation became a lot worse. The sound of an explosion flooded the interior of pod number 3, which contained the shoe. Now the borderline chaotic leapt right into utter meltdown. The only thing that could restore order was an overwhelming show of armed force. And there were few organizations in the world that could do overwhelming armed force better than the United States Army, especially when that gunned-up force was right next door at Fort Leavenworth. Minutes later, 6 green Army trucks swept through the powerless boundary gates of the DB, whose high-tech intrusion detection systems had been rendered inoperable. Military police in SWAT gear and carrying shields poured off the trucks, their automatic weapons and shotguns racked and ready. They charged straight into the facility, their fields of vision bright and clear, owing to their latest generation night vision goggles that made the blackness inside the prison look as fresh and vibrant as anything on an Xbox prisoners. Froze where they were. Then those who were still standing immediately lay face down, their hands behind their backs and their limbs trembling in the face of superbly trained soldiers loaded for war. Order was eventually achieved. Army engineers were able to restore power, and the lights came back on and doors could lock once more. In the meantime, the MPs from Fort Leavenworth turned the facility back over to the guards and left the way they had come. The prison commander, a full colonel, gratefully exhaled as the weight of the world, or at least a sudden wall appearing between him and his next promotion, was lifted. Prisoners shuffled back into their cells. A head count was done. The list of prisoners accounted for was compared to the official list of inmates. Initially, the numbers tallied. Initially. But on further inspection, that did not turn out to be the case. There was one prisoner missing. Only one, but he was an important one. He had been sent here for life, not because he had fragged an officer or otherwise killed one or many, or because he had raped, slashed, burned, or bombed. He was not on death row. He was here because he was a traitor, having betrayed his country in the area of national security, which was a term that made everyone sit up and look over their shoulder. And even more inexplicably, on the cot in the missing prisoner's cell was someone else, an unidentified dead man lying face down under the covers. This was the cause of the initial miscount of heads. They searched every corner of the DB, including the air ducts and any other crevices they could think of. They raced outside into the now dying storm to search there, marching in methodical columns, leaving nothing unexamined. But this plot of Kansas soil did not yield what they were looking for. The inmate was gone. No one could explain how. No one could say how the dead man had come to be here. No one could make sense of any of this. There was only one obvious fact. Robert Puller, once a major in the United States Air Force and an expert in nuclear weaponry and cybersecurity, and also the son of one of the most famous fighting soldiers of them all, the now retired Army Lieutenant General John Puller Sr., had escaped from the inescapable DB, and he had left behind an unknown dead man in his place, which was even more inexplicable than how he had managed to break out. Informed of this seeming impossibility turned stark reality. The prison's commander lifted the secure phone in his office, and in doing so kissed his once promising career goodbye. Chapter 2. John Puller had his M11 pistol pointed at the man's head. A fancied-up Beretta 92 known in the military as an M9A1 was pointed right back at him. It was a 21st century duel that promised no winners and portended two fatal losers. "I'm not taking the fall for this," roared PFC Tony Rogers. He was a black man in his 20s, with the image of a terrible towel, and the Pittsburgh Steelers logo inked on his forearm. He was about 5'9" and had a shaved head, dumbbell shoulders, ripped arms, and beefy thighs mismatched with a high-pitched voice. Puller was dressed in khaki pants and a navy blue windbreaker with the gold letters SID stenciled on the back. Rogers wore his Army combat uniform or ACU pants, regulation boots, and an Army t-shirt with a patrol cap on his head. He was sweating, though the air was crisp. Puller was not sweating. Rogers's gaze was erratic. Puller's eyes did not lift from Rogers's face. He wanted to exude calm, hoping to graft it onto the other man. The pair of soldiers had squared off in an alley behind a bar outside of Lawton, Oklahoma, home to Fort Sill, and also the grave of the Indian leader Geronimo. Puller had been to Lawton a couple of times before, and his father had been briefly stationed there once during his Army career. He was here now, in his capacity as an agent in the Criminal Investigation Command, attempting to arrest an alleged killer who wore the same uniform he did and who was now pointing his Army-issued sidearm at him. Puller said, "So tell me your side of the story. I didn't shoot anybody. You hear me? You are out your damn mind saying I did. I'm not saying anything. I'm just here because it's my job. You have defenses to the charges then, good for you. Use them. What are you talking about? I'm talking about you getting a kick-ass JAG lawyer to defend you, and maybe you beat the charge. I know some good ones, I can refer you, but doing what you're doing right now is not helping your case. So put the gun down and we forget all about you running away and then drawing down on me. Bullshit. I have a warrant for your arrest, Rogers. I'm just doing my job. Let me do it peacefully. You don't want to die in a crummy alley in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I sure as hell don't. They're going to put me away for life. I got a mama to support. And your mother wouldn't want you to end it like this. You'll get your day in court. They'll hear your side. You can bring your mother in as a character witness. Let the legal system do its thing." Puller said all of this in an even, calming voice. Rogers eyed him cagely. "Look, why don't you just get out my way so I can walk out this alley and out the damn Army? We both wear the same uniform and I can try to help you, PFC. But I can't do that. I will shoot your ass, I swear to God I will. Still won't be happening, I don't miss, man. Top marks on the damn range. You fire, I fire, we both go down. It's stupid for it to end that way. I know you can see that. Then let's just call it a truce. You just walk away." Puller gave one shake of the head while his gaze and gun sight held on Rogers. "I can't do that." "Why the hell not? You're in the artillery, Rogers. You have a job to do, right? One that the Army spent a lot of time and money drilling into you. Right?" "Yeah, so what?" "Well, this is my job, and my job doesn't let me walk away now. I don't want to shoot you, and I don't think you want to shoot me. So put the gun down. It's the smart thing to do, you know that?" Puller had tracked the man to this location after finding more than enough evidence to put him away for a long time. However, Rogers had spotted Puller and made a run for it. That run had ended in this alley. There was no way out other than the way they'd entered. Rogers shook his head. "We both gonna die then?" "It does not have to end like that, soldier," retorted Puller. "Use your brain, Rogers. Guaranteed death, or a trial where you might get some time in DB, or where you might even walk away. Which sounds better to you? Which would sound better to your mother?" This seemed to strike a chord with Rogers. He blinked rapidly and said, "You got family?" "Yeah, I do. I'd like to see them again." "Tell me about your family." Rogers licked his chapped lips. "Mama, 2 brothers, and 3 sisters back in Pittsburgh. We're Steeler fans," he added proudly. "My daddy was there when Franco caught the Immaculate Reception, so put the gun down and you can still watch the games. You ain't listening, damn it. No way I'm going down for this. See, that dude drew down on me. It was self-defense. Then make that claim at your court-martial. Maybe you walk away free. That's not gonna happen, and you know it." He paused and studied Puller. "You got stuff on me, or you wouldn't be here. You know about the damn drugs, don't you? My job is to bring you in, not pass judgment. This is the middle of nowhere, man. Need some juice to get by. I'm a city guy. I don't like cows, and I'm not the only one. You've got a good record in the Army, Rogers. That'll help you. And if it was self-defense and the jury believes you, you're home free." Rogers shook his head stubbornly. "My ass is gone. You know it. I know it." Puller quickly thought of some way to diffuse the situation. "Tell me something, Rogers. How many drinks did you have in the bar?" "What?" "Simple question. How many drinks?" Rogers tightened his grip on the pistol as a bead of sweat ran down his left cheek. "Pitcher of beer and a shot of beam," he suddenly yelled. "What the hell does that matter? You messin' with me? Are you messin' with me, asshole?" "I'm not messing with you. I'm just trying to explain something to you. Will you listen to what I have to say? Because it's important. It's important to you." Puller waited for him to answer. He wanted to keep Rogers engaged and thinking. Thinking men rarely pulled triggers. Hotheads did. "Okay, what?" "That's a fair amount of alcohol you've had." "Shit, I can drink twice that and still drive a Paladin." "I'm not talking about driving a Paladin. Then what?" demanded Rogers. Puller continued in a calm tone. "You're about 170 pounds, so even with the adrenaline spike, I'm guessing that your intoxication level is about a .1, and maybe higher with the shot of beam. That means you're legally too drunk to drive a moped, much less a 27-ton howitzer." "What the hell's that got to do with anything?" "Alcohol impairs fine motor skills, like the kind required to aim and fire a weapon properly. With what you've had to drink, we're talking a serious degradation of marksmanship skills. I sure as hell ain't missing your ass from 10 feet. You'd be surprised, Rogers. You really would be. I calculate you've lost at least 25% of your normal skill level in a situation like this. On the other hand, my aim and fine motor skills are perfect. So I will ask you once more to put down your weapon, because a 25% reduction pretty much ensures that this will not end well for you." Rogers fired his gun at the same time. He yelled, "Foo!" but he was unable to complete the word. Chapter 3. John Puller dropped at his duffel on the floor of his bedroom, took off his cap, wiped a bead of sweat off his nose, and dropped onto the bed. He'd just gotten back from the investigation at Fort Sill. The result had been his tracking down PFC Rogers in that alley. And when Rogers, despite Puller's requests for him to stand down, had started to squeeze the trigger of his Army-issued sidearm, Puller had stepped slightly to the right while narrowing his target's silhouette and firing at the same time. He hadn't actually seen Rogers start to pull the trigger. It was the look in the man's eyes and the curse that had started coming out of his mouth, only half finished because of the M11's punch. Rogers was true to his word. He wasn't leaving the alley without a fight. Puller had to admire him somewhat for that. He was no coward, although maybe it was just the Jim Beam talking. Rogers's round had slammed into the brick wall behind Puller. The slug's impact chipped off a sliver of brick that shot out and ripped a hole in Puller's sleeve, but drew no blood. Uniforms could be mended with thread. Flesh could too, but he'd take the hole in the uniform over one in him. He could have killed Rogers with a headshot. But while the situation was dire, he had been in worse. He pointed his gun downward and shot the PFC in the right leg just above the knee. Shots in the torso allowed someone to fire back because sometimes they didn't completely incapacitate. Shots around the knee region, however, reduced the toughest men to screaming babies. Rogers dropped his weapon, fell to the ground, and shrieked, clutching his damaged leg. The man would probably walk with a limp for a long time, but at least he would be alive. Puller had triaged the man he'd shot, called in the paramedics, ridden to the Army hospital with the wounded man, and even let Rogers try to crush his hand when the pain got too bad. Then he had filled out the requisite mountain of paperwork, answered a slew of questions, and finally jumped on a military transport flight for home. The man Rogers had shot down in the street after a drug deal gone bad now had some semblance of justice. The Rogers family back in Pittsburgh had a son and brother to support and cry over. The Steelers would still have a fan to cheer them on, albeit from an Army stockade. It shouldn't have happened, but it had. Puller knew it was either him or the other man. Still, he always preferred to put the cuffs on instead of pulling the trigger. And shooting a fellow soldier, criminal or not, didn't sit well with him. All in all, a pretty crappy day's work, he concluded. Now he simply needed some shut-eye. All he was asking for was a few hours. Then it was back on duty because at CID, you were really never off duty, though he would be confined to a desk while an incident investigation was performed over his use of extreme force in that alley. But after that, he would just go where they told him to go. Crime did not keep a schedule, at least to his knowledge, and because of that, he had never punched a time clock during his Army career. Because combat wasn't a 9-to-5er either. Puller had barely closed his eyes when his phone buzzed. He looked at the screen and groaned. It was his old man, or more accurately, it was the hospital calling on behalf of his father. He dropped the phone on the bed and closed his eyes once more. Later, tomorrow, maybe the next day, he would deal with the general, but not now. Right now he just wanted some sack time. The phone started buzzing again. It was the hospital again. Puller didn't answer it, and the phone finally stopping ringing. Then it started buzzing again. These pricks are just not going to give up. And then his next thought was jolting. Maybe his father had, but no. The old man was too stubborn to die. He'd probably outlive both his sons. He sat up and grabbed the phone. The number on the screen was different. It wasn't the hospital. It was his Don White? Yes, sir, he answered. Puller, there's a situation maybe you haven't heard. Puller blinked and then tied his CO's ominous statement to the calls from the hospital. His father, was he really dead? It couldn't be. Fighting legends didn't die. They just were there, always. His voice dry and scratchy, he said. Heard what, sir? I just got back in town from Fort Sill. Is it my father? No, it's your brother, said White. My brother? His brother was in the most secure military prison in the country. Now Puller's mind turned to other possibilities involving his sibling. Has he been injured? Puller didn't know how that could be. There were no riots at the DB. But then again, one of the guards had slugged Bobby once for a reason he had never shared with his brother. No, it's a little more serious than that. Puller drew a quick breath. More serious than that? Is he dead? No, apparently he's escaped, White answered. Puller drew another quick breath as his mind tried to come to terms with this statement. But one didn't escape from the DB. It would be like flying to the moon in a Toyota. How? No one knows how. You said, apparently, is there some confusion on the point? I said, apparently, because that's what DB is saying right now. It happened last night. I can't imagine they wouldn't have found him by now if he were still on the premises. DB is big, but it's not that big. Is any other prisoner missing? No, but there's something else, equally troubling. What could that be, sir? That could be an unidentified man found dead in your brother's cell. An exhausted Puller could barely process these words. Even with 10 hours of sleep behind him, he doubted he could have done much with them. An unidentified man? Meaning not another prisoner, guard, or other person working at the prison. Correct? How exactly did he escape? Asked Puller. White said, storm knocked out the power, and then the backup generator failed. Reinforcements from the fort were called in to make sure order was maintained. They thought everything was fine until they did the head count. One head was missing? Your brother's? And then another head was added, the dead guy. The Army Secretary, I'm told, just about had a coronary when he was briefed. Puller was only half listening to this as another disturbing thought pushed into his tired mind. Has my father been informed? I didn't call him, if that's what you're asking. But I can't speak for others. I wanted you to know as soon as possible. I was just informed myself. But you said it happened last night. Well, DB didn't exactly give a shout-out that they had lost a prisoner. It went through channels. You know the Army, Puller. Things take time. Whether you're trying to storm a hill or bang out a press release, it all takes time. But my father could know? Yes. Puller was still in a daze. Sir, I'd like to request a few days' leave. I thought you might consider it granted. I'm sure you want to be with your father. Yes, sir, said Puller automatically, but he preferred to be involved with his brother's dilemma. I suppose CID is handling the case. I'm not sure about that, Puller. Your brother is was Air Force. But DB is an Army prison. No territorial fights there, White snorted. This is the military. There are territorial fights over the men's room, and considering your brother's crime, there may be other interests and forces at play here that might trump all the usual interbranch bullshit. Puller knew what the man meant. National security interests, and with your brother on the loose, any number of responses might be triggered. He couldn't have gotten far. DB is smack in the middle of a military installation, but there's an airport nearby, and interstate highways. That would mean he'd need fake IDs. Transportation, money, a disguise. In other words, he'd need outside help, added White. You think he had that? How? I have no way of knowing. But what I do know is, it's quite a coincidence that both the main power and the backup generator failed on the same night. And how a prisoner was able to simply walk out of a max military facility. Well, it makes one wonder, doesn't it? And tack on the fact that a dead guy was in his cell. Where the hell did he come from? Do they have a cause of death? If they do, they haven't shared it with me. Do they think Bob, my brother, killed the man? I have no idea what theories they're entertaining on that score, Puller. But you think he had inside as well as outside help. You're the investigator, Puller. What do you think? I don't know. It's not my case. Don White's voice rose. And rest assured, it will never be your case. So during your leave, you stay the hell away from this sucker. You do not need that over your head. One Puller in trouble is enough. You hear me? I hear you, said Puller. But he thought, I don't necessarily agree with you. Puller put the phone down and watched as his fat tabby, AWOL, glided into the room, jumped up on the bed, and rubbed her head against Puller's arm. He stroked AWOL, and then picked up the cat, holding her against his chest. His brother had been at the DB for more than 2 years. The trial had been swift, and he'd been convicted by a panel of his peers. That was just the military way. You were never going to take years to try a case like that, nor were there endless appeals, and the media had been kept largely at arm's length. Fancy civilian lawyers more interested in million-dollar payoffs and selling book and film rights than actually achieving justice had no place at such a trial. The uniforms had handled it all, and the wagons had circled early and effectively. Sure, you had dirty laundry and uniform, but it was never going to be hung on a clothesline for all to see and smell. It was going to be buried in a landfill masquerading as a prison puller, had not even been at the trial. He'd been thousands of miles away on CID deployment in the Middle East, where half the time he was playing soldier again and toting a rifle against the enemies of the United States. The Army didn't care about his family problems. He had a mission to perform, and perform it he would. By the time he'd gotten back stateside, his older brother was already at the DB, where he would be staying for the rest of his life. But maybe not now. Puller stripped off his clothes and took a shower, letting the water beat down on him as he rested his forehead against the moist tile wall. His breathing was usually slow and steady, like the tick of a clock. Now it was erratic and too fast, like a wheel freed from a car bouncing crazy-ass down an embankment. He could not accept that his brother had escaped from prison for one compelling reason. That meant he truly was guilty. This was something that Puller had always been unwilling to believe or accept. It just wasn't apparently in his DNA to do so. Pullers weren't traitors. They had fought, bled, and died for their country. Puller had relatives going back to George Washington's day who had taken musket balls to the chest to be free from England. Corporal Walter Puller had died repelling Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. Another ancestor, George Puller, had been shot down while flying a British Sopwith Camel over France in 1918. He'd parachuted out and survived, only to die 4 years later in a training accident while flying an experimental aircraft. At least 24 Pullers had served in all military branches in the Second World War, with many not coming home again. We fight. We don't betray. He turned off the water and started to towel off. His CO had a good point. It did seem like an amazing coincidence that both the main power and backup generator would go out on the same night, and how could his brother have escaped without help? The DB was one of the most secure prisons ever built. No one had ever escaped before, no one, and yet his brother apparently had, and left a dead man in his wake whom no one could identify. He dressed in clean civilian clothes and headed out to his car after letting AWOL out to run around a bit in the sunshine and fresh air. Now Puller had to go somewhere, a place he did not want to go. He would almost rather have returned to combat in the Middle East over where he was headed, but go he had to. He could imagine the foul temper his father would be in if he even truly understood what had happened. Puller imagined that being around his old man when he was not happy was like being around another military legend, George Patton, when he was pissed off. It was not going to be a pleasant ride for anyone within earshot. He climbed into his Army-issued white sedan, cranked the engine, rolled down the windows to help dry his short hair, and drove off. This was not how he planned to spend his first day back after shooting a fellow soldier in an alley. But then again, in his world, nothing was predictable except that each upcoming moment could be the challenge of a lifetime. While driving to see Fighting John Puller Sr., USA Ret, he decided he would dearly love to have the tanks of Patton's Third Army as an escort. He might very well need both the armor and the firepower. Chapter 4. The stowing unit's overhead door was thrust up, the rusted wheels and track groaning in protest. The man flitted inside and closed the door behind him, exchanging the darkness of the night for the deeper obscurity of the unit's interior. He reached his hand out and flicked on a light, illuminating the 10-by-10 room's concrete floor and sheet metal sides and ceiling. 2 walls were covered with shelves. There was an old metal desk and matching chair set against the other wall. On the shelves were neatly stacked boxes. He drew closer to them, examining their labels. His memory was good, but it had been a while since he had been here, well over 2 years in fact. Robert Puller was dressed in Army fatigues and combat boots with a cap covering his head. This had allowed him to blend in well in what was clearly an Army town, but now he needed to completely change his appearance. He opened a box and pulled out a laptop. He set it down and plugged it in. After more than 2 years, he knew the battery would be dead, but he was hoping it would still charge. If not, he would have to buy a new one. He actually needed a computer more than he needed a gun. He opened another box and took out a pair of hair clippers, a mirror, shaving cream, a towel, a gallon of water in a sealed plastic jug, a bowl, and a razor. He sat down in the metal chair and set the mirror on the desk. He plugged the clippers into an outlet on the wall and turned them on. Over the next few minutes, he shaved off his hair right down to the stubble. Then he coated his scalp with shaving cream, poured the water into the bowl and removed the stubble with the razor, dunking the blade periodically in the bowl to clean it and then wiping it off on the towel. He studied the results in the mirror and came away satisfied. The human head had 9 basic shapes, With a full head of hair, his looked more moon-shaped. With no hair, his head appeared bullet-shaped. It was a subtle but distinct change. He slipped a length of moldable, soft plastic in front of his upper row of teeth. This caused a slight bulging and broadening of the skin and muscle there as he flexed his mouth and jaw, changing the shape of the plastic insert until it rested comfortably in place. Keeping out the mirror, water, and the towel, he put the other things away in the box and replaced it on the shelf. Another box held articles of a more technical nature. He pulled them all out and set them up neatly on the desk like a surgeon lining up his instruments before commencing an operation. He covered his shoulders and front with the towel and then sketched out what he wanted to do on a piece of paper. He applied spirit gum to his nose and tapped it with his finger to make it sticky. He then quickly added a bit of a cotton ball to the surface before the adhesive dried out. He used a popsicle stick to remove from a jar a small quantity of nose putty mixed with derma wax. He rubbed the putty into a ball, warming it with his body heat, making it easier to manipulate. He applied the putty to sections of his nose, all the while looking at his work in the mirror, first face on and then from the profile. He smoothed out the putty using KY jelly. The smoothing and shaping took a long time, but he was patient. He had just spent more than 2 years in a prison cell. If nothing else, that taught you considerable patience. Once he was satisfied with the shape, he used a stipple sponge to add texture and sealed it all. Then he let it dry. Finally, he applied makeup over his entire face, highlighting and shadowing, and then using transparent powder to finish up. He sat back and looked at himself. The changes were subtle, to be sure, but the overall impact was significant. Few things on a person were more distinctive than the nose. He had just made his unrecognizable from the original. Next, he used the spirit gum to pin his normally slightly protruding ears against his head. He looked at himself once more, scrutinizing every detail, looking for any mistake or imperfection caused by the changes, but came away satisfied. He scanned a few more box labels and then pulled out another one and opened it. Inside was a fake goatee. He applied spirit gum first and then positioned the goatee while looking in the mirror. When that was done, he used a comb to smooth some of the synthetic hairs into place. Facial hair was not allowed in the military, for prisoners or soldiers, so this was a good disguise tactic. Next, he removed his shirt and undershirt and drew out 2 tat sleeves from the box. He slid one on each arm and once more examined the results in the mirror. They definitely looked like the real thing, he concluded. Tinted contact lenses were next, changing the color of his eyes. Then he trimmed his eyebrows, making them much thinner and narrower. He sat back once more and looked in the mirror again, first face on and then from his right and left profiles. He doubted even his brother would recognize him. He went through his mental checklist: hair, nose, ears, mouth, goatee, eyes, tats, eyebrows. Check, check, and check. He pulled down another box and slipped out the clothes. He had kept his weight constant over the last 2 years, and the jeans and short-sleeved shirt fit him fine. He slipped the sweat-stained Stetson on over his shaved head, careful not to dislodge his pinned ears. Reaching into the box once more, he pulled out and put on 1-inch worn boots that increased his height to that of his brother's nearly 6'4". He slid the belt with a 2-inch buckle depicting a man on a bull through his jean loops and cinched it tight. His fatigues, cap, and combat boots went into the box and he put it back on the shelf. The third box contained the documents he would need to accomplish things in the outside world: a valid Kansas driver's license, 2 credit cards with a year of life remaining on them, and $1,000 in cash, all in 20s, and a checkbook tied to an active bank account with $57,000 in it, plus whatever interest had accrued to it over the years. He had put in automatic purchase instructions for the credit cards, with payments tied to his checking account that had been executed before and during the time he had been in prison. That's how he had been paying for this storage unit and some other recurring expenses. Under his fake identity, he had also purchased and sent gifts and items to nursing homes, hospitals, and strangers whom he had discovered to have been in low circumstances. It had cost him several $1,000s, but he had done a little bit of good at the same time. It also ensured that there was activity on his accounts, which built up a credit history with reliable payments. Otherwise, financial institutions might have looked suspiciously at a dormant account suddenly active after more than 2 years. And people were watching. Puller knew because he used to be one of the watchers. He hefted the last items, a Glock 9mm and 2 extra boxes of ammo, and an M4 carbine with 3 boxes of ammo. Kansas was an open-carry state, which meant so long as your firearm was in plain sight, a license was not required. But one did need a permit to carry a concealed weapon, and Puller had one of those too, issued by the great state of Kansas under his fictitious identity. It was still good for another 18 months. He slipped the Glock into the clip holster he'd put on his belt and covered this with a denim jacket he'd earlier pulled from his clothes box. He disassembled the M4 and slipped it into a carrier bag, which he placed in the duffel. Then he put on a watch also from the clothes box and set it to the proper time. He put a pair of sunglasses in his jacket pocket. There would be a wide manhunt going on for him. And while he now didn't look anything like his former self, he also had no margin for error. He well knew the chaos that must be reigning at the prison right now. He wasn't sure how it had all gone down, but he realized that he was one of the luckiest people on the planet. This was particularly gratifying since over the last few years he had been one of the unluckiest. The massive swing in his fortunes made him feel a bit lightheaded. He had seized an opportunity when one had presented itself. It was up to him now to carry it all the way to its logical conclusion. He was nothing if not logical. Indeed, some would claim he was too logical at times. And maybe he was. It seemed to run in the family, though, for his father surely had that capacity, and his younger brother John might be the most logical of the 3 Puller men. Brother John, he thought. What would he make of all this? Brothers on opposite sides of the cell door. Now brothers on opposite sides, period. It didn't feel good, but it never had. And there was nothing he could do right now to change that. He put everything away and then turned to his laptop. To his delight, it came on, though the battery was still charging. He unplugged it and put the computer in a canvas duffel bag. From another box, he pulled some more articles of clothing and assorted toiletries and put them in the duffel. Then he slipped it over his shoulder, turned off the light and exited, locking the overhead door and quickly walking away. He hoofed it to a diner that was just opening for business as he walked in. 2 cops went in ahead of him. They both looked tired, so maybe they were coming off their shifts instead of going on. Puller sat as far away from them as he could. He huddled behind the plastic menu the waitress gave him and ordered coffee, black. She brought it in a chipped cup, and he drank it down in gratifying measures. This was the first cup of coffee outside of prison he'd had in over 2 years. And that didn't count the time he had been in custody while his court-martial was going on. He smacked his lips appreciatively and looked over the menu. He ordered pretty much one of everything, and when his meal came, he ate slowly, luxuriating over each bite. It wasn't that the food at the DB was awful, it was passable. But food just tasted different when you were eating it in a prison cell after it was slid through a notch cut in the steel door. He finished the last bit of toast and bacon and had another cup of coffee. He had been eating so slowly that the cops had finished and gone, which was just fine with him. What he didn't want to see was a couple of MPs take their place, which they did, right as the waitress deposited the bill at his table. "You have a good one, Hon," she said to him. "Thanks," said Puller, before realizing that he had not changed the tone or cadence of his voice. "Pick up your damn game, Bobby." You got Wi-Fi here, Shug?" he asked in a twangy voice. She shook her head. "Honey, all we got is stuff to eat and drink. You want that Wi-Fi thing? You got to get yourself down to the Starbucks on the corner. Thanks, Shug." He zipped up his jacket all the way and made sure his gun was covered. As he passed by the MPs, one of them flicked a gaze his way and nodded. Puller drawled, "You boys have a good one." Then he tacked on, "Go Army." And then he smiled crookedly. The man thanked him with a weary smile and returned to looking over his menu. Puller was careful to close the swing door after him so it wouldn't bang shut and maybe get those MPs to take a second look at him. In under a minute, he was disappearing into a darkness just about to be broken by the coming Kansas dawn. It was his first daybreak as a free man in a long time. It tasted first sweet and then turned to vinegar in his mouth. In another 30 seconds, he had turned the corner and was out of sight. Chapter 5, John Puller knew. Something was wrong the minute he stepped off the elevator and onto his father's ward. It was far too quiet. Where were his father's baritone shouts that tended to explode down the hall like mortar rounds, reducing men of iron in uniform to lumps of mush? All he could hear were the normal sounds one associated with a hospital rubber soles on linoleum, the squeaks of carts and gurneys, the whispers of medicos huddled in corners, visitors coming and going, the occasional shriek of an alarm on a vitals monitor. He strode down the corridor, quickening his pace when he saw 3 men coming out of his father's room. They weren't doctors. 2 were in their branch's standard service uniforms, while 1 wore a suit. One of the uniformed men was Army, the other Air Force. Both were generals. The Air Force guy was a 1-star. As Puller quickened his pace and closed the gap, he could read the Air Force guy's nameplate. Daughtry. The Army man carried 3 stars pinned to the epaulettes on his shoulders, and his plate read Reinhardt. Puller recognized the name but couldn't place him. The collection of decorations on his chest ran 9 horizontal rows. He was a big man with his hair shaved close to his scalp, and his nose had been broken at least once. "Excuse me, sirs," Puller said, coming to attention. He didn't issue a salute since they were inside and none were under cover, meaning they did not have their caps on. They all turned to him. Puller eyed the generals and said, "I'm Chief Warrant Officer John Puller, Jr. with the 71st CID out of Quantico. I apologize for being out of uniform, but I just got back from a mission in Oklahoma and was given some news I needed to see my father about." "At ease, Puller," said Reinhardt, and Puller relaxed. "You're not the only visitor your father's receiving today? I saw that you were coming out of his room," Puller noted. The suit nodded and then flipped out his ID. Puller read it thoroughly. He liked to know who was in the sandbox with him. James Schindler with the National Security Council. Puller had never dealt with anyone from there before. The NSC was a policy group and their people normally didn't go around investigating things. But these folks were also wired right to the White House. It was heady stuff for a humble chief warrant officer. Then again, if someone wanted to truly intimidate him, he would need to have placed a gun muzzle against Puller's skull, and even that might not be enough. Reinhardt said, "You received news? I'm sure it's the same news that prompted our visit here today." "My brother." Daughtry nodded. "Your father was not particularly helpful. That's because he doesn't know anything about this. And he has a condition." "Dementia, we were told," said Schindler. Puller said, "It's beyond his control now, and he hasn't been in contact with my brother since before he went to prison." "But patients with dementia have their lucid moments," Puller noted Daughtry. "And with this case, no possible lead is too small to follow up since you were next up on our list. Why don't we find a quiet place where we can talk? With all due respect, sir, I'll meet you wherever and whenever you want, but only after I see my dad. It's important for me to see him now," he added, acutely aware that he was collectively outranked by a country mile. The 1-star was clearly not pleased by this, but Reinhardt said, "I'm sure that can be accommodated, Puller. There's not a soldier in uniform today who doesn't owe fighting John Puller due deference." As he said this, he glanced sharply at Daughtry. "There's a visitor's room right down this hall. You'll find us in there when you're done." "Thank you, sir." Puller slipped inside his father's room and shut the door. He didn't like hospitals. He'd been in enough of them while wounded. They smelled overly clean, but they were actually more full of germs than a toilet seat. His father was seated in a chair by the window. John Puller Sr. had once been nearly as tall as his youngest son, but time had robbed him of nearly 2 inches. Yet at over 6'1", he was still a tall man. He wore his usual uniform these days, white t-shirt and blue scrub pants and hospital slippers. His hair, what was left of it, was cottony white and surrounded the crown of his head like a halo. He was fit and trim, and his musculature, while not at the level of his prime, was still substantial. "Hello, General," Puller said. It was usually around this time that his father started jabbering on about Puller being his XO here to receive orders. Puller had gone along with his father's delusion, though he didn't want to. It seemed a betrayal of the old man. But now his father didn't even look at him and didn't say a word. He just continued to gaze out the window. Puller perched on the edge of the bed. "What did those men ask you?" His father sat up and tapped the window, causing a sparrow to lift into the air and fly off. Then he settled back against the fake leather. Puller rose and walked over to him. gazing over his head at the outdoor courtyard. He couldn't remember the last time his father had been outside. He'd spent the majority of his military career out of doors, more than holding his own against enemies, doing their best to defeat him and his men. Virtually none of them had succeeded. Who could have predicted it would be a defect in his own brain that would finally bring him down? "Heard from Bobby lately?" asked Puller, being intentionally provocative. Usually the mention of his brother's name sent his father into spasms of vitriol. The only reaction was a grunt, but at least it was something. Puller stood in front of his father, blocking his view of the courtyard. "What did the men ask you?" His father inched up his chin until he was staring directly at his youngest child. "Gone," said his father. "Who, Bobby?" "Gone," said his father again. "AWOL," Puller nodded. This wasn't technically correct, but he wasn't holding it against his father. "He is gone. Escaped from the DB, so they say." "Bullshit." The word wasn't uttered in anger. There was no raised voice. His father just said it matter-of-factly, as though the truth behind its use was self-evident. Puller knelt down next to him so his father could lower his chin. "Why is it bullshit?" "Told him. Bullshit." "Okay, but why?" He had caught his father in these moments before, though they were growing less frequent. It was like the one-star general had said, lucidity was still possible. His father looked at his son like he was suddenly surprised he wasn't actually talking to himself. Puller's spirits sank through the floor when he noted this look. "Was that all the old man had in his tank today? Bullshit? Is that all you told them?" asked Puller. He waited in silence for a minute or so. His father closed his eyes and his breathing grew steady. Puller closed the door behind him and headed down to confront the stars in suit. They were seated in the otherwise empty visitor's room. He sat next to Reinhardt, the Army 3-star, figuring the bond within the same branch of service might be stronger by the physical proximity. "Nice visit with your father?" asked Schindler. "In his condition, the visits are rarely nice, sir," said Puller, and there was no lucidity. "We can't discuss this here," said Reinhardt. "You can drive back with us to the Pentagon. After the meeting, we'll get you transport back here for your car." The drive took about 30 minutes before they pulled into one of the parking lots of the world's largest office building, though it comprised only 7 floors, 2 of which were basement level. Puller had been to the Pentagon countless times in his career and still didn't know his way around very well. He had become lost more than once when he had strayed from his regular route. But everyone who had ever been here had gotten lost at least once. Those who denied doing so were lying. As they were walking down one broad corridor, they had to quickly move to the side as a motorized cart sped toward them carrying stacks of what looked to be large oxygen tanks. Puller knew that the Pentagon had its own emergency oxygen supply in case of an enemy attack or attempted sabotage. The attack against the Pentagon on 9/11 had raised security here to unprecedented heights, and no one foresaw it ever being lowered. In getting out of the way of the cart, Reinhardt stumbled a bit, and Puller instinctively grasped his arm to steady his military superior. They both watched as the motorized cart zipped past. Puller said, "The Pentagon can get a little dangerous, sir, even for 3 stars." Reinhardt smiled, "Like jumping foxholes sometimes. As big as this place is, sometimes it seems too damn small to contain everything and everybody." They reached an office suite, where the name Lieutenant General Aaron Reinhardt was on the door. The 3-star led them inside, past his staff, and into an interior conference room. They sat down and water was poured out by an aide, and then the door closed and they were alone. Puller sat across the table from the 3 men and waited expectantly. They had not spoken about anything significant on the drive over, so he was still in the dark about what they wanted. General Daughtry leaned forward, seemingly pulling the others along, for they all mimicked his movement. "What we got from your father was one word: bullshit." "He's nothing if not consistent, then," replied Puller. "Because that's the same thing he told me. You read any meaning into that?" asked Schindler. Puller gazed over at him. "I'm not a shrink, sir. I don't know what my dad meant by it, if anything." "When was the last time you visited your brother at DB?" asked Daughtry. "About 6 weeks ago. I try to get up to see him as often as I can. Sometimes the job gets in the way of that." What did he say during your last visit? Nothing about escaping, I can assure you. Okay, but what did he say? Daughtry persisted. We talked about our father. He asked how my work at CID was going. I talked to him about being at DB. Asked him how it was going. Did you talk at all about his case? Asked Schindler. What landed him in DB? It's not a case anymore, sir. It's a conviction. And no, we didn't talk about it. What is there left to say? Reinhardt asked, do you have a theory on what happened with your brother's escape? I've formed no opinion because I don't know all the facts. The facts are still evolving. Suffice it to say, the situation was most unusual. It would seem impossible that he'd be able to escape without some help. The backup generator failed? How likely is that? And who was the dead guy in his cell? So you're in possession of the facts, said Schindler in an accusatory tone. Some, not all, but who could have orchestrated something like that at DB? It is troubling, said Reinhardt, quite unnecessarily. Has your brother tried to contact you? Asked Schindler. No. If he does, you will of course contact your superior immediately. I believe that would be my duty, yes. That wasn't what I asked, Puller. I would contact my superior, yes. Schindler handed him a card. Actually, I'd rather you contacted me first. Puller slipped the card into his pocket without answering. Daughtry said, I'm sure you've been warned to stay away from this case. My CO made that pretty clear. But since you're an investigator, I'm also sure you're quite interested in getting involved in this case, correct? Puller gazed at the 1-star. This was interesting territory, he thought. I didn't think it was up to me, he replied. A direct order is a direct order. I've put too many years in to torpedo my career over this. Over your brother, you mean, said Daughtry. Puller gazed at the man. Do you want me involved in the investigation? That would go against all applicable military rules, interjected Reinhardt firmly. Well, that doesn't really answer my question, sir. I'm afraid that's as good of an answer as you're going to get, Puller, said Schindler, rising. They all stood. I've got leave coming up, said Puller. Schindler smiled. Well, then I'd use it wisely if I were you. He tapped Puller's pocket where he'd put Schindler's card. And don't forget to call me if something pops. Interest in this case goes up so high you'd need a tank of oxygen to breathe, Daughtry said. One more question, Puller? Yes, sir. Did you ever ask your brother if he was guilty? The query surprised Puller, and he didn't like to be surprised. I did once, and what did he tell you? He was non-committal, Daughtry said. And what do you think? Was he guilty? Puller didn't answer right away. It didn't really matter what he thought about his brother's guilt or innocence. It couldn't change reality. Yet it seemed that all three men very much wanted to hear his answer. I don't want to believe that my brother was a traitor, he finally said. That was really the best he could do, and he didn't intend to say any more on the subject despite being outranked. Daughtry said he was guilty, Puller, because the court-martial said evidence was overwhelming. You may not have been privy to it, but we all were, Reinhardt said. That's all, Chief Puller. You're dismissed, Puller walked out, wondering what the hell had just happened. Chapter 6. He needed to think this through, but also talk things out with someone, and there was really only one person he could do that with. He lifted his phone from his pocket and punched in the number. She answered 2 rings later. I heard, Julie Carson said immediately. You want to talk, right? Yeah. I just saw my father, and then I got a weird sort of 3rd degree from a suit from the NSC and a couple of generals, 1 Army, 1 Air Force. What was the NSC's name? James Schindler. I've got his card. He's based in D.C. Who was the Army guy, she asked. 3-star named Aaron Reinhardt. Big guy, broken nose, hair shaved close to the scalp. He had about as many decorations on his chest as my father. His name is familiar. I've certainly heard of him, but don't know him personally. Tough, no nonsense, incredibly well connected, and moving up fast for his 4th star. There's even talk he'll be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs or Chief of Staff of the Army at some point. How about the flyboy? 1-star named Daughtry. He didn't offer up his first name. Okay, I'll see what I can find out. They're all in the database somewhere. Thanks, Julie. I haven't done anything yet. You answered your phone when you obviously knew why I was calling. You could have played ostrich and dodged the bullet. You've got a new command down in Texas that I'm sure is keeping you busy 24/7, so thanks. I don't much care for ostriches, never saw the point, and I'm getting these folks down here whipped into shape. I'll call you later." He hung up and sat back. He wasn't thinking about his brother right now and his dilemma. He was thinking about the woman who had been on the other end of that conversation. When Puller had first met her, Julie Carson was an Army one-star assigned to the Pentagon with designs on at least one and possibly two more stars before her military career was finished. Puller had run into her during a case he was investigating in West Virginia. The two had started out as adversaries and then months later had ended up sharing a bed while Puller was investigating his aunt's death at her home on the Gulf Coast of Florida. And Carson had almost been killed while trying to help him. Though badly wounded, she'd fully recovered. Puller still had nightmares about it. She had gotten her second star and with it a new command at an Army base in Texas. They had said their goodbyes over a bottle of wine and takeout Italian. The Army tended to get in the way of any permanent relationships among service members. He knew he might not see her in person again, at least for a while. After Texas, the odds were she would be headed to the Pacific Northwest. After that, it was anyone's guess. He was just glad that she had answered his call. Right now, he needed a friend with stars on her shoulders. Later that day, he had just gotten back to his apartment near Quantico when his phone buzzed. It was Carson. "I hope you don't mind if I eat while I talk," she said. "I had time today to either eat lunch or do a 5-mile run, and of course you opted to run, don't we all?" She replied as he heard utensils hitting a plate and liquid being poured into a glass. "You cook a lot down there?" he asked. "Are you giving me shit?" she said in a mock reproachful tone. "No, I'm deadly serious," he replied, though his tone wasn't. "I almost never cook," she said. "My mother would be so disappointed." Well, she is disappointed. She could fill the house with what she did in the kitchen, and the smells were like you wouldn't believe. I played 3 sports in high school, and I think part of me did it so I could eat my mom's cooking and not get fat. Maybe that's why I never even really tried to learn my way around the kitchen. I knew I could never be as good as she was. A little competitive, are we? "Show me anyone in uniform who isn't," she shot back. He heard her gulp whatever she was drinking, and then her tone turned serious. "So let's talk about your brother. I still can't get my arms around it. John, how do you break out of DB? How much do you know about it?" "Mostly scuttlebutt. But there was a lot of it. A storm backup power failed. Reinforcements were called in. They restored order. Head count was done. And no Robert Puller in attendance, but there was mention of someone else who shouldn't have been there. Then you know about as much as I do. And the someone else was dead and in my brother's cell. Holy hell," she exclaimed. "Pretty much says it all," he said evenly. "I definitely hadn't heard that. And no sign of him since?" "Apparently not. Don White, my CO, filled me in today. Then I went to see my father. I figured he might have heard, and even with his condition he might be upset. And that's when you ran into the suit and the generals. They asked me the standard questions, my visits to him, what we discussed. Then if he contacted me, to contact them. But then it got weird, like I said on the phone. In what way weird? First, although they never came out and said it, I believe they want me to look into the case. How can that be? I'm sure your CO told you not to go near it." "He did. And then the Air Force guy wanted to know if I thought my brother was guilty." "And what did you say?" It suddenly occurred to Puller that he had never really talked about his brother with her. And it also seemed apparent that Carson wanted to know if Puller thought his brother was guilty. I didn't really answer him, because I'm not really sure what I think about it. "Okay," she said, though her tone made clear she was not satisfied by his reply. He said, "Did you find out anything about these guys?" "Reinhardt's assigned to DIA at a very high level. It's beyond my ability to find out much more than that. The same really goes for James Schindler at the NSC. He wasn't in the military. He came up through the civilian side of NSA before moving on to the Security Council. I guess that makes sense. My brother was convicted of national security crimes that cuts across all branches, and so does DIA. And the NSC has its finger in everything because of the president. What about Daughtry? Timothy Daughtry is attached to Stratcom. Bingo! That was where my brother was working when he was arrested." He paused. "It's ironic. What is? Bobby was stationed at a Stratcom satellite facility near Leavenworth when he was arrested and court-martialed. He didn't have far to travel to go to DB, and the Stratcom connection dovetails right into DIA and NSC because spooks all hang around the same playground, she added. I guess so, said Puller, slowly. The FBI is of course all over this, added Carson. National security issues bring out all the big dogs. I would say your brother is the most wanted man in America right now. I wouldn't think his chances of evading capture are very good. I'm surprised the FBI hasn't been by to see me, said Puller. I would imagine if they haven't been by, they are at least keeping an eye on you, but it might be that Reinhardt et al. Have talked to them and made it clear they're heading the John Puller piece of this equation. Complicated stuff. Yes, it is. I read up on your brother's career this afternoon, she added. Did you? He said sharply. Hey, don't cop an attitude. I like to be prepared. A lot of it was classified beyond even my clearances, and some of the files seemed to have been deleted, because there were gaps. Some of the pages I saw on screen were heavily redacted, but from what I saw, your brother's career was still pretty damn impressive. I mean, the trajectory was like a rocket. He would have easily gotten his star and more. I even dug up a white paper he'd written on a next-generation nuclear weaponry design. I could understand about every 10th word, and I don't consider myself stupid. Some of the math equations in the paper looked like Chinese to me. He was always the smart one in the family officer material. I was just the enlisted grunt in the trenches. Did you ever ask him if he did it? She asked bluntly. Puller said once, and he didn't answer me, and now he's escaped. You don't escape from DB without help. It's impossible, I know. And so you probably know something else. Yeah, that my brother was guilty, and maybe he killed the guy they found in his cell, so he's a traitor and a murderer. As he said these words, Puller felt a sharp pain in his chest, his breathing grew shallow, and sweat appeared on his brow. He knew he wasn't having a heart attack. But am I having a panic attack? He had never panicked, not once in his life. Not while bullets were flying and bombs were bursting all around him. He had been scared then, as any sane person would be. But that was not the same as panicked. It was actually the difference between surviving or not. John, are you okay? I'm good, he said curtly, though he really wasn't. My brother a traitor and a murderer. No, I'm definitely not good, so I guess that answers my question, she said. What question? You thought your brother was innocent, didn't you? Maybe I did. I can understand that, John. It's natural, is it? He said heatedly. It doesn't feel natural. None of this does. So what are you going to do? Asked Carson. My CO gave me some leave time. And he also told you to stay away from this sucker. And I've got an NSC suit and 2 generals maybe wanting me to take a whack at it. But they gave you no direct order to do so, not that they were even authorized to give one, and you might have misread their intent. On the other hand, your commanding officer explicitly told you to stand down, so the answer is easy. You stand down. He's my brother Julie, and you're a soldier, John. Orders are orders. You don't really have a choice. You're right, I don't. He's my brother. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Putting this much pressure on yourself. Puller took a long breath and then said again more forcefully, He's my brother. It doesn't matter if he's your brother. That ship has already sailed, Puller. He's an escaped prisoner. The best you can hope for is that he's captured safely and returned to DB promptly. So that's it then? What more could it be? Look, I know how you must feel, but your brother made his choices. His career and life are over. Are you telling me you want to put yours in jeopardy? And for what possible reason? Everything you're saying makes perfect sense. But you're not buying any of it. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. She took a deep breath. So, again, what are you going to do? I don't know, and I wouldn't tell you if I did know. That would just put you in an even more awkward position. I've been in those with you before, and you almost died, Julie. I'm never going to do that to you again. Never. I showed up in Florida voluntarily. You didn't ask me to come down there, but I didn't tell you to go back home either. I survived, barely. And I don't want anything to happen to you, John, even if I'm in Texas now. I still care about you. Though they were not face to face, Puller could imagine the look that Carson was displaying right now, tender and concerned. Not worried about fraternization rules. They don't apply to us. They apply to officer and enlisted. We're both officers. I'm a general, and even though you started out in the ranks, you're a chief warrant officer, and you're not under my command. So you checked. Her voice rose over the phone. Yes, I checked. So you can understand if I feel a little proprietary toward you. You can't tank your career over this. You just can't. I can't sit on the sidelines. I'm sorry. John, please think about the consequences. I've done nothing but think about them. But it hasn't changed my decision. He heard her draw a long breath. Well, then I wish you the very best of luck, and I guess I can't say I'm surprised. After Florida, I understand quite clearly that Puller blood is thicker than even the army green variety. Thanks for understanding. I didn't say I understood, just that I'm not surprised. Take care of yourself, Puller. And consider that a direct order from a 2-star. That means a lot, Julie, it really does. Puller put down the phone, sat back, and closed his eyes. He had never thought that Julie Carson would be the one. She was a general on the rise. He was a chief warrant officer, pretty much topped out. He cared for her, but professionally, they were like oil and water. But they could and would remain friends, and he would always care about her, always. Loyalty mattered to John Puller almost as much as family did, and sometimes they were the very same damn thing. Chapter 7 WUF, I was up and working, and so was Robert Puller. While the enormous machinery of the United States military, along with the even bigger intelligence octopus that spread outward from the CIA and the NSA, was searching for him. Arguably the most wanted man in America was sipping an unleaded Grande Americano with raw sugar mixed in and pounding away on his Apple MacBook Pro with fingers as nimble as a teenager's, and he'd been here doing this for most of the day. It was a bit tricky, because as most Americans with an internet connection or cell phone knew these days, they were watching, and they could come and get you anytime they wanted. But Robert Puller knew his way around computers and every known way to trace, hack, or spy on their users. And his laptop had been expressly programmed and loaded with software and unique protections not available to the public. There were no back doors for the NSA to pixel creep up on him. There were no back doors, period, except the ones he had planted in other databases before he went to prison, and was now exploiting to the fullest. Being at Stratcom all those years had left him in a unique position to hack everybody. And to do it with style, he admitted to himself as he finished off the Grande and looked over the other patrons of the Starbucks, where fancied-up Java was not merely a beverage, but also a way of life. He had already read all the news stories related to his escape. He had been lucky, that was for sure, but it hadn't been all luck. The news reports were full of facts. No real details on the hunt beyond the painfully obvious. Checkpoints, house-to-house searches, watching airports, bus and train stations, asking the public for help, etc., etc. Pictures of him were all over the web. If nothing else, they were a stark reminder of how much his appearance had changed overnight. The MPs he had passed earlier at the diner would have had his mug imprinted on their jeans, and yet the one guy who'd looked directly at him hadn't even troubled himself with a second glance. Also posted all over the web was his past history, the brilliant academic career where he had topped the lists at every institution he'd attended, the meteoric military career, his far-reaching fingers in all the intelligence pies, the systems he'd developed, the software he'd coded, the farsightedness he'd displayed in arenas of which the public only had a vague awareness. And then the tumble from the high pedestal, the arrest and the charges aimed at him like a .50 caliber machine gun set to blow him into little pieces. Then the court-martial, then the verdict, finally the imprisonment for life, and now the escape. All of this he read and digested, but it was ultimately meaningless to him. There was one angle to the story that had socked him right in the gut. His father and his brother had both been mentioned throughout numerous articles. The fighting legend now laid low by dementia, and there was dirt dredged up and regurgitated about the reasons why he had never gotten the 4th star and why the Medal of Honor had never been draped around his thick neck. And then there was his brother, the highly decorated combat veteran turned CID agent, who was building himself into an Army legend. But underlying the articles were the visits John Puller Jr. had made to the DB. How close they were as brothers, the lawman and the lawbreaker. No, the law crusher, for he wasn't a mere criminal, he had committed treason, saved from the death penalty by who knew what in the military tribunal process. But are they implying that my brother somehow helped me escape? He didn't know where John had been yesterday, but he was pretty sure it wasn't in Leavenworth. That would have to come out in the papers. His brother would have to be fully cleared of any involvement with the escape. He had to be. Still, he knew that even the hint of suspicion could come close to breaking his kid brother, as strong as he seemed. Personal honor meant everything to John Puller, Jr. And what about John Puller, Sr.? Well, despite his affection for the old man, he just hoped that his father was so far out of it now that nothing could penetrate the dense cloud. The dementia was solidifying around his once extraordinary mind. He set all this aside and tapped his computer keys with renewed vitality. It had been part of his life for so long before it had been taken from him. Yet hacking was like riding a bike. He hadn't forgotten anything. The codes had changed, the security was better, but it wasn't infallible. Nothing was. There were new hacking techniques invented every day, and the good guys simply could not keep up. He was a natural hacker because part of his duties had been to hack his own side, to test defenses that he had helped create. If he, their inventor, couldn't crack them, it was assumed that no one else could either. Sometimes they'd been right, sometimes wrong, and sometimes Puller had held back just a bit because he never played the short game. His gaze trailed off the screen and ventured to the street where a Humvee puttered by. Inside were soldiers in their cami uniforms, their methodical gazes sweeping the area. So they still think I might be around here. Interesting. He really didn't believe this. The Army was simply covering its ass. The DB had just suffered its first setback. A presence on the street was to be expected. He returned his gaze to the screen and kept typing away, creating his version of a symphony built note by note, measure by measure, and movement by sly movement. When the contents of the screen dissolved and then re-emerged as something entirely new, he closed his laptop and stood. What he had just gained access to was not meant to be read at the neighborhood Starbucks. And while he had used plain Jane Wi-Fi that was basically open to anyone, his laptop was firing off scramblers of such strength that any punk with an electronic mitt trolling for credit card numbers and accompanying pins would be left with something so garbled that it would look like a trillion-piece digital puzzle without a handy picture to go by. But still, there were protocols. And though he no longer wore the uniform, Puller intended to abide by these rules to the extent he could. It was part of who he was, who he would always be. They said the uniform made the man. Well, actually it did. But that statement had nothing to do with clothing. It was all inside of you. Now was the time for exploration and perhaps a drive. For that he needed wheels. He wasn't going to do a rental. He was going to write a check for a 2004 Chevy Tahoe pickup in the lot of a used car dealer the next block over. He'd looked at it earlier while taking a break from his hacking. It took an hour of dickering and filling out the paperwork. Then he climbed into his new ride, started it up, the 8-cylinder power plant sparking gloriously to life, and drove off. He flicked a wave to the salesman who'd probably cleared enough of a commission to splurge on a nice meal for himself, and the missus, photos of whom Puller had been shown during the course of their negotiation, probably to soften him up. It hadn't worked. Prison did not soften you up. It made you a piece of rock. Next mission, obtaining quarters where he could read in peace. And then he could get this thing rolling. Robert Puller dearly hoped it had been worth the years-long wait. Chapter 8. Joan Puller knew that flying was out, because ticket purchases by credit card could be traced, and he figured a number of computerized eyeballs would be pointed his way. Trains were out of the question for the same reason, not that there were any convenient ones anyway that would take him where he needed to go in a timely manner. A bus might have worked, but he would need wheels locally, and getting a rental left an electronic trail as well that limited his options to a car, his military-issued sedan. But he would pay for the fuel. His destination in Kansas would take about 20 hours if he stopped along the way, which he intended to do to see if anyone was following him. The suit and stars might have wanted to make him their hunting dog for any number of reasons, ferreting out an escapee instead of a quail, but Puller didn't want to be stupid about it or put himself at unnecessary risk. He packed up his duffel and his cat and left at midnight. This was not unusual for him. He often headed out at odd hours, mainly because soldiers didn't tend to commit major crimes on a strict timetable. Most of them, in fact, were done at night, often after too many beers and too many insults. Turning the other cheek had been strictly left out of all Army manuals. The important point was that any persons tailing him now would have to show themselves by their headlights. He saw none over the first 2 miles on meandering roads and quickly made his way to the interstate and started his trip due west. He stopped to eat twice, first breakfast at a Cracker Barrel in Kentucky and then dinner at a packed roadside grill named the Grease Bowl, somewhere in Missouri. He was not in uniform and didn't plan to be while he was on leave. He had his ID and official credentials, to be sure. He had his weapons because if he didn't have his weapons, then he must be dead, and someone had forgotten to tell him. And he had some investigative tools that had made their way into his duffel, along with some fresh clothes and other travel essentials. What he didn't have was a good idea of what he hoped to accomplish by going to the scene of his brother's escape. Escaped prisoners from an Army installation could certainly be within the purview of the CID regardless of which branch they'd been in. Technically, his brother was no longer a member of the military. Along with his conviction had come a dishonorable discharge, standard procedure. Bad guys didn't get to wear the uniform anymore. Yet because Robert Puller had been convicted of national security crimes, responsibility for his case fell largely to the special agents of Army counterintelligence and the FBI. However, Puller had worked on parallel investigations with both agencies and considered them highly capable. Good for them, perhaps bad for his brother, but he had to stop thinking that way. What was bad for his brother was good for him and the rest of the country. Easy to think, harder to execute, because the brothers had been inordinately close all their lives, due to their father's all-consuming military career and a largely absent mother. John Puller had looked to his older brother for advice on all important decisions in his life, from asking a girl out to what position to play on the high school football team, from much-needed help on a physics exam in his junior year of college, to the most appropriate way to approach their father about his decision not to go to West Point and become an officer. It was Bobby's advice, all of it good and on point and well-intentioned, that had helped make Puller what he was today, for better or worse. And now that mentor was suddenly his enemy. The first time he had visited Bobby at the DB, it had seemed as though an enormous mistake had been committed, but that it would be corrected in the near future. The two brothers, both tall and well-built, though John was the taller and stronger of the two, had sat across from each other in the visitors' room, and Puller had talked and Bobby had listened, and then Bobby had talked and Puller had listened. Then, as the visits had continued over more than 2 years, and his brother's status in prison had gelled to a permanency that seemed unshakable, Puller increasingly could think of nothing to say. It was as though the man he was facing had his brother's face, but that was all. The person he'd known all his life could not be in there. He could not be in this place convicted of treason, yet there he was. When they had last parted company, Puller had shaken his brother's hand, but had felt no connection to him at all. It was an impersonator, he had thought at the time. It had to be. This simply could not be his brother. It was true that Bobby had helped his little brother, via phone, prevent a disaster of enormous proportions during his investigation into the murder of a military family in West Virginia. For that, his brother became the only prisoner at the DB ever to receive a commendation for service to his country. And when their aunt had been found murdered in Florida, his brother had offered him both commiseration and counsel. That had thawed their relationship somewhat, but nothing could overcome the fact that one of them lived behind bars, used to live behind bars. Puller reminded himself as he crossed the border into Kansas at around 10 p.m. the night after leaving Virginia. It was dark and his options were limited. He didn't want to stay where he usually did when visiting his brother at the DB. That would be too easy for others to find out and follow him from there. He kept driving, and about 10 minutes later stopped at a motel that looked like it had been built in the 50s and then forgotten about. The small office proved this observation correct, even down to the rotary dial telephone, thick phone book, and bulky metal cash register. There was not a computer screen in sight. The woman behind the counter looked like she had been here from day one and had forgotten to change her clothes and hairstyle during that time. He paid for 2 nights in cash and took the old-fashioned bulky room key from her aged, shaky hand. A few minutes later, he was in his room with his cat, Abel, a wall, huddled on a thin mattress with damp sheets because the wall air conditioner was basically a humidifier casting wisps of wet air into the room's atmosphere, where they eventually fell back to earth, or at least to the sheets. Puller stretched out on the bed, damp linens and all, and checked his emails. There was one from his CO reiterating to Puller that this case was off limits. He didn't answer. What would be the point then? He did the only thing he could after driving nearly halfway across the country. He fell asleep. He had been able to rest in the middle of both combat and murder investigations, but tonight his slumber was continually interrupted by thoughts of what he was going to do tomorrow. By the time he woke the next morning, he still wasn't sure. He fed and watered AWOL and then let her out. Then he got into his car and drove to a diner down the street from the motel. It was from the 50s too. But its food was timeless. Pancakes, bacon, eggs over easy and hot tea. He ate his fill and then went back to his car and sat in the driver's seat staring moodily out the window. Wherever he had been deployed or for whatever purpose to fight or to investigate, Puller had always been able to devise a plan, a strategy to get the job done. But none of those times had involved searching for an escaped prisoner who happened to be his brother. In many respects, he felt paralyzed. And then a partial answer walked right in front of him. It shouldn't have been surprising, and it wasn't. It was one reason he was sitting where he was. The coffee shop across the street was one frequented by personnel at the DB. He knew this from previous visits. He had met or seen many of them during his time here. They weren't on a first-name basis, of course, but with his size, Puller was hard to miss and harder still not to remember. He waited patiently as uniform after uniform went into the shop and came out with coffee and bags of food. Uniforms he didn't want. Too many rules and regulations weighed them down like a gangster's concrete booties. 20 minutes later, his patience was rewarded. The woman had parked at the curb and climbed out of her car. She was in her late 40s, maybe early 50s, tallish, stout, with blonde hair that was not her natural color, and wearing black slacks and a red sweater with black flats. He eyed the lanyard and ID around her neck and the USDB parking permit on the front bumper of her car. He had seen her at the prison a few times before. A civilian, she was in admin at the prison. He couldn't remember her name, but he figured she was a good place to start. They had talked once or twice, and he thought if he remembered her, she'd remember him. He got out of the car and crossed the street, entering the shop at about the time she was placing her order. He got in behind her and asked for a large black coffee. When she heard his voice, she turned and looked up at him. "Puller," she said. "Puller, right, CID?" He looked at her with his blankest expression. "Yes, ma'am, that's right. Do we know each other? I work at DB. I'm in admin." "Oh, that's right. Ms. Chelsea Burke. You came by my office once with a question about your..." Her voice trailed off, just as Puller knew it would. He nodded, his blank expression turning to grim. "Right. It's why I'm here, Ms. Burke. Please just call me Chelsea." "Thanks. I'm John. Look, now that we've run into each other, you have a minute?" She got her coffee and paid her money, and Puller did the same. She looked uncertain, but he guided her to a small table near the front of the shop overlooking the street. They sat, and Puller took a sip of his coffee, while she simply cradled hers and stared anxiously at him. "It was a shock," Puller began. "When I heard the news happened at night. So I doubt you were even there." "I wasn't," she conceded. "People have already been by to see me," Puller said. "All very hush-hush, but I'm city. I can see through all that. You probably can too." "Is Sid ID involved in this? I'm afraid I can't answer that directly, sorry." "Oh, of course not. I didn't mean to." He quickly waved off her apology. "No problem, Chelsea, but I like to hit the ground running, and it might have been fortunate I bumped into you." "Why is that?" "Because you're not military, I don't understand. Uniforms tend to circle the wagons in events like these. Sid ID's only concern is getting to the truth." This was perfectly true, although he had made the statement to cause her to believe that CID, in the form of his presence, was investigating the matter. "Absolutely," she said, wide-eyed. He was gratified to see that, as she took a sip of her coffee, she sat back in her chair and looked more relaxed and engaged. "I'm sure you can understand that things look very peculiar here. Main power goes, purportedly because of the storm, and then the backup generator dies. You must see that it's extremely unlikely to have happened just by accident." She was nodding before he finished. "That's the scuttlebutt, John. It's like 1,000,000,000 to 1 now. I'll grant you it was one hell of a storm, but the storm could not have had an impact on the generator. It runs off natural gas lines buried underground." He sat forward and smiled. "I like how you picked that right up." He paused. "But you probably see that the generator would not have kicked in and then died if the power hadn't gone off first." She considered this, and her eyes widened in realization. "So you think the main power was tampered with too?" "Right now, I have no firm answers, but it's certainly possible. DB is going nuts right now trying to figure out what really happened." She suddenly looked at him nervously. "And your brother and all. I'm sure you're as worried as anyone. It's not easy seeing a family member in prison, but my job is to investigate serious military crimes, and duty trumps family in this circumstance, obviously." She cradled her cup of coffee and said, "I knew about his commendation for helping you. I saw the paperwork go through. A lot of lives would have been lost without him." "Seems weird, doesn't it?" began Chelsea. "What's that?" "A man is convicted of treason and then helps his country and gets a commendation but is still in prison. And then he escapes from prison. Just seems off. I'm sure agents have been in to interview you and the rest of the staff. They haven't gotten to us yet, but I'm sure they will. I know they were at DB all day yesterday, and I'm sure they'll be there for a while longer." "I wonder if my brother had any recent visitors?" said Puller. He wasn't looking directly at Chelsea when he threw this out, but in his peripheral vision he was observing her reaction. "That's not my department. The log would show that, of course. DB keeps meticulous records of who comes and goes. Well, you know that. As many times as you've come to see him. Yes, they do, and I'm sure they've already looked at the visitor's log." He now looked at her expectantly. She grew pink under his scrutiny. "I wouldn't know about that. Aren't things computerized at DB?" "Absolutely. So there would be digital files of visitors?" "Yes, there are." He sat forward and tried to choose his next words with particular care. "Chelsea, something doesn't smell right to me on this now. I'm telling you this on the QT, okay?" She nodded quickly, and he continued. "I was approached recently by a couple of generals and someone from NSC. The NSC, National Security Council? Oh my God. Yeah, pretty high up stuff. Anyway, they approached me with a lot of questions, none of which I had answers for. But I think they want me to get answers. And to do that, I need information." Puller went back over in his head what he had just said and came away confident that he had told her no outright falsehood. Not that that would help him much if the hammer came down. However, he did feel guilty for asking the woman to help him. But her next words made him forget this concern. "I don't see how I can help, John. I don't really have access to much." He sat back. "Know anyone who might, and who might be willing to talk to me. There's one of the guards. He's actually been talking to me about applying to CID. Maybe it could be a scratch each other's back sort of thing." "Maybe it could. What's his name?" "Aubrey Davis, PFC. Nice guy, young, single. He likes his beer, but I hear he's also serious about getting ahead in his career." Puller slid his card out and handed it to her. "Tell him to give me a call on my cell, okay?" She took the card and nodded. "I will, but I can't guarantee he'll help you." "No one can guarantee that. Most leads fizzle out. I just try to keep plowing through the ones I have and hope they lead to new ones. Thanks again." He left her there and returned to his car. Okay, it would take some time for that angle to work out. He knew if it ever did, if he were really unlucky, this PFC Aubrey Davis might report the inquiry, and up the line it would go at top military speed, resulting in Puller's getting a call from his CO or probably someone even higher up the chain. If he were calamitously unlucky, it would not be a phone call, but a truckload of MPs to haul him in to hear the charges read against him for disobeying an order. But in the meantime, he had other things to check out. Namely, how the DB had lost both sources of power on the very same night, letting a highly valued prisoner simply walk out, and leaving a dead man who was not supposed to be there behind. It was impossible the way he had stated it, so in some way he had to have stated it wrong. and the only way to get it right was to start digging with a very big shovel, without anyone knowing. A tall order, he knew. But this was family, which meant he didn't really have a choice. Chapter 9. Puller drove a circuitous route that took him around the perimeter of the DB and Fort Leavenworth as a whole. His gaze ran over the transmission lines. He had no way of seeing the natural gas generator configuration since that was behind cinderblock walls, and the lines themselves were located underground. He observed a power crew working inside a chain-link fence enclosing what looked to be twin transformers that might have been connected to the prison. This was probably the substation where the transformers had blown, but he couldn't officially question them about it. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and contemplated what to do. And that's when he noticed the Hummer pulling in behind him. The MPs had arrived. Puller sighed, slid his ID out of his pocket, and waited. Two armed men in uniform climbed out of their vehicle. They put on their caps and approached, one on each side of the car. Puller kept his hands in plain sight and made no sudden moves. He hit the window button with his elbow when the MP on the left reached him. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "I've got my ID here. We know who you are, sir, and we've been instructed to bring you into Fort Leavenworth for a meeting." Puller slowly put his ID away. "You want me to follow you? Or would you rather I went in your ride?" "Ours, if you don't mind, sir. Just pull yours a little farther off the road. We'll make sure it's here when you get back." Well, at least he didn't say, "if I get back." Puller rode in the rear seat with one MP next to him. They were both young, in their 20s, ramrod straight, stubborn chins, bulging necks, and eyes that did not see 1 inch farther than the orders they'd been given. Puller didn't try to talk to them. They were just the hunting dogs retrieving him to the hunter. They drove to Fort Leavenworth, where he was handed off to a female lieutenant smartly dressed in her Class B blues. They exchanged salutes and she said, "Follow me, please, Chief Puller." Well, it seemed everyone knew who he was. They walked down a long corridor while Army life went on all around them. Military installations were centers of non-stop activity, and yet Puller wasn't distracted by any of it. He had no idea whether he was walking to his professional death or a stint in the stockade, or something else entirely. Questions like that got a man to focus. She opened a door, ushered him in, closed it behind him, and he heard her regulation heels tapping back down the hall. And then he forgot about the lieutenant. Sitting facing him across the small table were the same 3 gents as before. Army General Reinhardt, Schindler, the NSC suit, and the Air Force 1-star Daughtry. Schindler, Daughtry, and Reinhardt, thought Puller. Sounded like a law firm, which didn't make him feel any better at all. "Enjoying your visit to Kansas?" began Schindler. "Up until about 10 minutes ago, sir." "Why don't you take a seat and we'll tell you what you're going to do," said Daughtry tersely. Puller sat down across from them. Schindler took a moment to adjust his tie and apply balm to his chapped lips. Then he said, "We understand that you disobeyed a direct order from your CO. What would that be, sir?" "That would be your driving here through the night with the purpose of investigating your brother's escape from prison." "Investigating?" "Well, so far you've spoken with a woman who works in administration at the prison, Chelsea Burke. And you were hoping to talk with a PFC Davis who might be able to provide you with some leads, and then you were out observing an electrical substation connected to DB." Puller stared across the width of the table, silently marveling at how quickly they had been able to pounce on all this. "You know all the stuff in the papers about the NSA spying and all, Puller?" said Daughtry, a tiny smile playing over his lips. "I read about it. Tip of the iceberg. But 90% of an iceberg is hidden underwater. You used your credit card to buy gas and food. We tracked you that way." "Good to know, sir," Puller said sarcastically. Schindler said, "Intelligence keeps us all safe, so spying on our own people keeps us safe," said Puller more forcefully than he probably intended. Schindler waved a hand derisively at this comment. "You don't think there are Americans working with our enemies? Some of our fellow citizens will do anything for money. Hell, some of the biggest banks and hedge fund concerns in this country have been laundering cartel money and aiding terrorism for decades, and all for the almighty dollar." "I'll take your word for it, so what now?" "Well, now you have a decision to make, Puller," said Schindler. "And what's that? Basically work for us or face the consequences. And how exactly would I work for you? Schindler glanced at his colleagues before continuing. Doing exactly what you want to do, what you're here to do, in fact, investigate your brother's escape. But the difference is we're kept in the loop the entire way. You step outside that box, your career is over, Reinhardt added. The decision is yours, Puller, and we'll respect whichever way you choose to go. But if you choose not to work for us, your butt is on a cargo plane out of here. And just to make sure you don't come snooping back around on your own time. Your next assignment will be overseas starting tomorrow. Got a couple of unsolved murders on 2 different bases, one in Germany and one in South Korea. Army hasn't decided yet which one you'll be assigned to. My vote would be Korea, and my vote will carry great weight. Puller took all this in, but didn't immediately respond. They had him boxed in, and both he and they knew it. Why me, he said finally. You've got lots of resources at your fingertips. CID. Military intelligence. You don't need me, Reinhardt responded. On the surface, a fair and accurate statement, Puller. But you have something none of those resources have. Puller thought he knew the answer, but waited patiently for the man to deliver it. Reinhardt said, You're his brother. You grew up together, you both served together, albeit in different branches. We know of his assisting you on that investigation in West Virginia. We know you visited him frequently at DB. We know you two talk on the phone. You know him better than anyone else. So we think that you have the best shot to bring him in. Alive, said Puller. Absolutely. If I say yes to your offer, when can I start my investigation? Immediately. No strings attached, no conditions, other than the one stated, that you report to us? And what about the other people investigating this? You can't stop them from doing their jobs. There's no way they'll leave this case to one CID agent. You'll just have to work around them. We'll leave it up to you. And no help from you on that point? We'll see what we can do. But that ball will largely fall in your court, Puller. And my CO, Schindler said, you'll get a written directive from him confirming this, of course, with all necessary authorizations. We don't expect you to take it on faith. Okay, I accept, and I'll begin my investigation by interviewing all of you. The 3 men exchanged glances and then together looked back at Puller. Schindler said, We have nothing to do with this case other than the national security interest in bringing Robert Puller back to prison. You said no strings and no conditions other than the one stated. Are you walking that back now? No, but because I am a trained investigator and my training and experience have shown that someone may think they have no valuable information to share, but they actually do. But unless I ask the questions and get the answers, that information never comes to light. Schindler slowly nodded. Okay, what do you want to know? You said this was a national security case. Why? You know what your brother was involved in with the Air Force? Stratcom. That's right. The United States Strategic Command. It used to be limited to nuclear defense. Now its mission covers space operations, missile defense, cyber and information warfare, WMD's Global Command and Control, Surveillance, Reconnaissance, Global Strike, the list goes on and on. I can't think of another military command more important to this country. Your brother worked both at the Missile Correlation Center in Cheyenne Mountain and also at Stratcom's HQ at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. I knew all that, sir. I'd actually visited my brother when he worked at Stratcom at Offutt. But then he was assigned to a satellite office here in Leavenworth, right? Said Puller. Daughtry nodded. Stratcom outgrew its footprint at Offutt. The new facility won't be completely ready for a few more years. Leavenworth was one of many farm-out locations, but everything was wired back to HQ. I understand, said Puller. Daughtry added, there was virtually no aspect of strategic command that he didn't have his fingers in. He was one of the most brilliant people they've ever had. The sky was the limit for him, literally. He was being groomed to head up the whole damn thing at some point. He was just getting his next promotion lined up when everything blew up, Puller asked. I know you're with Stratcom. Did you work with him? Daughtry shook his head. I was assigned to Stratcom after your brother was sent to DB. The assessment I just gave was one based on all who knew and worked with him. To a person, soldier, and contractor, he was one of the best. I don't doubt it, said Puller. He was at the top of every class from high school to the Air Force Academy and beyond, Schindler said. Except for the little matter of treason, let's not forget that. I haven't forgotten it, said Puller, turning his gaze to the suit. And I'm pretty sure my brother hasn't. But what does his old job have to do with anything? Reinhardt said. Since he's only been gone for less than 3 years, Puller, much of the top-secret data that rests in his head is still viable and important. The security codes and such have changed, of course, but the underlying technology, strategies, and tactics are the same. You know, the military way. We finally get everyone to agree on something, and Congress has to allocate the money. Everyone jockeys for their piece. The uniforms for their slice of the command and subsequent promotions, and the contractors for their share of the dollars. Once that is all set, the years-long process of implementation and execution begins. We are many things, but nimble is not one of them. It's like changing course on a Nimitz-class carrier using a handheld rudder. It takes time, so many of the projects your brother was connected with are still being implemented or are in operation right now. He has intimate and detailed knowledge of some of this country's most important security programs that in turn deal with some of the most critical challenges we have. Puller considered all of this and said, so he would be very valuable to enemies of this country. Without question, said Reinhardt. Puller looked at each man and said, so maybe he didn't break out. Schindler looked confused, an expression he shared with his two colleagues. I don't quite get what you're saying, Puller. He did break out. He's gone. I'm not saying he's not gone from DB. Then what are you saying? Asked Schindler, as he tapped his index finger impatiently against the table. That the whole thing at DB was staged, and instead of him breaking out, he might have been kidnapped by enemies of this country. Chapter 10, Quarters. Even now, Robert Puller couldn't refer to it as a room or an apartment or a flat. It was quarters. Military vernacular was drilled into the minds of those in uniform like fingers marking letters in wet concrete that dried to permanency. His quarters was a motel room on the outskirts of Kansas City, Kansas. He had left Leavenworth behind for no other reason than I could. It was a right-angled drive, hands 12 and 3 on the clock, meaning straight south and then straight east on I-70, the two perfectly equal legs of a right triangle, only awaiting the hypotenuse to complete it, which he might, taking an alternate but no less straight and direct route back to Leavenworth if necessary. He had always framed things that way, with a reference to math or science, or an adjunct of either one, placing them into a perspective that amused some, bewildered others, but was off-putting to most he had found, and which bothered him not at all. There was a bed, a chair, a table, a bureau, and a TV on the bureau, with lots of mostly useless channels. The bathroom was barely an afterthought, essentially a niche in the wall with a shower stall so claustrophobic it felt more like a straitjacket than a proper bathing area. Again, after a prison cell, it bothered him not at all. His duffel was on the floor and his laptop on the desk. He had purchased a disposable phone along the way, along with a mobile hotspot, set it all up, programmed in some interesting features, and was grinding his way through the military database he'd hacked into back at Starbucks. It was a special database to which only authorized personnel should have been granted access. Computer security was only as good as the programmer. The one who had firewalled this database had been good, but not great. Puller had also purchased a small wireless printer and some 3-hole paper and 3-ring and spiral notebooks along with pens. While his entire professional life had been mostly spent in the digital world, where the language of ones and zeros dominated, he appreciated the importance of paper, pen, and deliberative thought that working with such old-school items seemed to inspire, and he thought better in cursive. The joined-up writing seemed to spur connective thinking. He printed his papers, put them in the 3-ring, exited the database, and took up his pen and spiral notebooks. He worked methodically for some hours. He didn't stop to drink or eat or use the bathroom. He was oblivious to whatever else was going on in the world, or at least in Kansas. He was no longer, at least in his mind, the most wanted man in America. He was an analyst, a seer, a prognosticator going over his reams of data, moving their pieces, twisting them, testing them, discounting some, fleshing out others, slowly transforming disjointed intelligence into something that made sense after 6 hours of relentless concentration and the light of day having given over to dark, forcing him to take a moment to turn on a lamp, He put down his pen and sat back, folding his arms over his chest and resting his chin there as well. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and counted his heartbeats until they fell short of 60 a minute. He opened his eyes and ran his gaze down one of his tat sleeves, exposed now since he had discarded his jacket. They were of his creation. They looked like typical tattoos, but if one looked closely enough, the eagles and dragons and other creatures resting there were actually composed of tiny geometric images, squares, triangles, rectangles, and their more complex brethren, the dodecahedron, for example, which when viewed flat, meaning as a solid, had 12 faces and was an integral part of his dragon's scales. Puller knew that other than him no one would notice. But that had been how much of his life had gone. His noticing, others not except for his brother and his father. They were curious, they observed, they remembered, they figured things out. His father had mastered leading enormous numbers of men, grand corps and divisions at a time, into battle on a scale and dimension that was as complex as anything ever seen on a chessboard, with the added pressure of human lives by the thousands being at stake. His brother tracked down wrongdoers with a sense of justice and an attention to detail that would put most others in the field to shame. The Puller men, prodigies in their respective fields, but whose skills all shared that core attribute of observing. He turned to page 66 of the printed-out papers because something had just occurred to him. He studied what was written there and compared it to information contained on page 24. Interestingly enough, they did not tally at all, but they had to if the offered and official result was to make any sense. This was not a smoking gun, but it was something, and something, as his brother often said, usually led to something else, brilliant in its elegant simplicity, and he knew exactly what his brother meant. He carried it out to its logical conclusion. In fact, something always leads to something else. He drew out a blank piece of paper and conjured the image of the man in his head. It was not easy, because it had been dark, but there had been a light source, the man's own flashlight. Puller put his pen to the paper and refocused, transferring the image in his head to the cotton fibers, letting the ink bleed into them, fill out what he was trying to achieve. This was not simply important, it was paramount, because it was something, and something always leads to something else. He was an accomplished artist, a fact not many knew about him. He had taken it up years ago to relax from a job whose stakes and pressures were so enormous. Hence the sketches, lines connecting and intersecting and bisecting other lines, to form something that had not previously existed. It was math yet again, geometry transformed into art, a confluence that had made painters like Picasso icons forever enshrined in history. It was cubism building to masterpieces born of another realm of thought and experience. He had fits and starts and crumpled up paper and endured starting over multiple times. Finally, the image gained traction, the root system set in, and the features began to grow, like a plant rising, seeking the light. Plants could not survive without sunlight. Indeed, photosynthesis was the key to their survival. Well, Puller would not be living much longer without this image coming to full fruition. He worked away for another half hour and then reached the point where the heavy lifting was finished. Now he was simply filling in the edges. He sat back, put down his pen, and held the paper up to eye level. Staring back at him was a man Puller had not seen until very recently, a man he still did not know. That man now lay, he was fairly certain, in a morgue at Fort Leavenworth, as investigators attempted to figure out who he was, and what he was doing at the DB the night Robert Puller escaped, and why he was now dead. These were good, pertinent queries. Puller was fairly certain that he knew what the man was doing there. He clearly knew exactly how the man had died. Yet he didn't know anything beyond that. And he had to know. He had to know all of it. This puzzle could not remain unfinished, not if he wanted to survive, and because something always leads to something else. Chapter 11. John Puller had his marching orders. He had asked Daughtry, Schindler, and Reinhardt a few more questions and gotten a few more answers that might or might not lead to something. But at least he had the authority to operate out in the open. An email had come through from his CO empowering him to work on this investigation with the accompanying and necessary electronic trail of higher signatories. The suit and the stars definitely had the juice they claimed to have. He felt like he had just been rebadged. He didn't like slinking around trying not to be noticed. He wanted people to know he was on the case. He wanted to intimidate. Intimidated people with a guilty conscience often made mistakes. The only difference here was that the target of his investigation was his brother. Robert Puller was brilliant. Was he going to make mistakes? Didn't he know John Puller Jr. better than anyone? He knows how I think, how I tick, but then I know the same about him. However, these thoughts didn't make him feel good. They made him feel sick. He cleared security at the DB and walked up a flight of steps to the visitor's room. He asked to see the officer in charge, displaying his credentials and relaying his purpose for being here. The woman met Puller in her office. She was Captain Lenora H. Macri, in her 30s, short, trim, with salt and pepper hair worn in a bun. She looked wound as tight as a coil of wire, and her expression did not appear cooperative in the least. This was not particularly good for him, because she was now the DB's acting commander. "What can I do for you, Chief Puller?" she began curtly. "I'm investigating the escape of Robert Puller." "Right, your brother." She left the statement there, with all its inherent complications and insinuations. Then she added, "I find it extraordinary that you're involved in this case in any way at all. I have duly noted my misgivings with the appropriate channels." "Which you have every right to do, and which I don't need you to tell me," she retorted. "Blood is thicker than water, and what we need is objectivity. I fail to see how you can bring an unbiased perspective to this investigation." Puller shifted in his seat. "I'm a CID agent. My mission is clear, Captain Macri. Bring him back, brother, or not. I've been authorized to do this. If you have a problem cooperating with me, I need to hear it now." She held his gaze. "I have no problems, Mr. Puller. I think any potential problems will rest largely with you. Now, how can I help?" She had done that rather neatly, thought Puller. Not only covered her ass with the appropriate channels, but also put the onus on him to disprove her opinion of his being involved at all, while at the same time appearing cooperative. Only a captain now. But she must be bucking hard for her next promotion. Aren't they all? Puller went over the facts as he understood them and asked for her confirmation of them. "They're accurate," Macri said, "except for the shots fired and the explosion." Puller blinked at her. "Shots and an explosion. No one mentioned that." "Well, maybe you didn't ask the right questions. I'm volunteering that information in the interest of full disclosure. The shots and explosion prompted the calling in of reinforcements from the fort. Did you determine the origins of the shots?" "No, and the explosion?" Macri said. "I said explosion because that's what it initially sounded like." "You were on duty?" "Yes, I was. But many people heard the noises. They were quite distinct. So it wasn't really an explosion. As I just said, it initially sounded like one. However, we found no evidence of one actually going off." "Then perhaps it was the same deal with the shots." "It probably was because we also found no evidence of any shots fired. So just sound effects maybe. Actually, that's the only explanation that fits. As you probably know, guards do not carry weapons inside the prison. Thus, no shots could have been fired by them. All prisoners were searched. No gun or contraband of any kind was found, except for the escapee. You couldn't search him because he was gone." "Correct," conceded Macri. "But then some device had to make those noises." "I agree with you. We just couldn't find out what it was. But the investigation, as you know, is ongoing." "Were the guards searched?" Macri looked blankly at him. "The guards? If the prisoners didn't cause it, maybe one of the guards?" Puller looked at her expectantly. "Why would a guard do that?" "Well, if they'd been searched and the device found, you could have asked that question directly." "I refuse to believe that one of my personnel was involved in this. It's unthinkable." "Well, Captain Macri, if nothing was found on the prisoners and nothing was found in the prison, and unless you're randomly allowing folks in here to plant devices to cause a panic, it had to be one of the guards." She bristled at this, but said nothing. "And the status of your CO?" "Colonel Teague is on temporary leave." "Meaning he's the fall guy for this?" said Puller. "Meaning he's on temporary leave. Have you done an investigation of your own, Captain?" "A preliminary one has been conducted. As you well know, there are others here currently doing their own. MICID, other than you. Some folks from Washington, lots of cooks in the kitchen. And what did your preliminary investigation reveal? Macri said that Robert Puller escaped in a manner as yet undetermined. And the dead man, what about him? Has he been identified? Not yet, replied Macri. Anyone missing from the prison? Guards, support staff, civilians? And how about Fort Leavenworth? Everyone accounted for there? A thorough accounting has been done. There are no missing personnel at either place, but there's a federal pen here as well, and the Midwest Joint Regional Correctional Facility. All folks accounted for at those locations? She seemed taken aback by this query. I don't see how personnel at those facilities are relevant. If a prisoner had escaped from there, we'd know about it. And it's not like guards at those institutions could just walk into the DB. He stared at her pointedly. You're with the 15th MP Brigade. I know I am. Composed of the 40th and 705th MP battalions, she said impatiently. And your point. The 15th MPs are responsible for the operation of DB and the Midwest Regional. Colonel Teague was the commandant at DB, and also the commander of the 15th MPs from the 15th responded to the situation at DB and restored order. In addition, the 40th Battalion was largely created because the 705th was deployed to the Middle East to run the prisons over there. So the prison is guarded by the 15th and both its battalions, so are you telling me that they don't overlap in guard rotations? That no guard at DB ever works at the regional prison, or vice versa? She seemed flustered now. No, I'm not saying that or implying it. Then the personnel at those facilities are relevant to my investigation, correct? She finally nodded. I guess that's correct. I'm sorry if I misinterpreted your request. How do you explain the dead man in my brother's cell? I can't explain it. That's why investigations are ongoing. He decided to change direction. I'll need to see the body. She pursed her lips. Puller knew that, despite any animosity she might have toward him, Macri could not refuse this request. A murder always carried with it a body. And for him, as a CID agent authorized to investigate this murder, an examination of the body was always required and access never denied. I'll make arrangements. They have him at Fort Leavenworth. Thank you. You're welcome, she said curtly. I'll also need to check with the crews who restored the electrical power and repaired the backup generator. I can also arrange that. I'll also need to look at surveillance footage from the night in question. We lost power. But the cameras have battery backups. The ones in hallways and general areas do. The ones in the prisoners' cells don't. Why not? It was not designed that way. I can only imagine that if the main and backup power went out, the only problem would be prisoners attempting to flee from where the cameras could monitor them. They weren't concerned that they remain in their cells in such a scenario, as you probably know at DB. It's one prisoner to a cell. I know that, but still quite the blind eye when you think about it. No design is perfect, and I would imagine from this point on, cameras in the cells will also have battery backups. I thought the system was set up so that if the power failed, the cell doors automatically locked, and yet you had to call in the MPs. Why? Macri's features were suddenly pained. It seemed we were hacked. Hacked? How? As you said, our system is set up such that cell doors automatically lock when the power fails. That didn't happen. The cell door is unlocked instead. And a hacker caused this. How could that have happened? Unfortunately, some of our personnel bring in their personal devices, phones, iPads, and on their computers here, there is occasional breach of protocol as people log on to outside networks. It's not supposed to happen, but people are people. Leaving a way for a hacker to get in and rewrite your code so the cell doors opened when the power failed. Yes? Any leads there? No. But you've confirmed the hack occurred? Technically, that is still speculation, but I see no other way for it to have happened, Puller thought. Oh, I see at least one other way it could have gone down. I'll need to see all the footage you have, he said. Her lips pursed once more. I can arrange that as well. And the MP reinforcements from Leavenworth? I'll need to talk to the people involved in that. She gave a curt nod. Just to be clear, are you sure you haven't formed any theories, Captain, as to what happened? No, I have not. Not even any hunches. I don't like hunches, Mr. Puller. They often lead to mistakes, and mistakes often lead to the end of military careers. Well, I'll let you get on with your career then, As soon as you make the arrangements we just discussed, Macri gazed at him intently and then picked up her desk phone. Chapter 12. An hour later, Puller was leaning against a 50-gallon oil drum in a workshop facility near the DB. The man he was talking to, Al Jordan, had been the crew chief for the group that had repaired the blown transformers. He was in his early 50s with pewter gray hair and a barrel chest set atop skinny legs. So it was definitely the storm that fried the transformers. Jordan wiped his hands on a rag and then lifted his cap and wiped sweat from his brow. That's sure what it looked like to me. The two transformers were part of a small substation, encircled by a chain-link fence that was locked. The station had lots of safety devices built in, but that storm had enough power to do just about anything it wanted to. You can't trump Mother Nature. And the transformers were connected to DB? Asked Puller. Yep, along with other facilities around here. We got them back up and running as fast as we could. We didn't even wait for the storm to stop. Puller understood this. The military was mission first, not safety first. So anything unusual you might have noticed? Jordan considered this. I can't say that there was. Those transformers just blew, probably hit by the lightning. They were all burned up. Isn't it unusual that they both blew? Well, they're connected. One gets hit, there's going to be an effect on the other as well. Too much juice, anything can happen. You said they had lots of safety devices built in. Don't they ground them? Yes, in addition to other protections like an arrestor for secondary induced surges, but none of them are perfect. You get a direct hit with enough power. I don't care what you've done to avoid damage. That sucker is going. A lightning bolt can carry 120 million volts or more. You slam that into a transformer in a millisecond. Well, can you say boom? So, like an explosion. Very much like one? Could it have been a bomb? Jordan looked at him in surprise. A bomb? In a transformer? Yes. It could have taken out both transformers. What? To knock power out to the prison, you mean? Yeah. But they got backups, protested Jordan. They failed too, and a prisoner escaped, which is the only reason I'm here. Jordan scratched his cheek. I don't know if it was a bomb. I guess people who know bombs can check it out. Have they? Don't know. You talk to anyone else who's investigating this? I have. They asked the same sort of questions you did. But not about a possible bomb? What makes you say that? Jordan asked suspiciously. Well, you were surprised when I asked you about the possibility of a bomb. If they had asked you as well, I don't think you would have been surprised when I did. Oh, right. Well, they didn't ask about a bomb, as a matter of fact. Where are the transformers that blew? They took them away. Who took them away? Jordan shifted his stance a bit. Some people? Those people have names or credentials? They outranked me, that's all that mattered. So no names? Puller persisted. No releases signed. You had to cover your butt somehow. Jordan shrugged. I just took it on faith, I guess. Puller gave the man an incredulous look. Then you should reconsider your faith. The next stop for Puller was the backup generator. It was housed in a concrete bunker about 100 yards to the rear of the DB. The gas lines powering it ran underground. The bunker was also partially underground and surrounded by a 10-foot-high fence topped with concertina wire. There was a guard stationed there. Puller had called ahead and 2 men were waiting for him. He climbed out of his car and approached. They were in uniform and carried the ranks of E4 specialists. With their glasses and scrawny builds, they looked to him like nerds playing soldier. He gave a detailed explanation of why he was there, and they led him into the bunker and down a short flight of stairs until they arrived at 3 mammoth generators. I thought there'd only be one of them, said Puller. The electrical load requirement for DB is very substantial, said one of the E4s. These generators are run in parallel, but with sophisticated control features. It'll provide the load required, but not more, so the waste is minimal. What was the cause of the failure? Asked Puller. One specialist looked at the other, who cleared his throat. It was a fuel problem. Fuel? I thought the fuel it ran on was natural gas. These are bi-fuel systems, said the other E4. Natural gas and diesel. Why 2 fuels? Natural gas puts us at the control of the utility. Army doesn't like that. Something happens to the gas flow. We're shit out of luck. The way the system works, the main power fails. The diesel fuel component to the generator comes on and runs the system initially. Then the natural gas feed will be introduced by the system's controller into the fuel mix. After certain criteria are satisfied, the requisite electrical load acceptance, for example. The diesel also serves as the pilot light for the natural gas, which has an ignition temperature of about 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. That way, if the natural gas flow is interrupted, we have on-site fuel under our control. The system will typically run on a 75 to 25 gas to diesel mixture. So what happened to cause it to fail? You said there was a fuel problem? The best we can tell, there was either a diesel oxidation degradation problem or a microorganism contamination issue. In English? Said Puller patiently. The E4 explained, diesel can degrade over time. Oxidation can occur in the first year of storage, forming sediment and gum. When introduced into the system, they can clog fuel filters and injectors, just like gunk in a car engine. Now, microorganisms are introduced via water condensation in the fuel lines, which promotes bacteria and fungi. They feed on the fuel. They can form colonies that clog the lines as well. But I presume you have protocols in place that would prevent those problems from happening. When the men said nothing, Puller exclaimed sharply, "The Army has procedures for toilet paper usage. Are you saying they had none for maintenance of a power system for the military's most important prison?" The same E4 said hastily, No, they do. Lots of them, but it might have still happened. There was a lot of rain this year, and we got some underground seepage into the bunker. That could have caused excessive condensation buildup. And these generators are very near the end of their useful life. In fact, they should have been replaced about 2 years ago. Sequestration cuts brought the hammer down on that, pointed out the other E4. And the Army also bought some bad diesel that's been working its way through the system. Okay, so you checked out the generator and found the lines all what? Gummed up with microorganisms, sediment? That's pretty much what we did find, yes sir. And that caused the generator to fail. They both nodded. One added, and without the diesels serving as the pilot light, you can't ignite the natural gas. So, no fuel source connection. That means no power. And a prison with no locked doors, said Puller, as he stared at both men. So you two are the principal caretakers of this equipment? Yes, sir, they said together. Well, you might want to make alternate plans for your future. Meaning exactly what, sir? Asked one of them anxiously. Meaning that the Army in its infinite wisdom must affix blame for this clusterfuck. And you two are as likely candidates as any I've seen so far. The E4s exchanged a shocked glance as Puller headed out of the bunker and back to daylight. Chapter 13. Puller sat in the room and stared at the feed from the surveillance camera's capture of the events on the night his brother disappeared from the DB. The various loops had been compiled so that he could see essentially an all-inclusive feed. He had wanted the room darkened so his focus would be on the screen in front of him. The total feed wasn't long, perhaps 2 hours or so to record all that happened, and that counted the duplication from the different cameras. If he had been watching the feed from a single camera, the events would have taken less than 30 minutes total. It was remarkable that so much of significance could have taken place in such a short time. Puller looked through the feed initially to orient himself to the spatial parameters. Corridors, rooms, doorways. When the power went out on the feed, he leaned in closer to the screen and used his controller to take it in frame by frame. Blackout. Not much to see. Then the lights came back on, flickered, and then went back off. The cameras had built-in lighting, so he could make out the silhouettes of figures running, the bouncing beams of flashlights. There was audio, too, which he isolated. He listened to each individual voice. He doubted that his brother would have spoken, but he couldn't discount the possibility. The frames ran through, and not one time did he spot his brother. One problem was that the camera recording in his brother's pod was placed far away from his cell door. Puller had seen figures running up and down that hall, but none were recognizable. Perhaps the frames could be enhanced or better lighted, but that would probably take time. Then came the sound of shots that sounded like the real thing. The next sound was so loud that Puller jerked a bit, an explosion going off in the DB. After that came the reinforcements from Fort Leavenworth. They swept down corridors and took charge of the prisoners out of their cells, at least from what he could see. He sat back and drank down the rest of the bottle of water. This was going nowhere fast. He had transformers that had blown from a lightning strike during a storm that no one could have relied on to knock out the prison's primary power source. Then, according to Al Jordan, people had come around and taken the remains of the transformers. He had a generator that had gotten gummed up and two E4s who were probably going to get shit-canned, or at least receive severe professional consequences for letting it happen. He had gunshots and an explosion, or at least the sounds thereof that no one could as yet explain. He had no opportunity, no motive, no leads, and no suspects. He had nothing at all. And yet his brother was out there somewhere doing who knew what, maybe with enemies of this country. Because there was no way his brother had busted out of the DB without help, from inside, outside, or more likely both. He hit some more keys and brought up an image that was crystal clear. This had been taken before the power had gone out. He sat up straighter as he looked at his brother. Robert Puller was sitting on the bolted-to-the-floor bunk in his cell. The walls were cinder block, the floor smooth concrete. There was one window. There was a commode and a sink next to it, both built into the wall. There was a metal table and chair, again affixed to the wall. Robert Puller had on his orange prison jumper and sneakers with no laces. Laces could be transformed into rope, which could be used as either a weapon or a way to kill oneself. His brother was reading a book. His back was against the wall, his long legs stuck straight out in front of him. When the sounds of the storm were heard, Robert Puller glanced up from his book, but then went back to the pages. And then the power went out, and the cell went black. Then the generator kicked on, and the lights came back on, and so did the surveillance camera in Robert's room. Robert Puller was still on his cot, but no longer reading the book. His feet were on the floor, and he was staring at the door. In just a short time, the generator would fail and the blackness would return. Before that happened, Puller froze his brother's image, leaned closer to the screen, and peered deeply into Robert's features, trying to decipher the thoughts going through that staggeringly complicated mind. "Talk to me, bro. Show me something. What are you thinking? Are you waiting for something to happen? Are you expecting something to happen or not?" Puller observed, and not for the first time, how much he resembled his older brother. Both were tall. Both had the same nose, and both shared their father's angular jaw. The eyes were deep-set, giving each man a brooding look regardless of what they might actually be contemplating. But then again, all three Puller men tended to be brooders. His mind went back to when they were children. Bobby, because of his brains, had been the leader of the military brats on whatever base they had been living with their father. His brother had been the most sensitive, honorable person Puller knew, so sensitive, in fact, that the old man had taken to busting his balls about this perceived weakness. In fact, he had done it so often that Puller had memorized his father's spiel. "You can't command men in battle if they like you, Bob," his father had said. "They have to have equal parts fear and respect. And I would say fear is even more important than respect. Respect only gets you so far. Fear can get you through every damn obstacle devised by the enemy. Men will follow you to hell if they fear you, because failing you will scare them more than any other thing they will ever face on the battlefield. You remember that, son? You remember that if you remembered nothing else I've ever told you, Bobby had never gotten over this weakness, which was probably why he opted for the Air Force instead of the Army, and staked out his career with technology rather than guns and cojones the size of Nebraska. When Puller had found out from Captain Macri that the prison computer system had been hacked, he had initially thought that his brother, who knew his way around computers better than just about anyone, might somehow have done it. But then they never let his brother near a computer at the DB. And he'd been sitting in his cell and seemed genuinely surprised when the power went out. So if not his brother, who Puller was thinking, all of this when the door opened and in walked a woman about his age. She was tall, slender, broad-shouldered, and narrow-hipped, dressed in a black pantsuit with a white blouse. The collar flipped up in a way that even Puller, who knew nothing of women's fashions, thought looked sort of chic. She had shoulder-length auburn hair, a freckled face, and a flint-sharp nose. She looked like she had been an athlete in college and carried herself in a confident manner. "Agent Puller?" Momentarily thrown by this unusual greeting, he rose and said, "I'm Chief Warrant Officer John Puller, with the 701st CID out of Quantico." She put out a hand, "Veronica Knox." He shook her hand and she held up her creeds, which dangled on a lanyard. INSCOM, she said, referring to the United States Army's Intelligence and Security Command. Where are you based out of? He asked. I'm a floater going to the trouble spots. That's why I'm here. Okay, and your rank? Why? It's just sort of standard to know, Captain. Okay, ma'am. Puller's antennae were tingling. CID is already here investigating. I know they are, he said. You're not part of that team. I know that too, ma'am. You don't have to call me ma'am. All right. And the escapee is your older brother? She pointed out. I'm afraid it's 3 strikes and you're out, Captain Knox. She ignored this comment, sat down, and looked at the frozen image of Robert Puller on the screen. She flicked a finger at it. The man of the hour? Find any clues? Not yet. I know you have authorization to be here. We got that order, but why are you here? Same reason you are, trying to figure out what happened. Sid has enough free assets to double up on this. No, we're pretty much stretched thin like every other Army element, so, she said expectantly. So what? Why are you here? She asked again. Puller said, I've been ordered to investigate. I'm a soldier, so I follow orders. So am I. And I've been assigned to work with you. By who? Puller said sharply. You just need to know that I have been. If you want to find out the source, feel free. And you can't just tell me why. I don't know you, so I don't know if I can trust you. Not yet. You're not in uniform. Neither are you. I will be at some point. Maybe I will be too. She glanced at the screen again. You sure nothing caught your eye? Nothing. Let's hope we can get beyond that. The way she said this made Puller stare at her strangely. I've looked into the transformers at the substation and the generator. She shook her head dismissively. Lightning overload and microorganisms, and a pair of dumbass E4s who are going to get sliced and diced by their CO. Exactly the way I saw it, he replied, again watching her closely. So we're a team. She shrugged. Only because the Army says so, I usually work alone at CID. We work in groups. Different strokes, she retorted. What's your take on the sound-making device? Shots and explosion. She looked at the screen. Maybe your brother had it. Where would he get something like that? And there's his cell right there. You see anything like that in there? Because I don't. She shot back. I'm sure you know him better than I do. Maybe better than anyone, which might be the reason you're here. Puller eyed the door. You gone over the visitor's log yet? Next on my bucket list. Shall we? She held the door open for him after you. Chapter 14, as they walked down the hall. Puller said, You talked to Al Jordan, guy who replaced the Transformers? I did, Knox replied. And what? Did he mention anything that got your antennae up? Like what? She said, like the people who came and took the blown-up Transformers away? No, he didn't. Did you ask to see the Transformers? No, she said, okay. She stopped walking, and he did too after a few paces. He turned to face her. What are you driving at, Puller? Just asking questions and hoping to get some answers that make some sense. What about the Transformers? Everybody thinks the storm blew them up. And you don't think that was the case? She asked. I don't think anything, I just follow the evidence. But a pretty simple examination of the Transformers' debris would have shown whether there was a bomb involved. A bomb? She said skeptically. A bomb, he repeated. Can't blow something up without a few essential elements. The explosive, the detonator, a timer, or a remote switch. That I know. But your theory is someone blew up the Transformers and sabotaged the backup generator in order to break your brother out of prison? She paused, frowning. You didn't tell me you were a conspiracy freak. And you think a storm just rolled along, blew out the main power, the backup coincidentally failed? And my brother walked out on his own, taking advantage of an opportunity that had occurred in just a few seconds while a company of MPs from Leavenworth was charging in? And for some reason the sounds of gunfire and an explosion just happened to coincide with it all going down, and an unidentified dead body left behind? He cocked his head and looked at her more closely. And I can tell from the expression on your face that you've already thought of this, which means everything that came before between you and me was an act on your part. She registered surprise. Really? Based on an expression? He said, I interrogate people for a living. Reading faces is part of that. People can lie with words, but their faces, and in particular their eyes, give them away. They always do, and yours just did. So what exactly is going on here? She tapped her heel against the floor, her arms folded across her chest. This is a delicate situation, she said. Very delicate. He drew closer. I can see that, but feel free to elaborate on the point. I just know my marching orders were to tread lightly and to work with you, and that's what I intend to do. Nothing more to add, he asked. Not right now. Shall we go see to the visitor's log? The visitors' records at the DB were housed electronically. Puller and Knox were given access to them at a computer terminal in a cubicle adjacent to the visitors' room. Puller had decided to go back at least 6 months and maybe longer, if nothing stood out. They sat next to each other, knees occasionally touching because of their long legs and the cubicle's small space. After a while, Knox said, "You were a pretty regular visitor to see your brother. You have siblings?" "No." "Well then, maybe it's hard for you to understand." "Okay, but I don't see anyone else who came to visit him, Puller. Again, other than you, that is." "Neither do I." "So now what?" "The log shows no calls came into him other than from you." Puller studied the screen. "But this really doesn't tell us the whole story." "Meaning what?" "Meaning computers only regurgitate what someone puts into them." He rose. She looked up at him and said, "Now where?" "To do some real investigative work, such as talking to people." It took the better part of the rest of the day, and they had to speak to numerous people and look at paper records, and then talk to supervisory officers, and then go back to people originally interviewed. When they were done, it was 9 p.m. "You hungry?" said Puller. She nodded. "Breakfast was a long time ago." "You know Leavenworth?" "Not that well." "Well, I do. Come on." They drove in his car to a diner on the main street where everything on the menu was fried in grease that was probably as old as the building, which said 1953 on the wall over the entrance. They both ordered their meals, Puller, had a beer while Knox sipped on an iced tea, heavy on the ice. "What we're about to eat will mean 5 extra miles on my morning run," she said, giving a fake grimace. "You've got some room to spare," he noted. He took a sip of his cold beer. "Crew or basketball in college?" "Both. Impressive. Multiple sports in college. Tough thing to pull off these days." "Well, it was over 15 years ago, and it was a small college, and crew was a club sport at Amherst." "Amherst. Great school." "Yes, it is. And what brought you to the Army?" "My mother." "She was in the Army?" asked Puller. "No, my father was. He maxed out as a full colonel, finished up at Fort Hood." "Okay, I'm not getting the reference to your mom, then." "She said anything my father could do, I could sure as hell do better." "They're divorced," she added, perhaps unnecessarily. "I take it you don't get along with your father? You take it, right?" She drank her iced tea through a straw and then fiddled with the paper the straw had been wrapped in. "I looked you up, of course. Your father is John Puller, Sr., Fighting John Puller." "That's what they call him. A true legend. They call him that, too. I hear he's in a VA hospital." "He is. Is he doing okay?" Puller glanced away and then looked directly at her. "He's doing. We all get old, right? If we live that long." She eyed the scar that ran along the side of his neck to the point where it dipped down his back. "Fallujah?" she asked, indicating the mark. "Mosul, my Fallujah souvenir is on my ankle." "I did a tour over there, too. Nothing on the front lines," she added firmly. "Nothing to do with me, everything to do with the Army." "I've heard that before," said Puller. "No mark against you if they wouldn't let you fight at the front." Still, a mark, Puller. But things are changing and fast. Things had to change. 21st century. No way around it. He raised his bottle of Coors in salute. "Agreed. Some of the toughest soldiers I ever served with were women. They remained silent until their meals came, and they didn't speak as they ate them. When the plates were cleared, Puller came back around to why they were really here. "Did you see what I saw in the interviews and paper trail?" he asked. "Tell me what you saw and I'll answer you. Let's say the visitor's log is accurate, and I'm the only one who visited my brother during the last 6 months. Okay. If he didn't talk to anyone else on the outside, then we need to look inward. Someone at DB." Puller nodded. "Wouldn't be the first time a prisoner has been aided by someone on the other side of the cell door. I'm pretty sure it would be the first time at DB. and the computer system was hacked, ensuring the doors opened when the power blew. Now that definitely smacks of an inside hand. This was the other option Puller had been considering when Macri had told him about the suspected hacking. That makes sense, agreed Knox. We need to talk to every guard who was on duty that night. That's a lot of guards. He sat back looking and feeling put off. You got something else to do with your time? No. So what would we be looking for? An off answer, a look, a hesitation. And we need to comb through their history, see if anything pops. That could take a long time. Puller slapped the table with the palm of his hand. I don't care how long it takes, Knox. All I care about is setting this situation right. And what exactly does that mean to you, setting the situation right? Capturing your brother and returning him to prison safely. What else would I mean? He said slowly. She studied him. I wonder. But if this was an inside job, it might involve more than just a guard. And that, for me, is far-fetched. It's not far-fetched if it turns out to be true. Maybe the picture is a lot bigger than we think it is. And maybe it isn't. Have you been briefed on my brother? Stratcom. Puller nodded. And you know what that entails? That could be the motive right there. Our enemies snatch him for his brains, use what he knows against us. So now you've moved on to spies? She said skeptically. A mole at DB. Do you have another explanation? He said tersely. No, she admitted. I don't. We still have no idea who the dead guy is or what he was doing there. I've made arrangements to see his body in the morning. That is a puzzler, she admitted. I mean, how do you get into a prison and get yourself killed and no one sees or hears anything? It might be easier than you think, Puller said. Knox looked at him expectantly, but he didn't elaborate. Instead, he said, And who ordered you to babysit me? I wasn't ordered to babysit you, she said sharply. Puller ignored this. Was it Schindler Daughtry or Reinhardt? Her face twitched at the last name, so Lieutenant General Reinhardt. 3 stars do tend to capture a captain's attention, especially if you want to move up and beat your old man's rank. Might be a nice shortcut career-wise. She looked away. Puller, you don't know what you're talking about. You're really off on this whole thing. He laid down some cash for his part of the meal. I'm sure Reinhardt will reimburse you for your dinner tonight. You were still on duty, after all. He rose. Hang in there. Where are you going? To bed. She didn't say anything right away, just held her gaze on him. Finally, Knox said, Why don't I believe that? They went their separate ways. Puller had not even asked where Knox was staying. He doubted it was at the same motel. There weren't that many guests there. He probably would have seen her. He pulled into the parking lot and cut the engine, got out and looked around. There were 2 other cars parked in the lot, neither of which had been here when he'd left in the morning. They were clunkers, both with out-of-state license plates. That didn't bother him. His was an out-of-state plate, too. This was probably a motel where folks traveling east or west, north or south, would pull in for a night's sleep before heading on. Being in the middle of the country, Kansas, he knew got a lot of such traffic. He jogged up the steps to his room on the 2nd floor and walked along the exterior passage to his door. The next moment he had pulled his M11 and curled his finger around the trigger guard. His door was open, not by much but enough. He distinctly remembered locking it that morning after leaving the light on for his cat. And this motel did not provide daily maid service. You'd never see the maid because she only showed up when you checked out. If then, he slid to the side of the door and eyed the gap, not wide enough to see anything. He nudged it open farther with his foot. He had both hands on his weapon and the next moment was inside the room, in a crouch, his M11 making defensive arcs in the air as he looked for a target to fire on. He didn't find one, but he saw 2 things. First, AWOL was curled up in a ball on the bed. Her slow breathing and languid toss of her tail showed him his pet was just fine. The same could not be said of the person next to her on the bed. Puller eyed the bathroom door and cleared that and the shallow closet, before coming back over to the bed and looking down. Air Force Brigadier General Tim Daughtry was quite dead. Chapter 15. The old motel probably had never seen so much activity. Local police were clustered around, talking, moving, observing, and otherwise getting in the way. An Office of Special Investigations or OSI team had been flown in to head up the investigation. They were the Air Force's counterpart to Puller's SID. The Air Force had never lost a general in this way before, and as Puller surveyed what was going on, he knew that every agent was taking special care to do things by the book. He had been interrogated 4 times so far, once by the locals he'd summoned by dialing 911, then by a team sent over from Fort Leavenworth, next by a team of FBI agents in blue windbreakers and caps who looked grim and asked pointed questions, and at least it seemed to Puller, didn't entirely believe his story and were very curious about whether his brother had tried to contact him. When he had said no, the disbelief in one of the agent's eyes became palpable. Finally, he was interviewed by the OSI personnel after they'd barged onto the scene and staked their claim as the lead investigative agency. The locals and the Army team had quickly backed down, though the FBI guys had pushed back some. Puller had found that the Bureau did not back down from anyone. His statement had never varied. He had met with Daughtry along with 2 other high-ranking personnel from the government. He had been assigned to investigate the escape of Robert Puller from the DB. He had been working the investigation from morning till night. He had arrived at his room about 11:15 and found the general shot dead in his bed. Puller had briefly been a suspect until Veronica Knox had shown up and corroborated that he had been with her up until a few minutes past 11 that night. Prelims on the TOD, or time of death, indicated Daughtry had been killed around 8 in the evening. That could change some, plus or minus, but for now Puller was in the clear. Puller had gotten a text from Schindler about an hour after the news had broken about Daughtry. The NSC suit wanted to meet. Puller had lagged that request because people had been grilling him, and he also didn't want to leave the crime scene. He wasn't investigating it for obvious reasons. He had only been preliminarily crossed off as a suspect, and that status could change, and OSI had made clear it was the lead agency because Daughtry had been a flyboy. But he still wanted to watch what was going on. Puller had seen with his own eyes that Daughtry had been shot once in the direct center of the forehead. There had been no gun evident, no signs of forced entry, though the lock on the motel room door was not complicated. There had been little blood on the bed or on Daughtry, which told Puller a great deal. At this time of year, the sun set a little after 7. It got truly dark about 30 minutes later. Puller had gotten here about 11:15. Based on Daughtry's presumed time of death at around 8, that meant there was a nearly 3-hour window, give or take, in which Daughtry had been killed and then left here, because he had been left, not shot here. I can see the wheels grinding. He looked up to see Knox standing next to him. Exciting evening, she said, surveying the activity in the room. A bit more than I wanted, yeah, said Puller. So what's your take? He wasn't killed here. He was shot elsewhere and his body dumped here. Lack of blood, bodily fluids, and other forensics residue, said Knox, and Puller nodded. And there was a large exit wound on the back of his head, but the pillow wasn't damaged from the fired round, and there was very little blood on the pillowcase. So the heart had stopped pumping a long time before he was dumped here, and the room was clean otherwise. OSI figure that too, asked Knox. Yes, at least from the little they've told me. For obvious reasons, they can't share a lot. My statement should have cleared you. It did, for now. Thanks for giving it, just telling the truth. But why your room as the dumping ground? Putting up a barrier to my investigation? Sending me a message I don't understand as yet? Just messing with me. Take your pick. We talked to a lot of people yesterday. They all know you're on the case. Maybe you made somebody nervous. He shrugged. Maybe I did. The question is who and why? Knox looked over as they lifted Daughtry from the bed, put him in a body bag, and carried him out on a gurney. The OSI team was congregated in a corner going over their notes. Puller could see. There was little evidence to be collected here other than the body. The local cops, with really nothing else to do, trailed the gurney out of the room. One of the OSI team came over to Puller and Knox. Chief Puller, I'd like to know more about your relationship with General Daughtry. I didn't have a relationship, I had an assignment. Was he the only one who assigned it to you? As I said before, there were others, but I'm not at liberty to disclose their names. Well, I'm going to have to insist that you do. This is a murder investigation, Puller. We've checked you out. You're sit-eyed. You know how this works. Murder trumps all. Not necessarily, said Knox. And the OSI man turned his attention to her. She flashed her creeds. You gave Puller his alibi. No, I told the truth, and there were lots of people in the restaurant where we ate. You can get their statements. Already working on it. I don't see INSCOM personnel every day. I would hope not. Is there something bigger going on here that I don't know about? And could it have to do with a high-profile prisoner going missing from DB who was also in the Air Force? He glared at Puller. And who happens to have the same last name as you? He shook his head. Apparently at the perceived absurdity of the situation, Puller said, I don't want to impede your investigation, because it would piss me off if someone were obstructing mine. Let me make some calls, and then I'll tell you all I can tell you, but I take orders too. From a higher authority than either of us. The OSI agent stared at him fixedly and then nodded. I look forward to your call, he put a hand on Puller's shoulder. And you don't plan to leave the area? Not right now, said Puller. But that could change. Don't let it change without contacting me, the man said firmly. After he walked off, Knox said, you should make that call because the OSI guy doesn't look to be of a patient nature. Puller pulled out his phone and walked outside. 30 minutes later, Puller was sitting across from Schindler and Reinhardt at a facility just off base from Leavenworth. Schindler looked harried. Reinhardt looked calm but subdued. Puller had given them a succinct report of his investigation so far, but leaving out, for his own reasons, the part about the blown transformers being taken by people. Okay, you're filled in. Now you need to tell me what you want me to do, said Puller. OSI wants your names. Reinhardt shook his head. That won't be happening, Puller. I'll run the interference on that. They'll back off. Right, said Puller, not sounding convinced of this. You've got the facts. Your guy was shot somewhere else and left in my room. If it was done to try to incriminate me, it was done pretty amateurishly, because I have a rock-solid alibi. For God's sake, can we first focus on who would want Daughtry dead? Interjected Schindler. Puller noted the man's tie was askew, his hair ruffled, and he kept picking at his fingernails. He'd expected stronger stuff from the NSC. Okay, he said. When was the last time you saw him? Schindler and Reinhardt exchanged glances. Reinhardt said, shortly after we left you, Daughtry left us. So, around 11 a.m. yesterday. Puller glanced at his watch. It was now 11 in the morning, and he hadn't yet gone to bed. Correct, answered Reinhardt. Did he say where he was going? What he was going to do? Someone he was going to meet? No, said Schindler. We flew in early yesterday morning, had our meeting with you, and then went our separate ways. Where was he staying, at Leavenworth? No, at the Hilton downtown. I did hear him mention he was going to make a run down to McConnell AFB in the next couple of days. The Air Force base near Wichita? Asked Puller, and Schindler nodded. He was a one-star, wasn't he, traveling with a staff? Entourage? Security? If so, they traveled here separately, said Schindler, and Reinhardt nodded in agreement. We flew out together on an Army jet. General Reinhardt had his people with him. He's staying in officer quarters at Leavenworth. I'm also staying at Leavenworth as a guest of the general's. Puller nodded and wrote all of this down. So who would want to kill Daughtry? Any ideas? Neither man said anything. Does that mean you have no ideas? Or you can't tell me the ones you do have? Every man of his rank has made an enemy of someone, said Reinhardt. But I wouldn't think to such a degree that they'd blow a hole in his head. He was assigned to Stratcom, said Puller suggestively. Maybe the reason comes from there. I'll make inquiries, said Schindler. Reinhardt added, Stratcom, after all, is why the three of us were interested in this in the first place. OSI will be on to that angle as well. You can count on that, said Puller. As I said, I will run the interference on that, said Reinhardt. Different branch of service, Puller pointed out, putting away his notebook. I'm not without influence over there, said Reinhardt. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was the best man at my wedding, right out of West Point. Schindler said, Puller, your mission is still to find your brother. His escape may not be connected to the death of General Daughtry, or it may be the reason for it, replied Puller. Or, said Schindler, your brother might have been the one who killed him. Chapter 16. Puller checked into another motel about a half mile from the other one. He locked the door and put a bureau against it, pulled the shades, put his phone on silent mode, turned out all the lights, lay on the bed fully dressed, and fell dead asleep for over 6 hours with AWOL next to him purring and licking her paws. When he woke, it was dinner time and he had a voicemail on his phone. It was Knox. She wanted to meet. He didn't call her back. At least not yet, because he didn't know if he wanted to meet. And he also had a few phone calls to make. Later, he showered and changed into jeans, a windbreaker, and a white collared shirt. He slipped on his shoes and finally called her back while sitting on the bed. "So, where the hell have you been?" she said, after 2 rings. Already got me on her contacts list. Interesting, he thought. "Sleeping?" he said. "Nice." "Yes, it was, thanks. What's up?" "Developments." "What are they?" "Let's do it face to face," she said. They met at the same diner where they'd had dinner the previous night. He had a slab of ribs coated in a Jack Daniels rub, coleslaw heavy on the mayo, a side of salted steak fries, and a vegetable that looked green but was otherwise unrecognizable. He was washing it all down with a Budweiser. Knox had a chef's salad with dressing on the side and water. She looked his meal over and said, "You know, you could eat a little better." "Yeah. And I'm sure the processed meat in that salad and the chemicals in the dressing won't give you cancer in 10 years. She sat back and glanced glumly down at her salad. He quickly looked her over. She was dressed in blue slacks, cream blouse, and a matching jacket. She didn't look remotely military. He had wondered about this before. INSCOM on the creds. He figured he had mysteries at both ends of this sucker, and all down the middle, too. He finished eating, down to the last swallow of his beer, and looked at her expectantly. "Okay, let's talk developments," he said in a prompting tone. "I have info on the people who took the blown transformers." He wiped his mouth with his napkin and sat back. "How'd you do that?" he asked, slowly. "Made some calls and ran down some leads while you were taking your beauty rest." "Uh-huh, and they weren't with the military." "You got my attention, Knox. The bay doors are wide open, so drop the bomb." "That's all I have on that. They weren't military. I don't know who they are yet." "Al Jordan said they outranked him." "That sounds military." "I checked with him. It was just a figure of speech. Guys were in suits. No creds shown. He said they were very intimidating." "Uh-huh," said a clearly skeptical puller. "By the way, technical question. Do you treat INSCOM as military or not?" She gazed sternly at him. "What exactly are you implying?" "I'm not implying anything. I'm just asking a question. INSCOM is most definitely military. It's based at Fort Belvoir. That's an Army installation, in case you didn't know." "Know it well. My CID group used to be there before we got shipped to Quantico." "Well then," she said, almost daring him to make another provocative comment. He decided to take up the dare. Maybe it was the Jack Daniels rub on the ribs, or the little green things masquerading as veggies, which were now simmering uncomfortably in his gut. "I made a few calls tonight, too." "Calls to who?" she said stonily. "I've been in the Army long enough to have a pretty deep Rolodex. INSCOM was formed in 1977 at Arlington Hall Station in Virginia. Intelligence, security, electronic warfare, all at the level above Corps. Pretty big footprint." "Yes, it is. You're divided into 8 brigades and various intelligence, operations, and support groups and companies with a CO who's a 2-star, same rank as the guy currently heading up CID. I know the breakdown of my command, Puller. Feel free to skip the military history lesson." "Oh, and you have one more function." He paused. "The Central Security Service." She blinked but otherwise continued to look blankly at him. "Central Security Service?" he said again. "That's what they call INSCOM and its counterparts in the Navy and Air Force within NSA, because the National Security Agency is also part of INSCOM, or INSCOM is part of NSA, however you want to look at it. Funny, you neglected to mention that you were with Central Security. I would find it very hard to believe that anyone in your Rolodex would know whether I am or not." "Are you? Am I what? NSA?" She held out her lanyard with her creds on it. "It says INSCOM right here, Puller." "I know what it says," he replied, and then said nothing else. She let the lanyard drop and sat back. "And why would it matter to you where I'm actually attached? NSA, INSCOM, United States Army?" She shrugged. We're all Americans, Puller, all on the same side. He said nothing. He just sat there staring at her with an expression that finally made her look away again. He dropped some bills on the table for the meal and rose, she said, walking out on me again. It's starting to get embarrassing. People will surely talk, she quipped, but her look was bordering on panic. Take care of yourself, Knox. Puller, the last time we parted like this, you found a dead body in your room. Are you saying you're involved in that? No, of course not, but I have been assigned to work with you on this case. Well, I wasn't assigned to work with you now. I can't stop you from showing up, I guess. But here's where the partnership ends, at least on my side. You really need to rethink this. And you need to rethink whether dishonesty is really the best policy. I wasn't dishonest with you, she said sharply, but you weren't honest, so what would you call it? She folded her arms and looked away. This appeared to be an idiosyncrasy of hers, he noted, though he didn't know if she was truly not conscious of it or used it to gain an advantage somehow while she thought of another lie. She glanced up at him. Can we talk about this in a less public place? Not if you're just going to keep running in circles. I don't have time for that. I will be as frank as I can be. How does that sound? I guess we'll find out. He turned and walked off. She jumped up, dropped a $20 bill on the table and hurried after him. Outside, he was already standing at the side door of his car. I'll drive, you can talk, he said. She assented to this by opening the passenger door and climbing in. Puller hung a left at the next intersection and then headed away from town. Leavenworth wasn't that big, and they were soon out of the downtown business district and passing residential streets where houses dotted the dark landscape. She said, I need to know if I was positively identified by anyone you talked to as being with CSS. Why? Why do you think it's not like I advertise my position? So you're with Central Security. Did anyone? She persisted. No. So it was just a guess on your part. Not entirely. What do you mean? Every uniform I've ever met will automatically relay their rank and what unit they're assigned to. I go to the Pentagon or I go to buy groceries and see another soldier at the checkout. I say, hey, I'm a chief warrant officer with the 701 SID ID based out of Quantico. Before that, I was a sergeant, first class with 3rd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment out of Fort Benning. Rank plus squad, platoon, company, battalion, brigade, division, corps, it's all just part of the DNA. We're all attached to something, and we want you to know what that something is. Point of pride, point of belonging. It's a fact of being a soldier. There's no getting around it. And I didn't give you my rank until you asked, and I told you, she said resignedly, and didn't specify a particular unit, and when we first met you addressed me as Agent Puller. I'm a chief warrant officer. Anyone actually in uniform would automatically address me as Mr. or Chief, never as Agent. Strike two, she said, clearly irritated. And you just don't seem military to me, Knox? Is that right? She said in a slightly offended tone, and her body stiffened. Oh, you look to be in good shape, but that's not the issue. So what gave me away? I've been in the Army for 15 years before that. I was an Army brat from the day I was born. I can smell uniforms from under any layer they try to cover themselves with. And with you, I didn't get a whiff. He paused. Were you really in Iraq? Yes, she said quietly, but not in uniform. I was gathering intelligence. He glanced at her. So you weren't on the front lines? She didn't reply. Knox, I said. Pull over, she interrupted. What? Just pull over. He steered the car to the side of the road and shifted to park. She turned on the interior dome light, unhitched her shoulder harness, untucked her shirt, and pulled her slacks and underwear on the left side down to near the bottom of her left hip. Puller simply gaped, wondering what the hell was going on until he saw it. In the middle of the soft white skin was a long, ugly scar riding on her left hip that carried around to the fleshy edge of her left buttock. The scar was a dull red, the suture tracks still evident. Though the underlying wound it represented was probably long since healed, it still looked painful, she said. I got this courtesy of shrapnel from incoming mortars and RPGs. I was in a motorcade heading into Basra. Rebels were trying to retake it. They were closer and better armed than we thought. 5 of my people died. I wasn't sure I'd walk again. The shrapnel came really close to my spine, and I couldn't feel my legs for about 2 weeks. Turned out to be concussive paralysis due to the inflammation and swelling. But it finally went away after I lived on prednisone, and the surgeons finally got all the metal out, and I worked harder than I ever had in my life. And I eventually got all the way back, except when it rains. Then my hip and butt cheek ache like a bitch. All in all, I consider myself the world's luckiest person. A lot luckier than the rest of my team. Puller remained quiet for a few seconds and then said, "Just so you know, while I doubted where you came from, I never doubted your patriotism or your courage." She slowly pulled her slacks and underwear back up and tucked in her shirt. I can't believe I just did that. Hell, I've dated guys for months who never saw that. She paused and looked out the window. I just didn't want you to think I couldn't hold up my end of the load, Puller, because I can. I know this part of the world is still very much a man's world, but I'm damn good at what I do. Like your patriotism and courage, I never doubted that either, Knox. She turned to him. In my line of work, sometimes I have to deceive, but I don't like having to mislead people like you. Okay, said Puller. Anything else you need to tell me or can tell me? I had a dual purpose coming here. The first was to work with me. The second was to watch you closely. Why? He asked. I thought that would be obvious. Your bosses really think I'm involved in my brother's escape? No, that's not it. But they think he may try to contact you at some point. And why do you think he would do that? Because with your father the way he is, you're the only family he has left, and all reports indicate you two are very tight. So you hoped I would lead you right to him? She slipped her shoulder harness back on and clicked the latch. I never thought it would be that easy or clear, but we couldn't simply disregard the possibility. Everyone goes after the low-hanging fruit first. My brother is way too smart to make a mistake that stupid Puller put the car in drive and got back on the road. So where are we going? She asked. To see the body of the dead guy left in my brother's cell. I was supposed to go this morning, but as you know, another dead body got in the way. It's sort of late. Yeah, but if we wait any longer, the body might disappear like the Transformers. They drove along for a few minutes in silence. So are we good? She asked, breaking the quiet. For now, Knox. You know you can call me Veronica. He shot her a glance. I like Knox better. It seems to suit you. She frowned. In what way? He pushed the gas down and the Chevy jumped forward. As in Fort Knox, when he looked over at her again, she was actually smiling. Chapter 17. There were multiple possibilities. Robert Puller knew he was sitting in another motel room staring at his computer. The sheer arithmetic of the challenge was compelling. Officially, there were 17 American intelligence agencies. Officially. While much of the recent media attention had been focused, for good reason, on the NSA and the famous or infamous, depending on your position. Edward Snowden, the fact was the NSA was merely one cog in an ever-expanding wheel known under the rubric of the IC, which stood for Intelligence Community. With nearly 1,300 government organizations and 2,000 private companies in over 10,000 locations spread across the country, employing close to 1 million people, a third of those private contractors, all holding top-secret clearances or higher. The IC employed about 2/3 as many people in the United States as did Walmart by Executive Order 12333. The IC had 6 primary objectives. These were burned into Puller's brain. Yet there was one on which he was especially focused right now. It was catch-all that gave titanic power to the executive branch. Puller recited it in his head. Such other intelligence activities as the president may direct from time to time, encapsulated in those 13 words, was nearly incalculable discretion, with the only restriction being the size of the sitting president's ambitions. When it ran up against legal restrictions, government lawyers employed that loophole as an end run around the courts. And since Congress did little oversight of this area, the end run usually worked. When he was at Stratcom, Puller had not judged whether this was right or wrong. His work had benefited from these legal tactics. Now he had a slightly different perspective on them. Well, perhaps more than slight. The NSA was part of the IC. Legally, the NSA, which was known as the ears of American intelligence, could not listen in on the conversations of American citizens without a court order. But now, much of what the NSA and rest of the IC collected was digital, and the world's global data streamers had no national boundaries. Google, Facebook, Verizon, Yahoo, Twitter, and the like had data centers, fiber optic cables, switches, and server farms, and other such infrastructure all over the world. And because many solely American transactions took them over this foreign-based infrastructure, they were ripe for exploitation. Sophisticated sweep tools would unpack and decode the data formats used by the global internet providers, and built-in filters would analyze the content and select information for poaching, directing them into a buffer for 3 to 5 days of perusal before it was turned over to open up storage space. And because data collected by the IC overseas was largely unregulated, there was a massive collection of content and metadata from U.S. citizens, including email addresses of the sender and receiver, video, audio, and photos. So anytime you sent data over the internet, people you never intended to receive this information would in fact get it. And what would they do with it? Well, you'd never know until they knocked on your door one day and pushed their badges in your face and told you that your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was officially over. Puller bent low over the map on his computer and studied the possibilities. Nebraska, Colorado, Wyoming, Virginia, Maryland. If he really wanted to be all-inclusive, he could add in the states of Texas, Washington, and Arizona. That was the footprint, at least the most obvious one, of the IC's guts. One thing he knew he would not be doing, staying in Kansas. He set that particular problem aside for the moment and refocused on the man in his cell. He had a sketch of him, but a sketch had no value in tracking him down. You couldn't run a sketch effectively through a database. Or could you? He left his room, walked to his truck, and drove off. 2 hours later, he was back in his motel room with several things: a Samsung Galaxy tablet with built-in camera, glossy paper, a color printer, scanner, and a few boxes of art-related materials. He unwrapped these tools and set about his task of turning a sketch into something more substantial. He needed to turn it into a face with color and texture and points that a digital scan would better recognize. It was dark outside when he'd finished the picture. He was so hungry he walked to a nearby McDonald's and gobbled down a Big Mac and large fries, plus a giant Diet Coke to counterbalance the fat and sodium he'd just ingested, before going back to his room and moving on to the second part of his task. He took a picture of his drawing with the Galaxy tablet and downloaded it to the printer. He loaded the printer with the glossy photo paper and printed out a picture. He examined it closely under the light. Then he took a snapshot of the glossy print with his tablet camera. He downloaded that photo from the tablet to his laptop and brought it up on the screen. It looked more like a photograph now, the pixel images stark against the glossy background. Then he started to work on the photo, adding color to the skin, hair, and eyes. When he was done, he sat back and studied it again. Again he was satisfied, but the proof of how good it was would come in the next step. Using the software on his laptop, he hacked into the first database and ran the photo through the files held there. It took 30 minutes, but he did not get a hit. He spent the rest of the night running it through every database he could break into it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when he conceded defeat. For now, the unknown man would remain unknown. Again, for now, he was running a risk doing this. Access to the databases was monitored. Even though he had hacked in through a back door, there would be indications of the breach. They might try to track it back to him. They might succeed. If he had learned one thing spending most of his adult life in the cyber world, it was that there would always be someone better than you coming down the pixel path. There were 14-year-old amateur hackers and Xbox players out there whose skill would rival the very best the NSA had. It was just the way this area worked. If your brain was wired that way, you could do pretty much anything. And if you were fearless, as most kids were, you could hack into the Pentagon or Swiss bank accounts. It was all right there for the taking because pretty much everyone was connected to the digital universe. Somehow Puller slumped back on his bed, his belly grumbling as it still digested his fast food dinner. He had to sleep because he had to be well rested and on top of his game from here on. But his thoughts dwelled on the man. He had been someone, and knowing who that someone was would lead to someone or something else. The man had come to the prison for a specific purpose. Fortunately for Robert Puller, that specific purpose had not been carried out, because he thought, "I'm still alive." Chapter 18. The lights popped on, bright and harsh and direct. Puller and Knox blinked to adjust to this, and then waited as the door was opened and the body rolled out on a metal freezer bed. The military medical examiner was a man in his 50s with graying hair, a trim build, and large muscular hands. He looked a little put out because Puller's call had caused him to climb out of his bunk, get dressed, and show up here. He held a clipboard in one of those hands as he slid down the sheet with the other, revealing the body of a tall man in his 30s with close-cropped hair, a chiseled physique, and no facial hair. Puller noted the Y incision already carved in the man's chest, and the suture tracks that had sewn this massive post-mortem cut back together, with the organs placed neatly in the chest cavity. "Cause of death?" asked Puller. The ME pointed to the base of the neck. In layman's terms, a broken neck. "Manner of death?" asked Puller. "Someone broke it, so he didn't fall. Hit his head?" "No. It wasn't a compression injury with vertebrae collapsing on each other that you would associate with a fall like that. Nor was it an injury you would see in a hanging where the vertebrae are separated vertically. Here it seems that the neck was snapped horizontally." Puller looked instantly intrigued by this observation. Horizontal? Side to side? He held up his hands like he was gripping a head and then pulled one hand to the right and one to the left. "Like that? The me considered this?" "Yeah, pretty close. How'd you figure that?" "Any other wounds?" "None that I could find, and I looked for a long time." Puller looked down at the body, going over it inch by inch, starting at the head and moving to the feet. He bent closer and examined the forearms a second time. "What do you think those are?" he asked. The ME looked where Puller was pointing. There were 3 slight indentations in the skin. They were uniform and evenly spaced. "I noted those. It might have been an article of clothing or something else he was wearing that made those impressions. Or he might have even been bound somehow, although I'm not sure how that could have been the case. He certainly wasn't found tied up in the cell. What clothes did he have on?" "Jeans, long-sleeved shirt, and canvas boat shoes. So he walked into a max security military prison dressed like that," said Knox. "Are you kidding?" "My job is to check the body and make my report on the cause, time, and manner of death," replied the ME, stifling a yawn. "You guys get to play Sherlock Holmes." "And what was the tood?" he asked Puller. "They called me in right when they found the body. He'd been dead at most 2 hours. You got an ID on him yet?" asked Puller. "Nothing popped on the fingerprints or facial recognition databases, and they usually do for those in the ranks. I took a dental impression and also DNA samples." "They'll be sent up to Afdil in Dover," he said, referring to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Lab. Puller said, "Can you ask for stat service? Otherwise it could take weeks. Even with an expedited reply, we're looking at 1 to 4 days." "I can, but there's a backlog these days. Not as bad as when Afghanistan and Iraq were going full bore," pointed out Knox. "No, and thank God for that," said the ME. "Can I see the flip side?" asked Puller, indicating the dead man. He helped the ME turn the body over. Puller again started at the top and worked his way to the bottom, and once more he leaned in closer. This time when he reached the calves, the traces were barely visible, but they were also 3 in number and uniformly spaced. "Did you see these?" he asked. The ME leaned in and then used a handheld light with attached magnifier. He pointed to one faint line. "I thought that one might be from his sock line. But I didn't see the other 2, he added in a distressed tone. "Although his legs are particularly hairy, you must have great eyesight." Puller straightened. "I saw them because I was looking for them based on what I saw on the forearms." He helped the ME roll the body back to its original position. "What do you mean?" Knox asked. Puller didn't answer her. He glanced at the ME. "Will you let us know as soon as you have an ID on this guy? He looks military, but he might not be, particularly if he doesn't show up in the databases." The ME nodded. Puller leaned down and more closely studied the dead man's features. "He actually looks Eastern European. Jawline, nose, cheeks, forehead." He lifted up one of the hands. Calluses, heavy one on the right index finger's top pad. Knox bent closer and looked at the finger. "From friction with a trigger?" Puller nodded. "Maybe. Can I see the teeth?" The ME used a tool to open the mouth and lever back the lips. Puller peered inside the mouth. Guy's never been to a dentist. Bad teeth, but no metal. He nodded to the ME, who let the mouth close. Can you run an isotope toxicology on the hair? With that you can tell where he's from? Or at least where he's been recently, right? The ME said, That's right. Hydrogen and oxygen isotopes transferred to hair from food and water taken in by the person as well as from the air they breathe. His hair is pretty short, so it won't give me a broad spectrum to work with. Head hair grows at a rate of about 1 to 1.5 centimeters a month. With hair as short as his, any answer will be locked into where he was recently. I think that might be good enough. Understand that while the U.S. has a pretty good isotope map on water and air differentials, other countries may not. If he's from some obscure third world nation, we might not get a hit. We'll never know until we try. As soon as you can get it done would be appreciated. Roger that, Chief Puller. And Doc, said Puller. The ME looked at him. Keep what we just discussed on the QT for now, okay? The ME's brow wrinkled. But I have reports to make. And just for now, QT, okay? For a lot of reasons. One of the major ones being, I don't see how any of this happened without some help on the inside. So that means we might have someone playing against us who we think is on our side. The ME gaped at him and then closed his mouth. He nodded curtly. Right. Puller walked down the corridor so fast, Knox had to hustle to keep up. Where are you going? To look at surveillance camera footage. At this hour? Why, you got a date or something? But we've already looked at the feed from inside the prison. But we haven't looked at the feed from outside the prison. Hold it right there, said Puller, and Knox clicked the key to freeze the frame. They were sitting in a cubicle at the DB reviewing the surveillance camera footage from the entrance to the prison. Puller ran his gaze over the trucks that had just rammed the front gates of the prison. Now do it in slow motion. She did so, and Puller started to count, jotting down numbers in his notebook. He had her back up the video and repeat the process twice. When he'd finished, he said, Okay, let's see the exit. She brought this footage up and then hit the computer keys to make it move forward slowly. She watched as Puller started to count again. He had her repeat the video as he had done before, and he wrote down more numbers. When he was done, she stopped the feed and sat back, looking at him expectantly. Well, she asked. Fort Leavenworth dialed up an entire company of MPs to take control of DB. They came in 6 heavy trucks, 4 platoons totaling 132 men, and the leadership component a captain and his first sergeant. Okay? The 6 drivers stayed with the vehicles, but I counted 133 men in riot gear getting off those trucks, plus the captain and the first sergeant, so 135 men in total, when there should have been only 134. So 1 extra? And I counted 135 men coming out of the prison in riot gear. They climbed into those trucks and drove off. So the numbers tally? But we still have the extra guy. But what if the dead man was one of the platoon members going in? She shot him an astonished look. What? The strap marks on the body. The ones on his arms, I think, were from hard-shell forearm and elbow protectors, and the parallel marks on the calves were from the straps on the shin guards. But Puller, that's riot gear, he nodded. The same gear we just saw on the video feed. That means our dead guy might have been part of the reinforcements sent from Fort Leavenworth. But obviously he didn't come back out. Puller observed, but we have the same number of soldiers coming out as went in. What does that tell you? Knox thought about this for a few moments, then her eyes widened. Shit, your brother took his place? Puller nodded. He could have broken that guy's neck, dressed as him, and escaped that way as part of the MP reinforcements. It was dark, chaotic. They wouldn't do an ID check on a guy in full riot gear, so he climbs back on one of the trucks, which returns to the fort. 4 platoons of soldiers climb off, go their separate ways, and he just scoots off the base. She looked at him, obviously impressed. Puller. That is some damn fine deducing. I never would have picked up on the number of MPs going in and out. Puller looked thoughtful. But it would be difficult to do all that in the dark, remember, no lights in the prison. My brother would have to kill a guy who was armed and probably armored without anyone seeing or hearing anything. Then he had to get all that gear off the body and then put it on all in the dark. Lots of potential holes in that theory. There was also lots of noise to cover up anything they were doing. The dead guy no doubt had a flashlight in his gear pack. If the cell door was closed, or his team saw him clearing that cell, there would have been no need for anyone else to go in. I think you figured out how it all went down. Puller didn't respond to this. Knox, who had been tensed, relaxed. Look, I know this must be really hard for you. Why? Because he's my brother. No, because he's your sister. Of course, because he's your brother. You're wrong. He's not my brother. Right now, he's just an escaped prisoner who may or may not have been involved in the murder of an unidentified person. Well, I think you just answered one really big question, how he got out. Yeah, and created about a dozen more. Chapter 19, Puller was driving, and Knox sat beside him staring moodily out the window. How did you think of the manner in which the neck was broken, she asked, turning to him. A horizontal break? You showed them me how it could be done. The snap crackle pop. At least that's what we call it. It's a technique they teach in the Rangers and the Marine Corps. It's used to quickly kill, typically perimeter security of a target you're trying to take. Hand and forearm cups the top of the head. Other hand and forearm rests at the base of the neck. You apply the requisite foot-pounds of force in separate directions. The neck snaps right in two, clean and quick and silent. But they don't teach that in the Air Force. I don't know what they teach in the Air Force other than to tell their people not to jump out of a perfectly good plane. They leave that to us, grunts toting rifles and 80-pound rucks. Okay, but did you by chance teach your brother the maneuver? Now Puller glanced at her. Are you interrogating me? No, just asking a simple question I don't remember. That's my simple answer. She glanced once more out the window. Looks like a storm is rolling in, she observed. Then maybe we'll have another blackout and another prison escape, retorted Puller. She shot him a glance. Don't even joke about something like that. We need to ID that guy. I know, and I don't want to wait however long it's going to take the guys in Dover to do it, and since I don't think he's an American, they probably won't find anything anyway. And the ME said he didn't get a hit in the military database off the prints or facial recognition, so it's doubtful he's military. At least not our military. Which leads to another question. What's that? 4 platoons. Right, but now we think your brother might have taken the dead guy's place after killing him. She tacked on, perhaps just to see Puller's reaction. He ignored this. How did the dead guy get into Fort Leavenworth, and how did he manage to join a company of soldiers going to quell a possible crisis at DB? Well, he must have gotten onto the base somehow, and it was chaotic. If he was dressed in riot gear, I doubt anyone took the time to do roll call. Which means this all was planned out, Knox. The transformers blowing, the backup gas generator breaking down, the sounds of explosion and gunfire. The Army manual is clear on that. You call in reinforcements. Whoever planned this, they knew how the Army would react, and they had a guy at Leavenworth ready to join in. But why Puller? What was he going to accomplish? Helping my brother to escape, maybe. But the guy ended up dead. Puller said, maybe the plan changed. Maybe someone else other than my brother killed him. How was he planning on getting your brother out? There's no evidence that he had a second set of riot gear with him. Your brother probably took his gear. In fact, that's the only way he could have gotten out. So the guy had to die, and they were about the same size. She looked at Puller. Your brother's about 6'3", about 200 pounds or so, around that? So was the dead guy. But why go in on a mission like that if you know it's suicidal? Maybe he didn't know it was suicidal, replied Knox. Well, if he didn't, then he had to believe he was going in there for some reason that had the possibility of him getting out alive. And we have to find out who came and took those transformers. He eyed her pointedly when he said this. That's what started this whole chain of events. The transformers blowing Puller. I don't know who did that. I'm telling you the truth. I did some reading online. INSCOM conducts operations for military commanders. No big secret, but you're also tasked to do the same for national decision makers. That term is both suggestive and fluid. Could include folks like the President, the Secretary of State, Speaker of the House. I'm not here on behalf of any of them, I can assure you. And the head of NSA also runs the U.S. Cyber Command. I was aware of that. Interesting. She shrugged. There's a lot of overlap. Some claim they're mirror images of each other, although NSA operates under Title 50, while Cyber Command checks in under Title 10 authority. Is that an important distinction? Maybe, maybe not. There's talk that the entities will have different leaders in the future. Fact is, they're now both full-time jobs, but they'll always be operationally related. And they're both based at Fort Meade. Yes? Kissing cousins, then. Not a term I'd use, she said, sounding slightly offended. Somebody came and got the Transformers, Knox, and the guy they took them from said they outranked him. But that's all he would say. That tells me he was told to say no more, even to the official investigators. Which tells you what? That there are multiple investigations, both official and unofficial, going on here along with multiple agendas. It's hard enough to solve a crime without all that baggage. And that baggage is definitely coming from Spook Central. I can feel it in my official army jockey shorts. Well, what exactly do you want me to do about it? We're a team, or at least that's what you led me to believe. So based on that, the answer to your question should be pretty obvious. You want me to find out if anybody on the intelligence side had anything to do with the Transformers' disappearance? He forced a smile. I'll make you into an investigator yet, Knox. Ignoring his sarcasm, she said, Maybe that's what I'm afraid of. Speaking of spooks, any ideas on Daughtry? If my brother killed the man back in the prison, he could have killed Daughtry. Why? They both worked at Stratcom. So you think that's at the center of this? I have no idea you know more about that world than I do. And it's a big one, a lot bigger than most people realize. Did you know that Cyber Command technically comes under Stratcom's leadership? He looked at her questioningly. But how does that work with NSA? It's all very incestuous, Puller. NSA operates from under hundreds of intelligence platforms. You never know where the tentacles are going to reach. Then how the hell does anybody keep all of it straight? I think that's the point. They don't want anyone knowing enough to keep things straight. Then they might have to start answering some tough questions. Makes congressional oversight damn difficult. Damn near impossible, amended Knox, which again is the central point. He eyed her curiously. These are puzzling observations coming from someone in the intelligence sector. Just because I work there doesn't mean I have to drink all the Kool-Aid. And have you wondered about something else? What? What your brother was sent to prison for. He was charged with national security crimes, treason. She said in a scolding tone, and you weren't curious about the exact circumstances? That's surprising for an investigator. I did wonder. I wondered a lot. As soon as I got back from deployment overseas, I checked into it. My brother was already in prison, but I did investigate and the file was sealed. I couldn't get anyone to even return a phone call or meet with me. Everything was completely hushed up. Not even the media really got wind of anything. It didn't make any of the newspapers, and I only saw one item about it on CNN. And then it just went away like dust in a black hole in space. So you don't know what he was convicted of? He glanced sharply at her. Why do you know anything about it? I think we might want to find out about it. Puller kept driving as he thought about this, she said. Or do you not want to know if your brother is really guilty or not? He was convicted. And in your experience, an innocent person has never been convicted? Not that many. One is too many, said Knox. But if the file is sealed on my brother's case, you're the investigator. You must have some ideas on how to find out things. And if I'm going to stick my neck out about these Transformers gone missing, you can do the same with your brother's case. And she said no more as they drove along right into the gathering storm that might as well have been inside the car as well as outside it. Chapter 20. He awoke at noon and slowly looked around. Robert Puller had been dreaming that he had escaped from the DB. So when he woke, he thought he would see the interior of his prison cell. But I did escape. I am free for now. A few minutes later he showered, careful to keep the soap and water off his altered face, and changed into his one other set of clothes. He would have to go shopping soon if he managed to maintain his freedom. He looked at himself in the mirror, if only to confirm that he still didn't look a thing like himself. He just needed to avoid being arrested because he couldn't change his fingerprints, DNA, or retinal marker. His belly grumbling again, he drove to a 24-hour diner and ate at the counter. Over his scrambled eggs, bacon, and buttered biscuits, he read the local paper, a copy of which was sitting on the counter. The story he stumbled on had not made the front page, and he wondered why. Air Force General found dead in motel room in Leavenworth, Kansas. He read on. Timothy Daughtry, age 43 and a one-star general in the Air Force, had been visiting the area on military business. He had not been staying at the motel, and there was no information on how he got there or the motive for his death, nor were there any suspects. There was a hotline number for people to call with information. Puller searched his memory. Daughtry, Timothy Daughtry. He didn't recall the name, but then again, the Air Force was a pretty big entity. It might be totally unrelated, or it might be directly connected to what was going on with him. He finished his breakfast and carried the paper with him back to the motel. He got online and did a search on the dead general. There were numerous references to him, including a Wikipedia page. He ran his eye down the page. There it is. He was with U.S. Cyber, a command component of Stratcom. Daughtry had been assigned there just over 4 months earlier, well after Puller had gone to the DB. His career looked pretty straightforward. There was even a YouTube video of the man pontificating about military matters on some obscure show that probably only people in uniform, and only certain ones of those, would bother to watch. He seemed intelligent and straightforward on the video. Stupid people did not get assigned to Stratcom, but he was assuredly not straightforward. Such people also did not get assigned to Stratcom. In fact, reading between the lines of the video interview, Puller came away with the impression that Daughtry had learned more about the interviewer than the journalist had learned about him, or more importantly, about Stratcom. Yet now he was dead and they had no leads. Murdered in Leavenworth while there on military business, and what business would that be? U.S. Cyber Command was headquartered at Fort Meade in Maryland. The closest Air Force base out here was McConnell in Wichita. But if he were doing Stratcom business in this part of the country, he would have likely gone to Offutt AFB in Nebraska. The satellite office that Puller had worked at in Kansas had closed, and the operation had been consolidated at the partially renovated Offutt. So why was he in Leavenworth, Kansas? The answer seemed suddenly obvious. Because that's where I escaped from. As he looked at the face of the dead man on the YouTube video, Puller nodded. That had to be the connection. He had to be the connection. He looked at the newspaper article once more. The motel where the body had been found was a relatively short drive away. He was making no progress with his database searches on the dead man back at the prison. He was still debating when to head out of Kansas and onto another location that might yield answers. But he had time for a side trip. In fact, in some respects, he had all the time in the world. He left his room and got into his truck and drove back to Leavenworth. He found the motel, passed by it, and noted the military guards posted out front to secure the crime scene. The motel was like the one he was staying in right now in KC, cheap, rundown, as well as off the beaten path. A one-star's travel allowance would have paid for a much nicer place. Puller also knew Daughtry could have stayed as a professional courtesy in officer quarters at Fort Leavenworth. The various service branches were nothing if not hospitable to each other, if only to show off what they had. He parked on the street and doubled back, walking slowly past the motel's entrance before heading on. He reached the corner and stepped partway into an alley, keeping the place under observation. He felt his heart beating faster and knew that being out in the open like this was still a new thing for him. He had been on 23-1 at the DB, solitary confinement for 23 hours before being allowed out of his cage for a single hour. Now, to be freely walking the streets and filling his belly in a diner in the middle of dozens of people was a heady change. He refocused on the motel, and moments later his decision to come here paid off in a way Robert Puller could never have imagined. A white Chevy sedan pulled up to the curb in front of the motel. Puller locked on this ride because the make, model, and color screamed military. A man and a woman got out. When Robert Puller saw his brother emerge from the car, he froze, yet only for a second. Then he inched more deeply into the alley, but kept his gaze squarely on his younger brother's tall, imposing physical presence. What the hell was he doing here? This wasn't a CID case. And even if it were, the Army would never have allowed John Puller to work on it, if only because it might have a connection to his brother's case. The military not only disliked appearances of impropriety, it loathed them. But there he was in the flesh, and he was heading past the guards after flashing his creeds. The woman with him was tall, slender, and auburn-haired, but Puller did not get a good look at her face, so my brother is investigating this case. And I wonder what else he's investigating. Would the military really let one brother go after another? Robert Puller had thought a lot about his brother and what he would make of his older sibling doing a bunk from the DB and leaving behind a dead body. But never once, with all his brilliance and built-in paranoia from working so long in the intelligence field, had he imagined his brother working an investigation whose one goal would be to bring Robert Puller in, dead or alive, as melodramatic as that sounded. And certain people might very well prefer me dead. He waited for his brother to disappear from his line of sight and then left the alley and quickly made his way back to his truck. He was confident of his new face and altered appearance. But he had learned that his younger brother's powers of observation were far beyond the norm. Sometimes they were even scary, so he was taking no chances. He reached his truck, climbed in, and then just sat there. His thoughts were now totally focused on one thing, and they had nothing to do with a dead man in a prison cell. His brother was here, and Robert Puller did not even want to think about where things might end up. Things were already complicated enough now. What he was trying to do seemed impossible, because his little brother might be standing right in the way. Chapter 21. John Puller sat in his motel room staring at a wall. He and Knox had slept in after their late night. Then they had driven back to the motel where Daughtry had been found. Puller didn't know what he expected to find there the second time around, and ultimately he had discovered nothing new or helpful. Then he and Knox had spent the entire day running down more leads, but absolutely nothing had popped on any of them. Now it was night again, and their investigation hadn't progressed one iota, and something Knox had said was sticking in his head like a Ka-bar knife driven into his skull. Or do you not want to know if your brother is really guilty or not? Do I want to know or not? He slipped his phone out of his pocket. It felt like a brick. He thumbed through his contacts list until he settled on the one he wanted. He checked his watch. It was late and even later on the East Coast, but the person was a night owl. Puller knew many such night owls. He tended to be one himself. He listened to the phone ringing. On the third ring, he heard the gruff voice. "Yeah, Shireen. Who the hell is this?" The gruff had moved on to annoyance. John Puller. Puller heard a thump like a book had been dropped, and a clink like a glass with ice in it had just been set down. And knowing Shireen as he did, the glass was not filled with water, more likely gin with a splash of tonic and ice cubes, because as she had once told him, it was important to keep cool and hydrated. A few moments of silence were followed by, "John Puller, what are you doing with yourself these days?" Shireen Kirk, her full name. Puller knew was Cambrai Shireen Kirk, was a Judge Advocate General or JAG attorney. She'd had her professional shingle out for nearly 20 years and had been involved in several of the cases that Puller had investigated. Each of those cases had resulted in a conviction. She was now 44 years old, petite and thin, with reddish blonde hair cut in a bob and bangs that still showed plenty of her freckles, Irish sprinkles, she had called them once. She was based in D.C. and had a reputation for being brilliant, scrupulously honest, diligent, fair-minded, and a woman who would kick your ass if you lied to her regardless of military rank. And she could drink anyone of Puller's acquaintance, and that included many large male beer lifters of prodigious capacity, under the table, this and that. "Shireen," replied Puller. "We haven't worked a case in a while. Maybe we're about due." "Wait a minute. Didn't you just shoot somebody in Nebraska?" "Oklahoma, right. One of those flyover states. Saw something come across my desk about it. You okay?" "I'm fine. The other guy isn't. I didn't kill him, but he'll be walking funny for a while. Not how I wanted it to go down, but he didn't give me a choice. Where are you now?" "Kansas." There was a long moment of silence. Puller could almost hear her mind sorting through things and compiling data, with a conclusion soon forthcoming. "DB," she said. "DB's here, all right." "A little surprised you are," she said warily, as though she were being wiretapped and suspected a legal trap. "I was too." "But it's all official and authorized," she said in an incredulous tone. "You're not saying you're investigating the escape?" "That's exactly what I'm saying. Get off it. You're shitting me." No. Has the Army lost its damn mind? I can't really answer that. Then have you lost your mind? I hope not. Well, I hope your authorizations go about as high as they can go, otherwise I might be prosecuting you for about a dozen violations of military law, Puller. I wouldn't be here if they didn't, Shireen in writing. Sometimes a CO's memory sucks when the shit hits the fan. Got him in writing, Army 3-star and the NSC with trickle down the chain of command to my CO good enough for you? Well, Sonafabich, will wonders never cease. Why are you calling? If you're in Kansas, it's too far to catch a beer together. I'm calling about my brother. What would I know about your brother, other than he's apparently escaped from DB and you're there, apparently investigating a crime you shouldn't be within a continent of? That word apparently again. What about it? You're not the first to use it when talking about what happened. Well, of course, Puller. Think about it. People don't escape from DB. And do you believe for 1 second the Army wants to admit to something like that? The bigwigs are probably still praying he got stuck in a ventilation hole, and it was all a big misunderstanding. So my brother, she said nothing, but Puller could hear papers rustling and thought he detected the sound of a pen clicking. She seemed prepared to take notes. Whether this was a good thing or not, he wasn't sure. I need to find out about his case. His case, she said, his court-martial. Find out what? Basically everything. You don't already know about it? No, why not? It was sealed, I'm assuming, because of the issues involved. National security, she said, and Puller could imagine her head nodding and her perhaps frowning at this. He had found that Shireen Kirk did not like secrets on either end of a case. They were a lot alike in that regard. Right? But why do you need to know about his case? I'm trying to find him. If I knew what he went to DB for, it might generate some leads for me. He hoped the late hour had reduced the efficiency of her bullshit meter. Okay, she said slowly, skepticism oozing from both syllables. I think you'd agree that breaking out of DB is pretty remarkable. I think we can agree on that, and maybe he had helped to do it. So you think whoever he was involved with before helped him escape? It's a theory. He's been at DB for how long? Over 2 years. Long time to wait to bust somebody out. Not really. Not if you have to acquire the tools with which to do so inside. Help, you mean? That wouldn't come easily or cheaply. At least I hope it wouldn't, since it might implicate folks in uniform. Well, if the file is sealed, I'm not sure there's much I can do. And if you've been authorized to investigate this case, you should be able to get it unsealed going through appropriate channels. Maybe. Maybe not. But right now I prefer not to employ proper channels. And I was thinking that you might know people who could unseal it. That would take a court order, Puller, she said sharply. Because it would have taken a court order to seal it. Well, I remember from high school science class that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Yeah, and I remember from law school that a fool and her license to practice are soon parted. I'm not asking you to do anything unethical, Shireen, because I know you wouldn't. All I'm asking is for you to just see if there's any way I can find out about the case, something I can read, someone I can talk to. Anything is more than I have right now. The military never throws anything away. There has to be some record of it somewhere. There was another pause, and Puller started to wonder if she had hung up. Shireen? Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just taking a minute to pull my head out of my ass for even contemplating helping you. But you are contemplating, noted Puller hopefully. I'll make some calls. Anything comes of it, you'll hear from me. If nothing comes of it, you won't. Good enough? Good enough. Thanks, Shireen. Don't thank me. This shit stinks so bad it's a wonder you're still breathing. I know it's out of the ordinary. It's not just out of the ordinary, it's unthinkable. Letting you work on this case violates every rule the Army has. And you better get your head out of your ass and wonder why they're really letting you do it. Because I can't think of a single reason that would benefit you. 3-star and NSC approvals notwithstanding. She clicked off and Puller put his phone back in his pocket. He wasn't a lawyer, but he had spent enough time around them to know that they could smell a problem and potential downside from the other side of the world. They definitely looked at the glass half empty. And right now, maybe he should too. Why did they really want me on this case? Schindler, Daughtry, and Reinhardt had given him reasons for it. They seemed sound and plausible. But after what Shireen had just said, they didn't seem that sound or that plausible, and now Daughtry was dead. He was still thinking about this when he heard the woman scream. Chapter 22, his hand automatically dipped to his holster, and Puller slid out his M11. It had been a female screaming, no doubt about that. He hustled to the room's single window and peered out. 4 figures were there. There were 3 men and 1 woman, the one who had screamed. He wasn't speculating, she was screaming right now. He eyed the men. He couldn't see their faces. The exterior lighting was poor, and their backs were turned to him. He could see that 2 were roughly his size. The other was smallish. The woman was the smallest of them all, and a hand was around her throat as she was being dragged down the stairs. Puller punched 911 on his phone and reported what he had just seen. Then he threw open the door and stepped out in time to see the group disappearing into an alleyway next to the motel. He slipped quietly down the stairs, his M11 leading the way, and then sprinted across the courtyard. He stopped at the entrance to the alley and peered around the corner. Farther down the darkened alley, he heard the woman scream, and he heard struggling. There must be another exit from the alley. They might have a car waiting there. He picked up his pace, and then he was sprawling on the pavement, his gun flying from his grip. He rolled over and looked up. The 3 men looked back down at him. They were wearing ski masks. The woman was nowhere around. This was an ambush, and the girl was the bait. And I'm an idiot because I fell for it. 3 guns were pointed at him, so he had no choice but to get up slowly with his hands raised over his head. They made him walk down the alley to where an SUV was waiting. He was pushed in, blindfolded, gagged, and his hands bound with a zip tie. The SUV pulled off in his head. He estimated the drive time at about 30 minutes. That didn't help much in determining direction or destination, because the vehicle could have doubled back to throw him off. Since it was so late at night, the normal sounds of the city weren't as evident. But he didn't think they were still in the city. When they pulled to a stop, the door was opened and he was pushed out. His feet crunched gravel. He was led up a short set of steps through a doorway, and he heard it close behind him. He was pushed down into a chair and the gag removed. He waited. He wasn't going to open the conversation, for he assumed that was why he was here. Otherwise, he'd be dead. When the voice came on, it was hollow-sounding, like the speaker was standing in a hole. The person wasn't in the room. Puller knew this was all being done remotely. "Very cloak and dagger, I have to admit," said the voice, which had clearly been modified electronically. It sounded like Darth Vader, only on an indie film budget. But it might be significant, thought Puller, because he might not want his voice recognized. He remained quiet, waiting. Whatever the man said, it would be information he didn't have previously. And if he got out of this alive, it could lead to something. "I'm not here to make threats, Agent Puller. I'm here to appeal to your patriotism." "You could have done that over the phone." "That would have been awkward. I prefer this method." "Kidnapping?" "Let's call it an aggressive call for a meeting. With 3 guns pointed at me, I guess you can call it what you want. You're investigating Robert Puller's escape from prison. You hope to bring him back alive rather than dead." Puller kept his mouth shut. "I want to know what you've found out so far. Do you know where he is?" "No." "Do you have any promising leads?" "I must have missed the part ordering me to report to some voice." "It would be in all of our best interests if you were to cooperate." "Not how it works in my world. I'm a soldier. I have chains of command. I don't step outside them." "So you won't share your investigation results?" "You'll have to take that up with the United States Army." "You hope to bring your brother in alive. I tell you that this is not possible." "Why?" "This is not possible," repeated the voice. "If you won't cooperate, then I'm asking you to stand down." "I was ordered to investigate. I follow orders." "There are many outs for you on that score," said the voice. "The command for you to participate in this investigation runs against every protocol the military has. You should not be part of this. You will ask to stand down on those reasons. Your objectivity has been compromised, and understandably so. It's your brother, after all. The United States Army is many things, Puller, but it is not unreasonable, and you would know this how. Stand down, Agent Puller. That's all you have to do. The investigation will continue regardless of whether I'm part of it. That is not your concern. Will you stand down?" "No." "I will ask again. Will you stand down?" Puller said nothing, because he had nothing else to add to what he'd already said. "I can only add as an inducement that this is far bigger than a mere prisoner escaping from custody. Care to explain that?" "To answer that would require disclosures that I am not prepared to make. Suffice it to say, you have my word that I am a patriot. The good of the country is firmly in my mind for whatever actions have been taken in the past or will be taken in the future. You didn't say what country. I doubt it's mine. You were described to me as stubborn and tough and honorable. Those are all ideal attributes for those in uniform, but this, I'm afraid, is the exception that disproves that rule. Once more, will you stand down?" "No." "Then I'm afraid it's out of my hands." "Now you're threatening me?" "If only it were a threat, Agent Puller." "Now I'm afraid it is a fact." The voice cut off, and the quiet returned, and then he heard feet moving closer, and the rack on a weapon being slid back. Puller immediately tensed, his quads and calves bracing for what was to come. The blindfold was taken off, and he blinked quickly to adjust to the brightness provided by the overhead light. A moment later, Puller felt a gun muzzle placed against the side of his head, and then the shots shattered the window and blew out the light. Puller and the other man froze, and then the man with the gun turned toward the window from where the shots had come. That was the only opening Puller needed. He sprang sideways, thrusting his shoulder into the chest of the man holding the weapon. Bone, muscle, and cartilage met the same. Puller was the bigger man, with a 40-pound advantage on the other. They both flew backward in the direction from which Puller had attacked. As Puller had hit the other man with his shoulder, he'd locked one of his legs around the man's thigh and the other around his upper calf. Now he ripped the thigh one way and the lower leg the other and listened to the man scream as vital parts of his knee went helter-skelter. He and the now disabled man hit the floor, and their momentum propelled them along the smooth boards. The other man crashed headfirst into the far wall and was knocked out by the impact. Puller's hands were still tied behind his back. Very flexible for a big man. He turned the slide into a roll and slipped his bound hands under his legs so they were in front of him. He grabbed the toppled chair, swung it around, and crushed the piece of furniture into the chest of the second man, who had just rushed into the darkened room. The man had managed to get 2 errant shots off before he took the chair to the chest and hurtled in the opposite direction and then flipped over a table. He lay there panting and moaning with pain. Puller knelt next to the first man, searched his pockets, and found both his M11 and his cell phone. He snatched up the chair once more and flung it through the window. A second later, he sailed through the shattered glass and landed outside. He was on his feet in an instant, looked in front of him, and then chose a path in under 3 seconds. When in doubt, with people trying to kill you, there was no perfect answer. There was only action. He sprinted off in that direction and quickly reached a curve in the road that would put him out of the sight line of the house. A minute later, 2 men came careening out of the building where Puller had been held and looked around for their former captive. Not seeing him, they ran to the SUV, climbed in, and the driver started it up. They started to speed off, but the vehicle began to wobble badly. The driver put the SUV in park, and they jumped out to stare in disbelief at the 4 slashed tires. Robert Puller watched all of this from the bushes on the right side of the house. He had fired his weapon through the window, shattering the light. It would have been a difficult pistol shot through glass, but the auto weapon he had was both devastating and incredibly accurate at short range. With the light shot out, he knew his brother would have the advantage. Still, he had watched until the chair, and then his brother came flying through the smashed window before retreating to his present location. He'd slashed the SUV's tires before taking up his sentry post at the window. He quietly retreated to where his truck was parked. He had kept the engine running because it was quieter than trying to later start it. He'd also backed into the spot so he could now pull straight out. He climbed in, slipped the truck into gear, released the brake, eased out, and then basically let the truck's forward momentum take him where he wanted to go. Once he was sufficiently far away, he hit the gas and sped down the road. Robert Puller had followed his brother from the motel where General Daughtry had been found. Then he had continued to follow him all the rest of the day, ending at the place where his brother was staying. He had seen the men force John into the SUV, and he had followed them here. He didn't know what had gone on inside the house. He had heard snatches of a voice, but could not make out what had been said. He didn't know who the men were. He had made a quick search of the SUV, but there was no registration or other identification documents. He could have charged into the house, but even with the brutally efficient weapon he was carrying, he thought the odds of his winning the battle were too low, and he didn't want to jeopardize his freedom or his brother's life on bad odds. He knew his brother could run a mile in less than 6 minutes and perform the Army standard 2-mile run in a bit under 12 minutes. He checked his watch. John Puller should reach the main highway shortly. He would have found some way to defeat his bindings. He had a gun. He was safe. Robert Puller pulled off to the side of the road. He did this for 2 reasons. He wanted to see if anyone was coming after his brother, and he also wanted to give John time to reach the main road. If he passed him in the truck, his brother's SID ID instincts would kick in, meaning he would memorize the license plate of the truck, the make and model, and every element of the driver that he could see under the current conditions. And Robert was still paranoid that his brother would be able to see through even his elaborate disguise. He waited 8 minutes and drove down the road at a slow pace until he reached the main road. As he pulled onto it, his gaze swept in all directions. He saw him about 15 seconds later, and he eyed with more than a bit of pride his brother walking along the road, his hands free. Some people one could completely rely on, and his brother was one of them. As Robert Puller drove slowly along, he saw his brother take out his phone and start punching in numbers. Then he turned off the main road, crossed over a berm, and disappeared on the other side. "You're welcome, bro, and keep your head down from here on. It's not going to get any easier. It's only going to get worse. Trust me, if you still can." Robert Puller punched the gas and sped on. Chapter 23. John Puller changed motels once more. At this rate, he thought affordable lodging opportunities in Leavenworth might be extinguished far sooner than he would like. He spent some time with AWOL, who had taken the move better than he had. If only the feline could talk, for AWOL had been the only one other than Daughtry to see the Air Force general's killer. He didn't know if the police had come in answer to his 911 phone call, not that it would have mattered. He wasn't planning on reporting his kidnapping. The local cops would not be able to figure it out, and Puller wanted to play all these recent cards very close to his vest. He did call Knox and asked her to meet him the next morning at the same diner where they'd had dinner. At 7 a.m., he was sitting in the same booth when the door opened and she walked in, dressed as usual in a dark pantsuit with a white blouse. He watched her spot him and walk over, as her long legs ate up the ground. Puller knew he had to do one of 2 things: trust her or not trust her. And despite her seemingly sincere and graphic display of her war wounds, he did not trust easily. That was because his trust had too often been either misplaced, outright broken, or both. She sat down and ordered coffee from the hovering waitress, and when the old woman had gone off to fill the request, Puller leaned forward and recounted to her what had happened. He watched her closely to see if her surprise was genuine. He concluded that it was, but Puller also knew that whatever he was dealing with was so full of deceit and fraught with peril that even the slightest misstep could be disastrous. He was also beginning to doubt his normally reliable judgment. After her coffee came and the waitress drifted away, she spoke, and Knox's first question intrigued him. "Who fired the shot that killed the light?" she asked. "Because whoever did that probably saved your life." "Shots," corrected Puller. "At least 6. I'm thinking an M4A1. The M4 has a max 3-round burst option. I've fired enough of them to know the sound it makes, but you're right. The shooter did save my life. And whoever did it had followed us up there. So did that person have you under surveillance, or the other guys?" "Fair question, but I don't have an answer." "An M4 is a standard Army issue," she noted. "It used to be a mainstay of special forces. I carried one when I was a ranger. All infantry units use it heavily, too." "Do you think these guys are the ones who killed Daughtry?" "I don't know. Could be. But something about what the voice said made me think." "Think what exactly?" "That he's not simply a criminal," said Puller, "because he talked about having the good of the country in mind." "Only what country, Knox? Maybe he's in the intelligence field." "Puller, American intelligence agencies do not kidnap and try to murder federal lawmen." "You sure about that? I can't believe you're even asking me that." "Really? After everything that's happened?" She gazed down, seemingly unable to meet his eye. She tapped her spoon against her coffee cup. If the person is in the intel field, maybe it's for one of our enemies, like you suggested. Maybe. There is one thing you should know. What? He said, reading her tone to mean that whatever she was about to say would not be good news. Al Jordan? The maintenance guy who had the blown transformers. Yeah. Did you talk to him? Find out who took them? I tried to talk to him. What do you mean, tried? He's been transferred. Transferred where? I can't get a straight answer on that. He's a maintenance guy. He's been here for 15 years. I checked his file. There would be only one reason to transfer him, Knox. To get him out of the way so he couldn't tell anyone what he knows, as in who took the damn transformers. She finished angrily, and I checked the substation. All the debris has been cleaned up. Even if we go out there, we won't find anything. Puller sat back and looked around the diner before giving her a piercing stare. And you're jacking me around for being paranoid? Now she looked up at him. Maybe I just didn't want to believe it was possible, she said quietly. I thought in the intelligence field, allies became enemies on a daily basis. That is grossly exaggerated by the press and in the movies and on TV. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. I guess you will. So where do we go from here? Fort Leavenworth. And what are we looking for there? How a guy not connected to the United States military ended up as part of the response team to the incident at DB and was found dead in my brother's cell. And I'm not leaving there until I find an answer. And the people who kidnapped and nearly killed you. They can only surprise me once, Knox. They come after me again. Someone's not walking away? Well, let's hope it's not you. He looked at her. And I can count on you to cover my back? You have to ask? I wouldn't be asking if I didn't think I had to. Yes, I'll have your back. Will you have mine? I've had your back ever since you showed up, Knox. Chapter 24. Since Puller and Knox both had DoD creets, they could access the fort through the east or west gates, named Hancock and Sherman respectively, after long-dead Civil War Union Army generals, rather than the main gate, which was how visitors, newcomers, and commercial traffic entered the post. The fort had been around since 1827, when it was established by Colonel Henry Leavenworth to be a forward base protecting the fragile and highly dangerous Santa Fe Trail. It had been named Fort Leavenworth after then Brigadier General Leavenworth in 1832. The fort had never been attacked by an enemy force, not even during the Civil War. And residing smack in the middle of the country, it never would be, unless the United States had imploded. They entered through the Hancock Gate. Puller had arranged to meet a representative of the 15th MP Brigade, which had responsibility for securing the fort. Knox looked around as they drove along the road. Nearly 9 square miles of army, she said. 7 million square feet of space, 1,000 buildings, 15,000 personnel on post, thousands off post, 80,000 plus visitors a year, added Puller, which equals a needle in a haystack, she concluded. A needle we're going to find. How can you be so sure? Because failure is not an option. He pointed to a building as they drove past. Warrant Officer College. I went there when I got the promotion. It's part of the Combined Arms Center. Fort Leavenworth, the intellectual center of the Army, said Knox dryly. They train almost all of the Army majors here, and all modern 5 stars from Eisenhower to Bradley have passed through here. She pointed out a building as they drove along. That's where the 902D Military Intelligence Group is located, counterintelligence protection of Army assets in a 6-state area. Any ties to NSA? Asked Puller, glancing at her. Do you need to know that? I wouldn't have asked if I didn't, he shot back. I'm afraid I can't get into that, she said. Who are we meeting from the 15th MP? Puller frowned and said, Command Sergeant Major Tim McCutcheon, Senior NCO. The CSM, I thought they would have rolled out the top dog for us. Well, the 15th's commander got his butt canned when my brother escaped, and I guess his replacement was busy. Okay, and what do you really hope to accomplish here? Priority 1 is to identify the dead guy. Priority 2 is to determine how he ended up in my brother's cell at DB. That's a lot to ask for. Well, if you don't ask, you sure as hell won't have a chance of receiving. A few minutes later, they pulled up in front of the headquarters for the 15th MP, went inside, and were led down the hall to the office of CSM McCutcheon. The man himself rose from behind his desk, dressed in his ACU camis and the standard UCP, or universal camouflage pattern, which, when viewed through night vision goggles, would simply look black. The uniform was very high-tech. It minimized infrared silhouettes and had markers that would identify friendly personnel in combat zones when seen through NV equipment, and that could be covered up when not necessary. Despite all that, the uniform had been a total disaster. Troops called it pajamas because it did not ride well on anyone, no matter how fit they were. The gray color stood out under almost all combat environments except for a concrete parking lot, which was not usually where battles were fought, and the Velcro was badly designed and caught on objects as troops were patrolling, a potential fatal flaw. It had been a $5 billion mistake by the Army, which was planning to spend another $4 billion to create yet another uniform to replace the barely 10-year-old UCP. But for now, until that day came, the UCP was what the Army was wearing. Crap or not, they couldn't exactly go naked. Riding on McCutcheon's left arm was a simple patch with the legend MP in black lettering. The branch insignia was two crossed gold pistols representing the Harper's Ferry Model 1805, the first American military pistol. The branch's distinctive unit insignia had the motto Duty, Justice, and Loyalty. McCutcheon was in his early 40s, nearly as tall as Puller, and outweighed him by about 20 pounds, all of it muscle. His hair was cut to nearly his scalp, and he looked like he could bench press a Stryker and squat a Bradley. They all shook hands, and Puller pointed to the unit insignia. Always thought those were good words to live by. McCutcheon nodded and smiled. Heard you came up through the ranks. He motioned for them to sit down, and he sat down behind his desk. What can I do to help you two? Puller explained the issue, and McCutcheon nodded. I've been briefed, of course. The team that responded was made up of all MPs. We pulled from both the 40th and the 705th. It was a full company, plus the CO and the first sergeant. 132 soldiers? Inquired Puller. Plus Captain Lewis and First Sergeant Draper, McCutcheon added. Right, for a total of 134 personnel. Puller leaned forward. But what if I were to tell you that on the video feed from that night, I counted 135 MPs climbing off those trucks? McCutcheon looked stunned. I don't see how that would be possible. We called up 4 platoons. At Leavenworth, an MP platoon has 33 soldiers. No MP would report for a mission unless he was called up. It was a potential crisis situation at DB, but we didn't call for an all-hands response. 4 platoons, 1 company. It's the way the Army works. You know that. And yet, there was 1 extra soldier who did show up at DB, persisted Puller. Could you have miscounted, Chief Puller? I went over it a dozen times in slow motion. Knox here did the same. McCutcheon glanced at her and she nodded. It's true, Sergeant Major. So maybe under the circumstances a roll call or head count wasn't conducted, said Puller. 4 platoons on 6 different trucks in the middle of the night. Who would notice if an extra guy covered head to foot in riot gear is along for the ride? And I'm sure everyone was under intense pressure to get the MPs to the prison. They were, conceded McCutcheon. I wasn't even on duty, and I got a call right away. They were scrambling to fill out the response team. Who gave the order for 4 platoons to form the response team? Asked Knox. Colonel Teague? The 15th's commandant until he was put on admin leave, said Puller. And he was also the head of DB, added Knox. And he was on duty that night, right? Yes. When the backup failed and everyone heard the explosion and the gunfire, he got right on the direct line here and ordered up the company of MPs. And those noises were only heard in Pod 3, said Puller, and McCutcheon nodded. And no source for those noises has been found. No, said McCutcheon. When I asked Captain Macri, she said that she had chosen not to search the guards at DB for any device that might have been the source of the explosion and gun noise. McCutcheon said nothing, and neither did Puller. If the command sergeant major wanted a staring contest to see who would blink first, Puller was certainly ready to accommodate him. When Knox started to say something, Puller flicked his knee against hers. Finally, McCutcheon said, I'm not pointing fingers. He waited for Puller to nod his assent before continuing. But I'm sure if she had it to do over again, the captain would have chosen differently, meaning she would have searched all the guards, said Puller. Yes. Water under the bridge now, said Knox. We can't do it over. But it is possible, then, that an extra guy was in the mix? McCutcheon leaned back in his chair. If your numbers are right, then yes. I can check to see if an extra man reported for duty, but that's highly unlikely. So you think the dead guy that's unaccounted for was the extra man? A bogey in the mix? Right now, I don't see any other explanation, replied Puller. Unless you have one. I don't, admitted McCutcheon. We'll need to talk to Lewis and Draper, pointed out Knox. I believe that Captain Macri spoke to them about you. I'll make sure you hook up with them today, Puller said. Macri also told me that there were no personnel unaccounted for here. That's correct. But have you had any personnel leave recently? Asked Puller. McCutcheon said, This is an active base, sir. Personnel get assigned and reassigned all the time. Other folks come and go. We have soldiers, DOD, civilian contractors, foreign military students, reservists, Air Force exchange, Puller interrupted. Back up to foreign military students, I'd forgotten you had that element here. Right, at the Foreign Military Studies office. How many students do you have currently? McCutcheon turned to his desktop computer and clicked some keys. As of this morning, 45. Any recent departures? Asked Knox. McCutcheon again turned to the screen. A few clicks later, he said, One from Croatia left the day of the incident at DB. He's the only recent one. Croatia? Said Puller. The country's a member of NATO, and since last year it's also part of the EU, and Croatia sent troops to Afghanistan. They're our ally in a troublesome region, so one of the bennies they get for that is to come here and learn from the best. Their military is underfunded, and their equipment and personnel are not in the best shape, so we're helping them. And the Croatian's name? Ivo Mesic. How long was he here? A month. You know him by sight. McCutcheon nodded. I've met him a few times, had a beer with him. Seemed like a real nice guy. Puller took a photo from his pocket and showed it to the sergeant major. And this is not him? It was a photo of the dead man back at Fort Leavenworth's morgue. No, that's definitely not him. He'd presumably be in the database at the fort, said Knox. Which means we would have gotten a ping if the dead guy had been in it. McCutcheon nodded. Absolutely full background check conducted and everything. Foreign military personnel are given access credentials. They're not at the level of a CAC, he said, referring to the military's Common Access Card. But they're issued for people who have a regular recurring requirement to access the post as Mesic did. So he could come in the Hancock or Sherman gates and not the main gate, said Puller. That's right, DOD ID lane. And do we know that Mesic made it back to Croatia? Asked Knox. I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out. He pointed at the photo, but that is definitely not him. He spun his computer around so they could see the screen. There was a picture of a man on it. That's Ivo Mesic. Puller read down the file information and nodded. Knox said, Definitely not our guy, and the file says he's in his 50s. He held the rank of colonel in the Croatian army, said McCutcheon. Was his departure date scheduled well in advance? Asked Knox. McCutcheon looked at his computer screen. They all are, but now that you ask, he left a few days early. File says he received orders to return. What day was that? The day he left. So right before the incident at DB, said Puller. That's right, Chief. Puller and Knox exchanged a significant glance. How did he leave? Asked Puller. Come again? Was he driven off to the airport or did he have his own ride? Oh, he had a rental, Knox said. Presumably we can check and see if it was turned back in. But the dead guy isn't Mesic, said McCutcheon. So what's the point of pursuing him? Puller eyed him. When you clear a house in Kabul looking for the enemy, how many rooms do you check? All of them, of course, Chief Puller, answered McCutcheon immediately. Same principle in my line of work, Sergeant Major, said Puller. Chapter 25. Puller and Knox were standing at the entrance to the Sherman Gate into Fort Leavenworth. They had already been to the Hancock Gate and had struck out. Mesic had not left that way. However, the two guards stationed at the Sherman Gate well remembered the Croatian officer. The first guard said, He wasn't looking too happy when I asked him what was the matter. He said he was sorry to be going. He liked it here. Why did he talk to you at all? Asked Puller. He had an access cred. He could have flashed it and driven on. He could have, said the second guard. But we'd seen him around the base, even played some pool with him at one of the local bars. He was a nice guy, so he stopped his car and talked for a bit. There wasn't anyone behind him. Light traffic that time of the day? Knox said. What exactly was the time? The first guard's brow furrowed. I'd say around 2000 hours. Most people who were leaving the post were already gone. Everybody else had finished chow time and were probably back in quarters. He said he had a flight to catch out of KC. He'd be back in Croatia after a few stops in between. At least that's what he said. Known stops between KC and Zagreb, said the other guard, grinning. He was an okay dude. Never had a problem with him, he added. Anything out of the ordinary strike you when he was leaving? Asked Puller. What do you mean? Asked the first guard. Something odd, added Knox. No, nothing odd. I mean, he pulled his usual... What was his usual? Asked Puller. He forgot something, said the first guard. He was always forgetting stuff. And what did he do when he forgot stuff? Asked Knox. He'd come hightailing it back here, said the second guard, who cracked a smile. And he forgot something that night, asked Puller. His passport, of all things, said the first guard. He looked like he was going to throw up. He's not getting out of the country without his passport, right? And you let him back in? Said Knox. Sure, he had his access pass. How far had he gone before he turned around and came back? Asked Puller. The first guard looked down the road a bit, probably around the curve. He paused and stroked his chin with his fingers. I mean, he was out of sight. I don't remember seeing him until he came tearing back in here. Said he'd forgotten his passport, had left it in his quarters. He went back in to get it. Puller looked down the road where it curved. Any car turning the curve would be out of sight of the post's entrance. You didn't search his car, either in or out? Asked Puller. No, vehicles without creds get searched at the Grant Gate at Metro and 7th. Not here. The main gate is where they do the searches. Most people with CACs don't use the main gate, and when he came back out the second time, that was the last you saw of him. Yep, said the first guard, and his mate nodded in agreement. Thanks, said Puller, and he started walking off down the road toward the curve. The guards looked at Knox curiously. So what is all this about? Asked the second guard. When we figure it out, you definitely won't be the ones we tell, she said, and hurried after Puller. She caught up to him about 100 feet later, and their long legs ate up the distance between them and the curve. So what do you think, Puller? She asked. He didn't answer until he'd reached the curve and cleared it. Then he turned and looked back, completely out of the sight line of the guard shack, and it would have been fairly dark, meaning our guy could have been waiting there. And when Misek comes out the first time, the guy climbs into the trunk and Misek drives him onto the base. He gets out and lays low with his riot gear until the call comes from DB. Then he joins the 4 platoons, rides over there, and ends up dead in my brother's cell. Where exactly would he lay low on an army base and not be noticed? Particularly if he were wearing riot gear. Probably had the gear in a duffel. This base has thousands of soldiers. To a certain extent they look alike, particularly in uniform, and there are plenty of places here to hide, and I'm sure that Misek had scoped one out for him and probably drove him right to it. Maybe one of the base churches that time of night. It might have been empty. Knox looked unconvinced. This is all quite a leap of logic. We don't even know if this Messick guy is involved. He left early, orders from home? What could be that important in Croatia to call him back early? And coincidentally on the day the storm was forecast and all hell broke loose at DB. And if the guy did infiltrate the response team, why? What was his motive for going into DB? I've been giving that some thought, and asked Knox, and it seems to me his mission was to kill my brother. Whoa, where the hell did that come from? And you said mission? That's right. This was all carefully planned with a lot of moving pieces. This guy didn't just walk into this. He was sent here to kill my brother. But he ended up dead. Because my brother killed him first. I don't see where you're getting all this. Puller said before the power went out, my brother was sitting in his cell reading a book. I read his body language. It wasn't hard for him. This was a night like any other night he's spent here. He wasn't tense. He wasn't anticipating anything more than falling asleep once he'd finished reading. And then the power went out, said Knox slowly. And all hell breaks loose, sounds of gunfire and a bomb going off when neither thing actually happened. And your brother? He's smart beyond smart. I think he figured out what was coming and was ready when the guy burst into his cell to kill him. Snap, crackle, pop, said Knox. So you did teach him that move? Yeah, I did. But if what you say is true, your brother still willingly escaped from DB. He took the guy's clothes, climbed onto a truck, rode it back to Leavenworth, and then walked away. Look at it from his point of view. He's just killed a guy. He doesn't know the man isn't an MP. But he somehow knows the guy was trying to kill him. But who's going to believe that? He stays at DB, and they find the dead guy. My brother is probably looking at a guaranteed death penalty. And while they haven't executed anyone there since the 1960s, I think they'd make an exception for something like that. But they'd know the dead guy wasn't an MP, Knox pointed out. Who cares? He's still dead. And maybe you don't know this, but there were some in the military community who thought my brother should have been put to death for treason after his court-martial. I heard plenty of scuttlebutt afterward. This would give them the perfect opportunity to push for it again. Knox considered all this and finally said, I admit I can't find an obvious flaw in your logic, but there's still a ton that doesn't make sense to me. And how does this tie in with Daughtry's death? It may not. And why would a Croatian military man be involved in sneaking an assassin onto a U.S. base? I wish Masick were around so I could ask him if he's even still alive. You don't think he made it back to Croatia? Oh, I don't think he was ever headed to Croatia now. Let's take a ride. I have something I want to show you, Knox. Is it important? Very. Chapter 26. Puller was sitting on the hood of his car in the parking lot of the Fort Leavenworth National Cemetery. To the immediate east was the Missouri River, and on the other side of the river was the state of Missouri. A bit north of here, the river began its long bend, shaped much like a bell curve. Inside this curve were Sherman Airfield, and Chief Joseph Loop Knox stood next to the car looking curiously at Puller. What are we doing here? She asked, gazing around at the white tombstones under which lay over 30,000 dead. Lincoln established this cemetery back in 1862 when the Union was losing the Civil War. It was the first of 12 national cemeteries he set up. Okay, and the reason for this history lesson? Puller slid off the hood and his feet hit the ground. He knew it was going to be a long and deadly conflict. But losers don't establish national cemeteries. A president presiding over a fractured country doesn't set up a national anything unless he truly believes he's going to win the war and the country will be reunited. Lincoln was nothing if not confident, I guess, said Knox, who still looked perplexed by Puller's words. People who lack confidence rarely win anything, he noted. He strode into the cemetery and she followed. He walked the rows of tombstones before stopping and pointing at one. Read the inscription, he said. Knox glanced down. Thomas W. Custer, 2 Medals of Honor. Captain 7th Ohio Cavalry, Puller said. He was the first of 4 double Medal of Honor winners in the Civil War, and one of only 19 in American history. Both of his medals came from charging enemy positions and capturing Confederate regimental flags. With the second one, he took a shot right to the face, but grabbed the regimental colors and rode them back to his line with blood all over him. She looked up at Puller. Wait a minute, Custer was he? Puller knelt on his haunches in front of the tombstone. He was George Armstrong Custer's younger brother. He died at age 31 with his big brother in a battalion of men from the 7th Cavalry at Little Big Horn. Also killed was their younger brother, Boston Custer. From a tactical perspective, George Custer blew it. He knowingly split his force and refused additional soldiers and firepower. He went up against an opposing force that dwarfed his in number of men and guns, and also held the better ground. But his brother Tom won a pair of Medals of Honor. He was a good soldier, maybe a great soldier. He'd been in innumerable battles, and he could see what his brother could see, and more. Knox's brow furrowed as she thought about this. But he still went into battle with his brother, even though he knew they would lose, she said haltingly. Even though he might have known they were going to be massacred, amended Puller. So family trumps brains, said Knox. Family just is, replied Puller. Are you saying your Tom and Robert Puller is George? You're following your older brother blindly to disaster? Her voice rose as she spoke. He glanced up at her but said nothing in response to her statement. She looked at him sternly. And your objectivity? Your role as investigator searching only for the truth, regardless of where it takes you, or regardless of who is ultimately held accountable. Puller suddenly stood, towering over her. She took a step back as he stared fiercely down at her. I gave an oath when I put on the uniform, Knox. Bobby is my family, but so is the United States Army. I will follow this investigation objectively, and I will hold people accountable. All people. So what was the point of bringing me here then? She asked, looking mystified. To remind you that I'm willing to sacrifice my brother or anybody else if it means doing my job and seeing that justice is done. He paused, but only for a moment. So what are you willing to sacrifice? Her eyes widened. What the hell are you talking about? How did this get turned around to me? Are you willing to sacrifice your loyalty to INSCOM, NSA, and whoever else you work for? Puller, I thought we already had this discussion. You dressed me down and I said I'd work with you. So what's the problem? In a voice like a drill sergeant, he barked. I asked you whether the 902D military intelligence group stationed here had ties to the NSA, and your response was, I'm afraid I can't get into that. Look, you're pissed and maybe you have a right to be, but bringing me to a cemetery is a little melodramatic, don't you? Puller interrupted. So I'm asking you for the last time. Do you have my back under all conditions? Because if you don't, then you're useless to me, Knox, and we're just going to go our separate ways. There was a long moment of silence before she broke it. Puller, I told you I hate deceiving people like you, and I meant that. That's not an answer. What do you want from me? All I want is an answer to my question. It's that simple. I can give you an answer, just not the one you so obviously want, she said, her voice dying out at the end. He said, well, that's answer enough. He spun on his heel, marched back to his car and drove off, leaving her still standing on the final resting place of Thomas Custer, loyal brother extraordinaire. Chapter 27. Robert Puller sat in his motel room and stared down at the image he'd drawn, photographed, and then transferred onto glossy paper. It was the dead man back in his cell. Puller had gotten no hits on any database that he could hack into. He had finally stopped trying. The man was definitely not in the military. He was not in the federal bureaucracy. He was not a government contractor with a security clearance. He was not in law enforcement. He was not on a terrorist watch list. They would all be in a database somewhere. These days, everybody was in a database somewhere. So who the hell was he? And how did he end up in my prison cell? Puller moved his face closer to the photo. He had spent years of his life examining the smallest details, looking for something of value, sometimes just a speck within a mountain of digital data. He was a 21st century gold prospector. Only his equipment was a computer and a bandwidth pipe the size of New Jersey. Then his eye caught something, transmitted that something to his brain, and his brain retrieved the necessary information from memory. He looked down at the image with renewed energy and a fresh perspective. I got the jawline wrong. It was dark in the cell, but that's no excuse. I still got it wrong, and I can't afford mistakes. It was more angular, and the eyes, they were more sunken, the forehead a bit fuller, the nose a touch sharper. On a sketch pad, he made the necessary adjustments in the face. Finished, he sat back and stared down at the new image. No wonder he didn't show up in any database, any American database. Puller had examined many such faces during his career. He had become an expert at reading people's origins in their features. The man was from Eastern Europe, maybe as specific as the Balkan region, but clearly not Greek, Turkish, or Albanian. He must be a Slav, could be a Bosnian, Croat, or Serb. So how did a Slav end up as part of an MP response team to a crisis situation at America's only maximum security military prison? He sat back and closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, he took a trip through Fort Leavenworth, a place he had been to often in his career. Even though he was Air Force, his particular specialty made working with the other armed forces branches mandatory, and the 902D military intelligence group was stationed there, his photographic memory clicking away. Puller kept up his mental stroll until he came to the answer. He opened his eyes. The foreign military school at Leavenworth. The man had to have come from there. He thought about it a bit more, but that couldn't be right. He had heard nothing in the news about the dead man being identified. If he had been enrolled in the school at Leavenworth, his face and prints would be on a database somewhere. Either he had been identified that way and the news not publicly released, or he hadn't been identified, which meant Puller had missed something in his deductions. He closed his eyes once more. No, there was another possibility. A foreign military student would have an access card to the fort that would allow him to avoid the main gate. That meant no vehicle searches. That meant the student could have transported onto the base the man who had ended up dead in his cell. The man had been sent to the DB to kill him. Puller had known this as soon as the cell door had opened. It was dark, to be sure, but he had suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. The main power might go out because of a storm, but the backup power too. He knew it was fed from natural gas lines buried deeply underground and thus invulnerable to the storm's power. No, the odds of both systems failing at the same time were colossally long, and then there had been the actions of the man. He had come into the cell and closed the door behind him. That was the first suspicious sign. The second was the man taking out a knife. Puller had seen that in the illumination of the man's helmet light. But Puller had not given the man the opportunity to stab him. He had disarmed him, grabbed him by the neck, and, well, the end had come quickly. Thanks to the teachings of his little brother. Apparently the Slavs had never heard of Snap Crackle Pop. It was fortunate that he was close to my height and build, yet they never thought of the possibilities there. Not for 1 second. I'm certain of that. They never imagined that I would end up killing him and taking his place to escape. The questions, though, were numerous, and Puller was not finding any ready answers. Why kill me now? Who would want to? And who could have orchestrated such an event? At DB Puller sat back feeling distressed. He knew that the part of the brain that triggered emotions brought on by pain was the anterior cingulate cortex. Interestingly enough, it didn't distinguish between emotional and physical pain. Thus it could be set in motion as easily by a broken heart as by a damaged limb. He closed his eyes and started concentrating, turning slow-moving alpha waves into beta waves that cycled through his mind at twice the speed of the alphas. Eastern Europe, foreign military student, assassination attempt at Leavenworth more than 2 years after he had been imprisoned there. What had been the catalyst? Simply the time for planning? He doubted that. It would take time to do so, but hardly more than 24 months. What had occurred in the interim? All the rest, the power outage, the noises of guns and bombs, even the man sent to kill him, were all part of the effect of the cause and effect. They were just filler. Now he needed to get past the fluff and zero in on the root of it all. His initial instinct had been to set out for a location connected to his old position at SRATCOM. That was still his inclination, but he didn't have the luxury of gallivanting off to multiple places. He had to narrow it down. So what had been the trigger for all this? If he could find that, he could narrow the number of places to which he might have to travel. While in solitary confinement, he had had access to the news. He had read as many newspapers as they would provide him. He had seen the TV. He had no internet access, but he had listened to the conversations of the guards, and his brother had brought him news as well during his visits. Daughtry had joined Stratcom 4 months ago. The man was now dead. Had his joining Stratcom been the reason for what had happened at the DB? There was also talk that the intelligence community was going to be undergoing some radical structural changes, bringing more order and a streamlined approach to a sector that had been sorely lacking in those areas. Was that the reason for the events at the DB that had nearly claimed his life? But he had no connection to that world anymore. He kept blasting the problem with cycles of beta waves. 5 minutes later, he slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. His brain, the one thing that had never failed him, just had. Chapter 28. John Puller had gone back and checked out of his motel. His plan was to spend the rest of the day following up leads, and then he was going to head back east, check in, and then report his findings to his new bosses as he drove along the surface streets of Fort Leavenworth. To his left was the Missouri River, also known as Big Muddy. He knew that the currents were tricky and drownings all too frequent, and some of them were not accidental. A few years before, a platoon sergeant had dumped his unconscious wife's body in the river late at night after she had discovered his affair with a subordinate. Whether the poor woman had regained consciousness before she drowned was unknown, but her body had eventually been recovered far downriver where it had snagged on a downed tree. Puller had been put on the case and kept on it for a month. The platoon sergeant was currently in the DB for the rest of his life, and his 2 children would grow up without either parent. That case he had solved. With this one, he still seemed to be at the starting gate. He pulled to the curb and put the sedan in park. About a half-mile from here was the DB. The castle, the old prison, had had its own farm and dairy cattle operation, where installation trusty inmates would work. That had all gone away with the demolition of large parts of the castle and the completion and opening of the DB. No more milk cows were needed. And who said the DOD didn't know how to cut costs? Although there were no cow teats to pull or tractors to drive, the inmates at the DB could lift weights, play softball or soccer, or run on the track outside. They could play basketball in the indoor gym, which was named after a sergeant major who had collapsed on the court and later passed away. They could visit with family and friends. They could perform jobs and learn skills in the commercial laundry, the barber shop, sheet metal and welding facility, wood shop, textile repair section, graphic arts studio, and even an embroidery shop that made name tapes for various military purposes. As an inmate in solitary confinement, however, Robert Puller could not lift weights or play basketball or softball or work in any of those shops. He was designated as maximum custody at the top end of the restricted grade. His existence at the DB was a solitary one, and truth be known, he probably preferred it that way. His intellect was so advanced that he might have found the conversation of other inmates and the rigidity of the routines at the prison more harmful than beneficial. Puller had no doubt that his brother could lose himself in his own mind, and that might be the best way for him to survive in prison. When Puller had first visited his brother at the DB, it had been conducted in the non-contact visitors area, typically reserved for inmates on death row. There, a wall of thick glass separated visitor and prisoner, and a phone system was used to communicate. Robert Puller had largely been an exemplary prisoner, however, and the more recent visits had taken place in the general visitors area, which was open and pretty nice for a prison. Puller knew that he would never again set foot in the DB's general visitors area if his brother was caught and returned here. He might never be able to visit Bobby again at all. In fact, he climbed out of the car and looked back in the direction he had left Knox. She was turning out to be a real problem. It had started off bad, gotten better, and after she had shown Puller her scars of war, he thought they had reached some level of detente. But then she'd pulled the "I can't go there" BS with him, which had been the reason for the verbal drubbing he'd given her in the cemetery. So right now he was going solo on this. He leaned against the hood of his car and went through some mental notes of where he stood now in the investigation. He needed to follow up on the Croatian Ivo Mesic. He still had to interview the captain and first sergeant who had headed up the response team at the DB. He needed to make some inroads on the sources of the gun and explosion noises in Pod 3 at the DB. If he didn't hear back from Shireen Kirk, his JAG contact, by tonight he would call her. This was despite her telling him that if he didn't hear from her, that was the end of it. Once Puller had a thread to follow, he didn't give up on it. Then there was Daughtry's murder, and finally, at some point, he would have to sit down with General Aaron Reinhardt and James Schindler from NSC. It was clear that much was murky at both ends of this case, and he didn't believe Reinhardt's and Schindler's explanations for being interested in this case. For that matter, he didn't really believe anyone connected to this case about anything. And then there was the matter of who had kidnapped him and who had fired the shots that had saved his life. As he stared toward the DB in the distance, he wondered if his brother would ever return there. He might never be found. Or he might be killed rather than captured. And if I'm the one who runs him down, what do I do if he doesn't want to go back to DB? What do I do if he puts up a fight? Puller's thoughts drifted back to the standoff in the alley behind the bar in Lawton, Oklahoma. The result was he had walked out alive and PFC Rogers had gone down with a ruined limb. Could I pull the trigger on Bobby? Could he pull the trigger on me? No, and hell no were the answers that readily leapt to his mind. But on the other hand, his brother had been in prison for over 2 years. He had quite likely killed a man during his escape. If he were recaptured, they might sentence him to death for the murder. Even if there was evidence it was in self-defense under that scenario, his brother might want to go down fighting. Or he might just let his brother kill him. Puller didn't know which one was worse. Shaking his head clear of these numbing thoughts, Puller decided to do what he did best: move forward. Whether it was on the battlefield or during an investigation, if you weren't moving forward, then what good were you? He got back into the car and drove off. He spent 2 hours with Captain Lewis and his first sergeant. Neither one had counted the soldiers as they formed the response team. The platoons had simply been called up and deployed to restore order at the DB. Both men seemed genuinely surprised that there was an extra man aboard. Once in the prison, the MPs had fanned out to each pod, executing orders previously given. Puller had asked about Pod 3, where his brother's cell had been. Neither man could give a ready answer as to what had gone down in that pod. They had not known about the dead man until long after the fact. None of their men had reported seeing anything out of the ordinary, and certainly did not know that Robert Puller might have left the prison in the uniform of an MP decked out in riot gear. In fact, they were astonished at the possibility, yet when Puller explained how it could have happened, both men conceded that they could not prove that it hadn't happened. He examined the area where the staging had been for the response team. It was big, open, and on that stormy night probably totally chaotic. He searched the quarters where Misek had stayed, but a cleaning team had come in to get it ready for the next occupant, so Puller couldn't even find a usable fingerprint. He had already determined that the rental car the Croatian had used had been leased out and was currently somewhere in Montana. Another dead-end Puller. Next moved on to the DB, he sat in his brother's cell on the bed where his brother had been reading his book before the power had gone out. He looked around the small room where his brother had spent 23 out of every 24 hours of his life. Small room, big mind. It was a wonder that one could contain the other. He eyed the door, trying to imagine what his brother was thinking when the lights had been extinguished. Did he know what was about to happen? Did he prepare for it when the door opened? He had only a few seconds to determine what was going on. How could he have been sure the soldier who came through that door was there to kill him? Maybe he hadn't been sure. Maybe he saw it as an opportunity to make his escape. Maybe he would have tried to kill whoever had come through that opening that night. Puller tried to meet with Captain Macri, but she was not on duty. Mike Cardarelli, the officer who was at the command desk, agreed to answer a few questions. There was nothing that was helpful until Puller asked one last query about Cardarelli's whereabouts on the night Robert Puller had escaped. Cardarelli said, "I was actually supposed to be on duty that night, but Captain Macri switched places with me." Puller came fully alert. Why was that? She was supposed to be on duty the next night, but had a family commitment that had changed. So we switched nights. I guess I should consider myself lucky. Everyone here that night took a professional hit. What was the family commitment? Asked Puller. What? Asked Cardarelli. Macri's family commitment that changed? What was it? I don't know. I mean, I didn't ask. Does Captain Macri have family here? I don't believe so. I just assumed they were coming in from somewhere else. Does she live on base? Cardarelli shook his head. No, she has an off-base town home. I'll need that address. Cardarelli gave it to Puller as he rose. Puller said, "Any developments on the device that made the gun and explosion sounds in Pod 3 that night?" "None that I've heard of. It was the damnedest thing." "Yeah," said Puller. "The damnedest thing." A few minutes later, he hurried back to his car and accessed a military database on his laptop, Lenora H. Macri's photo and service record came up along with her personal history. Puller quickly read through it. Nothing struck him. She had a good record. No blemishes when he flipped to the screens concerning her personal history, though. Things became clearer or more muddled, depending on how you looked at it. Her parents were dead and she was an only child. So what were the family commitments that had changed? And Macri had told him that she had not ordered a search of the guards for the noise-making device. He had thought that peculiar and perhaps a professional gaffe. But by not conducting a search, she had actually accomplished something. She had left available hundreds of suspects who could have smuggled such a device into the prison, and there was no way to prove now which of them might have done it. And by doing so, Macri, if she had been the one to bring the device into the prison, was also lost among a sea of potential suspects, and she might have had enough skill and access to override the security system at the prison. resulting in the cell doors opening rather than locking when the power went out. He started the car and piloted it toward the address the officer had given him. He had strongly cautioned Cardarelli against phoning Macri and discussing anything that they had talked about. The real reason for the admonition was to ensure that Macri not be forewarned and possibly try to make a run for it. Energized by perhaps finally having a lead in the case, he gunned the engine and made it to the subdivision on the outskirts of Leavenworth in record time. He parked in a spot where he could see her end-unit town home. He killed the engine and waited. There was a car parked in front of her place. He grabbed a pair of binoculars from his duffel and trained them on the car. Sure enough, hanging from the rearview mirror was a parking tag for the DB. This was her ride, a late-model silver Honda Civic. His plan was to give it some time and see if she came out, and then he would follow her. If she didn't come out, he was going to conduct another interview with the woman with the goal of making her as uncomfortable as possible. He waited an hour, but Macri did not leave her unit. He was about to get out of the car when another vehicle pulled in and parked next to Macri's ride. Puller's eyes widened when he saw the person get out of the car and head up the steps to Macri's home. Veronica Knox was obviously no longer cooling her heels at the cemetery. Chapter 29. Puller watched as Knox rapped on the door and then rang the bell when no one answered. She looked around and Puller saw her hand dip into her jacket. She withdrew something he couldn't see but assumed it was a lockpick. Her hands moved around the knob for a few seconds, and then she opened the door and stepped in. As soon as the door closed behind her, Puller was out of his car and hustling down the street. He passed by the side of Macri's house and went around to the back. It was a 3-level structure with a deck above and a walkout basement door below. The door was a slider. There were no curtains on it, so Puller could see right inside. It was not built out. Concrete foundation walls stared back at him along with stacked cardboard boxes. The lock on the slider was a simple one, and Puller was through the opening and over to the bottom of the stairs in a few seconds. He could hear footsteps above him, probably Knox looking around. And where was Macri? Her car was out front, but she hadn't answered the door. Was she here or not? The familiar firecracker pop signifying gunshots caused Puller to pull his M11, crouch down and pause listening. There had been 2 shots along with other sounds. He had heard the first shot, then a crash of something hitting something, then the second shot, then a scream, and finally a thud. Someone had gone down. Was it Knox or Macri, if she was even here? He took the steps 3 at a time. There was a door at the top of the stairs. Puller eased it open and did a turkey peek. He saw no one. He sight-cleared the room behind him and then headed forward. He eased around the corner, his gun straight ahead. Then he stopped. Knox was kneeling over Macri, who was sprawled on the floor, blood pouring from a wound in her chest. Knox still held her gun in her right hand. "Don't move, Knox," Puller called out. But he was prepared for her to move fast, turn, and fire at him. Instead, she held her gun up, her finger clearly off the trigger, the muzzle pointed down. She was surrendering. "Put it down on the floor and kick it toward me," ordered Puller. "She needs an ambulance." "I'm sure she does. Kick the gun to me, and then I'll call one." Knox did as he instructed. He picked the gun up by the muzzle and laid it on the hall table. He punched in 911 on his phone and ordered an ambulance. "Step away from her," he said. "Lie down on the floor, hands behind your head and your legs splayed. Puller, she tried to kill me. I'm sure we'll sort it all out. But for now, just do as I say." Knox got on the floor with her hands behind her head and her legs spread wide. Puller knelt next to Macri, who was sprawled on her back on the floor next to a chair, her arms up around her head. He spotted a small bullet hole in her dark blouse and saw the spread of blood across the cloth. He took her pulse at the neck and found none. Her eyes were open and frozen. Her hands were already starting to cool just a bit. "She's dead, Knox. Looks like the shot hit her square in the heart." "I thought she was dead." "What happened? Why are you even here?" She started to rise, but he barked. "Stay down. I won't tell you again." She froze and then settled back down on the floor. "I came to interview her. I was going to do it with you. But, well, you know how that turned out. I had to hike back to my car from the cemetery thanks to you." "Why interview her?" Because she didn't search the guards. Explain that. I read your interview notes last night. She told you she didn't search the guards for a device that would have made the noise. She said it was because she couldn't believe any of the guards would have been involved. But of course she should have, regardless of that. There would have been no reason for her not to do so, except for one. She turned her head to the side and looked up at him. Which was? He asked. If it wasn't found on the guards, then suspicion would have shifted to her. But if she didn't search them then, it was like she'd provided an alibi for herself, said Puller. Knox said, So you thought that too. Is that why you're here? I saw you pick the lock and go in. I went in through the basement. Then I heard the gunshots, 2 of them. She fired at me first, said Knox. Look at the wall over there. She pointed with her right hand to the far wall. Puller looked in that direction. The round had struck the dry wall and driven into it, exposing a bit of the stud behind it. Knox went on, I fired a split second later. And I didn't miss. Why break in here? Do you have a warrant? No. Then nothing you found would have been admissible in court. I'm not as concerned with the legal niceties, Puller. I have a job to do. So you just walked in here and she took a shot at you. She had the element of surprise. She was a soldier. How'd she miss you at this range? Because I saw her a split second before she fired. I kicked that chair at her, hit the floor and fired from there. When they do the post, they'll confirm the trajectory. Puller looked at the overturned chair lying next to Macri's body in the distance. They could both hear the sirens coming. So if you had gone in first instead of me, Knox continued with a definite edge to her voice, you might be on the floor on your belly explaining to me how it all went down. Or maybe you might be dead. No, I wouldn't have broken into the place. Well, I can't take it back now. As the sirens drew closer, Puller stepped to the window and looked out. It was an ambulance and 2 police cars, Knox said. So you've got control of the board, Puller. How are you going to play this? Puller muttered. Shit, then he added. Get up, Knox. She rose slowly and looked up at him. He handed her back her gun. I have to say I'm surprised, she said. I thought you'd let them throw the book at me. I still might. What do we tell the police? She said. I did break in here. I had a gun. It might look like Macri was just defending herself in her home and I shot her. We tell them the truth. They might ding us for being here. But you did knock and ring the bell first, and you did identify yourself and you had your creds out? Absolutely. She knew who I was, and she still fired. Okay, just follow my lead. The police were skeptical at first, but Puller's demeanor and statement were unshakably professional, as were Knox's. Their credentials carried great weight with the local police who were well aware of what had happened at the DB. They took the agent's statements. Then one of the cops said, looking down at Macri, What about the body? She's an active duty Army captain shot in her home. This is, without exception, a CID investigation. We'll take charge of the scene. Everything will be preserved. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, said the older cop. Then you have your superiors. Call my superiors and they'll get comfortable. For now, the body doesn't leave the house and the crime scene is not touched. The cop finally nodded and pulled out his cell phone. Way over my pay grade. An hour later, the cops left and a CID forensics team from Leavenworth showed up, did an examination of the scene and the body, and then slipped the remains into a zippered body bag and rolled it away on a gurney. Puller had assisted the local CID agents with processing the scene, while Knox, after giving her statement, and under strict orders from Puller, sat in the other room. When the CID agents had finished, they left. Puller and Knox were alone in the house. Forensics will confirm everything I told you was true, Puller. Forensics can do many things, but it can't do that, Knox, not entirely, she said heatedly. I almost got my head blown off. It was either her or me. What else could it have been? That you came here to see Macri because she knew something incriminating, and you killed her to silence her. Oh, so now you think I'm both in on whatever this is and also a killer. I don't know you, Knox. You just showed up on my doorstep. You sure as hell haven't earned my trust. Well, you haven't earned mine either, she shot back. So the fact that I didn't let the cops or CID arrest you carries no weight with you. That I gave you your gun back, that I backed your story with them, that I haven't slapped you in cuffs. None of that earned me even a bit of trust in your eyes. The anger quickly receded from her features and was replaced with embarrassment. I appreciate that, Puller. I really do. Me being arrested would not be good. Certainly not good for you, and whoever else is behind you at INSCOM. And that could include a lot of folks, he said provocatively. She slumped down in a chair. I thought a lot about what you said back at the cemetery. She gave him a wry look. Your Custer brother analogy was original. I'll give you that. Puller leaned against the wall and waited for her to continue. What do you know about your brother's court-martial? Nothing. I told you that already. The file was sealed, and I was overseas when it happened. He was charged with and convicted of treason. That's all I know. Your brother escaping has made a lot of people in the intelligence field very nervous, Puller. That one I'd worked out for myself. I shouldn't be telling you any of this. People shouldn't do a lot of things. I came here not just because of your case notes, but because of something else. What? He asked. We traced a series of deposits totaling $1 million into an account in the Caymans that Captain Macri had set up about a month ago. Her payoff for doing what she did. Knox nodded. Where did the money come from? Untraceable even by us. We were fortunate to pick it up on her end, but the origin remains a mystery. How did you get onto her? INSCOM had been getting chatter. Nothing definite, but certainly strange that made them start to focus on DB. We did a personnel rundown. A few people raised enough concerns to warrant markers being placed on them. Macri was one of them. What concerns? I found nothing unusual in her record. She was single, no family in the area, and she was ambitious. So were lots of military folks, and she had considerable personal debt. She was an officer. The Army paid for her ride at West Point. She also dabbled in the stock market, options on margin accounts. She was in the hole for about $80,000. Her payoff would have taken care of that debt and left her a lot of extra to get back on her feet. None of that was in her record. No, it wasn't. What she does with her personal finances is not really the Army's business, and the amount she owed hadn't been called yet. But you guys found out about it? Yes, replied Knox. Puller frowned. So why the hell didn't you tell me about it? I'm telling you now, even though it'll probably cost me my job if my superiors find out. She folded her arms over her chest and leaned back in the chair and exhaled a long breath. We came up through different tracks, Puller. I was bred from day one for clandestine service. That means we trust no one outside our circle, and keeping a secret and outright lying are part of the job description. Just as you're trained to investigate a crime scene, I'm trained to deflect and deceive. I've spent years honing those skills, and if they knew I was telling you this, well, I'm not sure what they'd do to me. Puller relaxed a bit. So why are you telling me? She laughed, but it died halfway out of her throat, and she quickly turned somber. Because your honesty and, well, this damn nobleness about you shamed me. I just felt ashamed having to string you along. It was humbling, frankly, when I thought I was well past that emotion. Along with a lot of others, she added, her voice growing very soft. So where does that leave us? Asked Puller quietly after a lengthy pause. With me asking for a second chance, or what is it now, a third chance with you. And even if you give me one, I won't blame you if you don't believe me this time. He glanced down at her hip. That scar is real enough, and the wound underneath. You were limping when you walked in here, and I saw you wince when you sat down. He glanced at the other room. When you fell to the floor to avoid getting shot, I guess you landed right on that hip. Probably hurts like a bitch. Yes, it does, admitted Knox. More than a bitch, actually. I'd kill for a Percocet right now. So is the 902D intelligence group at Leavenworth under the NSA's thumb. The NSA is pretty much everywhere, Puller, and the 902D is no exception. He nodded. I appreciate how hard that must have been for you to say. Training is training, she replied. But I still have a bit of free will left, and I mean to exercise it. Okay, it's a start. Puller's phone rang. It was Shireen Kirk. Hello, Shireen. Can I call you back in a few minutes? I'm a little tied up, she said. No, you can't call me back. Where are you? Leavenworth. So am I. Excuse me? I just landed and I'm in a cab heading out to find you. What the hell are you doing in Kansas? I don't want to talk about this over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? Puller glanced at Knox, who was watching him closely. Yeah, there's a diner. He gave her the address. I've got an agent from Einscom with me. I'd like her to get read in, too. I'd rather just talk to you, Puller. It's going to have to be the both of us, Shireen. I trust her and you can, too. I'll be there in 30, Kirk said gruffly and clicked off. Who was that? Shireen Kirk. My JAG contact. Where did she come in from? D.C. Why come all the way out here? She wanted to do a face-to-face. It must be important. I appreciate your wanting me to sit in, but if it makes her uncomfortable, I can bow out. No, Knox. We're a team now. We stick together. You're sure? Let's go, Chapter 30. They drove separately back into Leavenworth and met at the same diner they'd eaten at before. Puller held the door for Knox, who was walking stiffly thanks to her banged-up hip. Did you get the Percocet? He asked. No, she said through gritted teeth. But I downed 4 Advil, just waiting for the suckers to kick in. Puller spotted Kirk at a back booth and they headed over. Kirk was dressed in slacks and a jacket, both of which were ruffled and wrinkled. Her eyes were puffy from lack of sleep. Her curly hair was in disarray. She smelled of cigarette smoke, and there was an empty coffee cup in front of her. Puller introduced the 2 women. Kirk gave Knox an appraising look and then nodded curtly. I don't know you, Knox, but if Puller vouches for you, then okay. I appreciate that. Don't thank me. I'm not doing it for you. She turned to Puller. I left last night. I had to fly to Chicago, where my connection was canceled. I slept in the airport and spent today trying to get on another flight till I snagged a seat on a puddle jumper. I could have driven the whole way faster. Friggin' useless airlines. A phone call would have been a lot faster. I'm hungry. You guys want to order? Because I do. They ordered their food, and after some chit-chat, Kirk hunched forward and spoke in a low voice. You know how a court-martial works, I take it? Puller said. Fortunately, I've never experienced one, but yes, I know how it works. They're Article 1 legislative courts, meaning Congress controls them. Kirk nodded. The convening authority is the commanding officer. He creates the court-martial and selects the panel members, and that's the rub, said Puller. The KIO creates the court and picks the jurors. There are strict guidelines concerning unlawful command influence. Rule 104 of the court-martial process is very explicit. The CO is banned from punishing or influencing members in any way. The system has survived all attacks for over 2 centuries. That still doesn't mean it's fair, but who wants to rock that boat? Kirk spread her hands. I'm not saying it's an ideal system, but it's the one we have, and it works for the most part. I don't think it worked for my brother. Kirk sipped her coffee and shot glances around the diner, while Puller stared moodily off, and Knox glanced back and forth between the 2. Their food came a few minutes later, and they waited for the waitress to leave before resuming the conversation. I'm going to eat and talk, said Kirk. Pardon the open mouth full of food. After liberally salting everything on her plate, while Knox looked on in disapproval, Kirk said, There are no hung juries like in civilian courts. You need a 3/4 agreement among the panel for a sentence of 10 years or more, and the panel, not the judge, also decides the sentence. But I understand that unanimity by the panel is required for the death penalty, said Puller. Not always. If he was convicted under Article 106 of spying, then the penalty decision is taken away from the panel. Spying carries a mandatory death sentence. There are no exceptions if the conditions are met. The judge will simply announce the sentence. Puller sat back. I wasn't aware of that. What are the conditions? Pretty simple and straightforward. The genesis of the language actually dates back to colonial times, although it's been modified from time to time over the years. It has to be during a time of war, which we certainly were when he was arrested. But Congress never officially declared war on Afghanistan or Iraq, Puller pointed out. You'd make a good lawyer, Puller, and the defense argued that point. But while technically what you say is true, practically we were at war, and your brother was accused of aiding our enemies. When dealing with something like that, the defense is going to lose more often than it wins. And that's what happened when your brother's lawyer argued that point. He lost. Okay, go on, said Puller. The accused has to be acting as a spy in a place within the jurisdiction and control of the armed forces or any other place engaged in work in aid of that war. There are other elements acting clandestinely, attempting to collect certain information with intent to convey to the enemy, etc., etc. But was he charged under Article 106? Asked Knox. She quickly added, but I guess he couldn't have been. He was convicted, but he wasn't sentenced to death, Kirk said. It seems Article 106 was originally on the table, but then it was taken off. He was instead convicted under Article 106A of espionage. It's sort of splitting hairs because it carries many of the underlying requirements of spying, although there is no requirement that it be during time of war. It also carries a capital penalty when the crime involves certain elements like nuclear weaponry, satellites, and communications intelligence. All things my brother was involved in, said Puller slowly. Right, but as opposed to a conviction of spying, the death penalty is not mandatory. It's also subject to whatever other punishment the court-martial wants to direct. And as you said, that's when all panel members must vote unanimously to impose death. That's a big difference from an automatic capital sentence. And they didn't have unanimity? Said Puller. No, otherwise he'd be on death row or actually dead. Instead, he was given life. So there must have been some extenuating circumstances, said Knox. I suppose there were, yes, but the whole picture was a little fuzzy from a trial perspective. Surely you didn't get that from just a paper trail, Shireen, asked Knox. Kirk swung her gaze to Knox. My first name isn't Shireen, it's actually Cambrai, but it might as well be Scorched Earth. I dug up the prosecutor and the defense counsel and spoke with both of them. They were surprisingly candid. Surprisingly. She let the word hang out there. And why do you think they were so cooperative? Asked Puller. Well, it's hard to say, began Kirk cautiously. They both remembered the case well, though I'm sure they've both handled dozens since. You know there was a PTA, but your brother rejected it. What's a PTA? Asked Knox. Pretrial agreement. The accused can provide a guilty plea in exchange for a more lenient sentence. He apparently wanted no part of that. He consistently proclaimed his innocence in the strongest possible terms. Who was the convening authority? Asked Puller. The CO at Stratcom, Major General Martin Abel. I know Puller was convicted of espionage, but what were the specific charges? Asked Knox. As Puller told me earlier, the trial record was sealed, and for good reason, because it was full of classified information. MRE 505 is very detailed on that point, Knox said. MRE? Not meals ready to eat, surely? Try military rules of evidence, suggested Kirk. But you wouldn't come all this way unless you had unsealed it, commented Puller. As I told you before, that would take a court order, which there was no way I could get. Certainly not in the time since I talked to you last, but... Prompted Puller. But as I said, the counsels were cooperative. The defense counsel Todd Landry, especially so. He told me in confidence about the charges. Didn't he ask why you wanted to know? Knox asked. Of course, I made noises about Robert Puller's escape from DB, which they both knew about. It's all over the military pipelines, and they just assumed you were part of some group investigating it, said Knox. If they made that assumption, I did nothing to suggest they were incorrect in that assumption, Kirk said smoothly. So what were the charges? Puller said. It's fairly well known that NSA has deals in place with major technology companies and cellular phone carriers to allow them backdoor access into those platforms. Well, apparently Robert Puller had devised a backdoor into Stratcom's intelligence platform, which, by the way, is tied to pretty much all the other intelligence pipelines, including NSA, CIA, and Army intel. And that he was in the process of selling off the access codes to that backdoor to enemies of this country. It would have been catastrophic. Selling secrets? That's bullshit, exclaimed Puller. He didn't care about money. Why would he do that? Apparently the motive was online gambling debts. In the millions, online gambling? Exclaimed a stunned Puller. My brother was not a gambler. Well, it seems they found evidence to the contrary on his personal computers and his cell phone. He played under a variety of fictitious names. My brother is a super smart geek. He would know gambling is based on luck, not skill. He's too intelligent to bet. I asked that very question, and said Knox. And the prosecutor, Doug Fletcher, informed me that it seems that your brother had devised an elaborate gambling algorithm that was initially extremely successful. Initially, said Puller. Before it became unsuccessful. That's where the millions in losses come in. He just kept playing, trying to bet his way out of a hole. Lots of gamblers do that. It's a bona fide addiction, and playing online just opens up that addiction to millions of potential abusers. And they had evidence of all this? Said Knox. Yes, apparently clear-cut. So, Puller began. But Knox beat him to it. So why did both counsel remember the case so well, she asked. Landry in particular seemed to think that everything was too neat and clean. There was no question that your brother knew his way around technology, and yet they discovered all this evidence on his personal devices without a lot of effort. So he thought it was planted. If so, did he raise that as a defense? Knox said. He would have, except your brother testified that his personal devices could not be hacked by anyone. That anything found on there would have to come from him. Puller slapped his palm against the tabletop, causing both women to jump. The idiot. He was proud over practical. He didn't want to admit that someone had beaten him. He was the same way growing up. You might kick his butt once in something, but it would be the only time. Knox said, a guilty man would never have done that. He would grab at every defense he could get. Another reason Landry remembered the case so well. In point of fact, he'd never had an accused purposely torpedo a potential defense like that. Never. And yet your brother did without blinking an eye, apparently. Maybe he never really believed he was going to be convicted, said Knox. Well, he was wrong. But there was an appeal, right? Said Knox. Whenever the penalty is the dismissal from the ranks of an officer, the Court of Criminal Appeals, in this case, the one for the Air Force, automatically conducts one. Robert Puller's case was reviewed and the lower judgment was upheld. No further action was taken on his behalf. Any other appeal would take some work to initiate, which he never did. Puller fingered his coffee cup, so he protested his innocence strongly. He never told me that. I wonder why. Knox shrugged. There could be lots of reasons. I can't believe my brother would ever sell secrets. But he would be in a position to transmit secrets to the enemy, and if he did, he might not have done it for money, despite the gambling piece, pointed out Knox. What? He's like that Snowden guy, and wants to transform what he thinks is a bad system by outing it to the world from a safe distance away. Well, he obviously didn't do it like Snowden, said Kirk. The court found he did it for the money. Puller put down his cup. But we can't lose sight of the fact that someone may have been sent to DB to kill my brother. Since then, an Air Force general at Stratcom has been murdered, and Knox here had to shoot an Army captain who might have been involved in the attempt on my brother's life. If he was guilty and safely in prison, why all the attention now? Kirk nearly choked on her coffee. She stared over at Knox. You did what? She shot at me first. I defended myself. She's dead, I'm not. But what was the reason? We found out she had financial problems, and lo and behold, she sets up an account in the Caymans under another name, and someone puts $1 million in it. What did she do to earn that? Asked Kirk. Puller said, a device that simulated the sounds of gunshots and an explosion played a primary role in the chaos at DB. My take is, she brought them in herself. That's why she didn't search any of the guards for it later. That way we could never pin anything on her. And she might have sabotaged the cell door locking software, too. Kirk held up a hand. Okay, but let's get back to your last question. Why all this attention now? Puller looked at Knox and then glanced back to Kirk. I'm not sure either one of us can answer that. Kirk nodded. I agree that it all looks dicey, and that more investigation is needed. But you have to understand that it unduly complicates the situation now that your brother has escaped from DB. Well, he might not have had much choice, escape or die. Given those options, I'd have cut and run too. And the problem with that answer is that the people hunting him won't care about his reasons. And another problem is, he may have folks after him who aren't part of the official machine, retorted Puller. Knox said, after what happened to you. I think he probably does. Kidnapping and then trying to murder you definitely speaks of unofficial involvement. Stunned Kirk now shot Puller a glance. First, she shoots a friggin' Army captain. And now you're telling me that you were kidnapped and nearly killed. That's pretty much the gist of it. Bunch of guys with guns got the jump on me using a damsel in distress act that I fell for. They took me to a place, tied me up, asked me a bunch of questions, none of which I answered, and then they were going to kill me. Then why aren't you dead? I had a guardian angel on site. He did enough to allow me to get my own way out. And who was this angel? Asked Kirk. I hope to find out one day so I can thank the person." He turned to Knox and his voice dropped even lower. "And you can guarantee to me that you don't know who any of these folks are, or where they might have come from?" Knox said, "If you're asking me whether it's any of my people, I can assure you that it's not. We may deceive. We may slice and dice the truth. We may conceal. But we don't do crap like this. We do have oversight committees, Puller, and if we tried any of this and it came out, well, everybody could pretty much kiss their asses, pensions, and freedom goodbye. And I'm not sure there's ever a compelling enough reason to do that. We have enough true enemies without turning on ourselves." He studied her closely for a long moment and then looked away. Kirk looked at Knox. "Tell me about this shootout with an army captain. What was her name?" Puller answered, "Lenora Macri. And she must have been pretty desperate to take a shot at you, Knox. Do you think she saw you coming in?" "I knocked and rang the doorbell before I picked the lock. I wasn't trying to do it on the sly." "I know you did. I was watching. So, for Shireen's edification, tell us again how it went down." "Step by step," added Kirk. Knox sighed and then gathered her thoughts. "I closed the door behind me and called out her name. There was no answer. I called out again and identified myself, full title and everything. The next thing I know, she came around the corner from the living room at me. Her gun was out and pointed at me. My cred pack was in my hand and held out for her to see, but I knew it didn't matter. The look on her face told me all I needed to know. I had maybe a second she was going to shoot me." "Keep going," encouraged Puller when Knox paused. "I dropped my creds, grabbed the chair and flung it at her as I went down to the floor. She fired. I felt the round pass over me and hit the wall behind me. The chair had struck her as she fired and threw off her aim. I hit the floor, kicked away, aimed and fired upward into her chest. She dropped where she stood. She hit the floor and never moved after that. That all coincides with what I heard downstairs," said Puller, looking at Kirk. "Well, it also happens to be the truth," replied Knox resolutely. "But attempting to shoot you in cold blood like that," said Kirk. "It's an extreme response. How could she know what you were there for? It could just be routine questioning. If she killed you, she's looking at the death penalty. And how was she planning to get away? She had an alias, same name she used to set up the account in the Caymans, but we traced it back to her. Under that alias, she had purchased a series of one-way tickets with the final stop in St. Petersburg. No extradition treaty between Russia and the U.S., said Kirk. Right. And I doubt Russia was her final destination. She was just going there to disappear after that. It's anyone's bet. She certainly would have had the financial resources to do it. What date was the plane ticket for? Asked Puller. Today she was supposed to be on duty but called in sick. She was clearly never going back. That's why I went there. Puller eyed Knox steadily, and she returned the gaze. Kirk noticed this stare down and looked back and forth between them, like she was viewing a tennis match. I know what you're probably going to say, said Knox at last. Really? Replied Puller. So why don't you tell me what I was going to say? That we're a team, and I should have told you all of this, and you'd be right. Maybe if you hadn't left me in that graveyard, I would have told you. But you did leave me, and I had no idea where you were. And I had to get this done. Puller studied her for a while more, but seemed satisfied by this explanation, he said. I'm surprised with all the evidence you had against her that you didn't send in a SWAT team. The Army would have. That may be how the Army does things, but not us. What we really wanted was for her to cooperate with us and lead us back to whoever she was working with. In the grand scheme of things, she was small potatoes. We wanted the others, that's why I went in solo. To talk to her, to make her see reason, and you almost got blown away for your troubles. I have to tell you, I didn't see that coming. There was nothing in her profile that would have led us to believe that she would have reacted with such violence. Well, profiles can be misleading, commented Kirk. And now we've lost her as a potential witness and information source, and it's really all on me, Knox added glumly. Puller said, so she saw you in her home, figured out who you were from you calling out. She knew the game was up since she was probably upstairs packing for her trip to Russia, and she panicked. Well, I'm just glad her aim was off. Because of the chair you threw, I'm still lucky, Puller. Like the hip. Like the hip, she agreed, as Kirk looked at her quizzically. Knox saw this and said, long story. She sipped her coffee and looked thoughtful. "What?" Puller asked, seeing an ironic look in her eyes. "I was just wondering when my luck is going to finally run out." "Don't we all?" replied Puller. "Well, unfortunately for you two, it seems the answer will be sooner rather than later," noted Kirk, Chapter 31. "Can you give me a lift to my hotel, Puller?" asked Kirk as they were leaving the diner. She had a small roller bag with her. Knox looked at Puller. "I'm going to check in, and then I'll give you a call. I'm sure my superiors will have a lot of questions for me after the incident with Macri, and there's always paperwork to fill out. Doesn't seem like all that much, though, for taking someone's life," she added, looking depressed. Puller said, "You took her life because she was trying to take yours." He watched as Knox walked off to her car. Kirk said, "Do you trust her? Do you really trust her?" "Yes, I do." "Well, I don't. That's why I held a few things back." Puller shot her a glance and said, "My car's over there." They walked to his sedan and climbed in. Puller said, "Okay, what do you have?" "Two facts, one from Todd Landry and one from Doug Fletcher, the prosecuting attorney." "Which do you want first?" "Prosecuting attorney. In addition to the computer evidence, there were two witnesses who testified against your brother at his court-martial." "Witnesses? Who were they?" "People he worked with at Stratcom." "What did they say?" "One testified that he saw your brother meeting in a car with a man who was later identified as being an agent for the Iranian government." "That's not possible." "And the other witness testified that she saw Robert Puller burn something onto a DVD from a secure area at Stratcom's satellite facility in Kansas and try to take it with him." "And why did the prosecuting attorney point these things out to you?" "They sound pretty damning and certainly wouldn't help Bobby." "At the court-martial, they were severely damaging." "No, Fletcher pointed them out because of something in both witnesses' written statements." "What was it?" asked Puller, his gaze steady on Kirk. What they both said in those statements." She cleared her throat and recited. "It was clear to me at the time that Robert Puller was acting very mysteriously." Puller kept staring at her. "They both said that, to the word. What do you think the odds are of that happening naturally?" "Slim and none. What did the prosecuting attorney do with that?" "The statements were made available to defense counsel, of course, under the discovery rules for court-martials. But it's not the job of the prosecutor to do his adversary's job, so he didn't do anything about it. But 2 years later it obviously had been sticking in his craw, and Landry did nothing with it? I don't know. I wasn't at the court-martial, and the prosecuting attorney didn't elaborate on that point. And who knows if anything would have come of it. The other evidence they had was pretty conclusive. Similarities in witness statements probably wouldn't have carried the day." "So did Fletcher think the witnesses were lying? That they were told to say that? He wouldn't go that far, and neither would I, if I were in his shoes and someone asked me. If they were lying, it was a little sloppy of them to say the exact same thing. Whoever's behind this could be a micromanager, but definitely not a lawyer. People do compare witness statements just for that reason." She paused, and reading between the lines, "Puller, I think that's why an Article 106 spying case became an Article 106A espionage case. I think defense and prosecutor came to an agreement on that because they both thought something strange was going on. If your brother was put to death, that could never be rectified. If he were alive, albeit in prison, then maybe one day another explanation would come to light. At least that's what I think happened." "You said, 'Whoever's behind this,' so you believe my brother was set up." "Let me tell you what the defense counsel told me, and let me warn you that it might not be easy for you to hear, and it's the main reason I flew out here. I wanted to tell you this face to face." Puller stiffened slightly. "Okay." "Near the end of the court-martial, Landry wanted your brother to testify on his own behalf. The trial was not going well, and Landry thought Robert would be a good witness. He was incredibly intelligent, patriotic, and articulate. Landry thought he would present well to the panel. Did he testify? No. Why not? He refused. Why? What would he have to lose if things were going against him anyway? He let something slip to Landry, and the let slip part is defense counsel's observation, not mine. What did my brother say? That he couldn't risk it. Risk it? He was fighting for his life. He apparently wasn't worried about himself. Who then? Demanded Puller. This was the let slip part. He said he couldn't risk it because if he was found innocent, his family would suffer. There was a long moment of silence in the car until Puller said, "My father and I are the only family he has, so he was talking about us, that we would be in danger if he got off." "Yes, someone threatened him. Unless he takes the fall, we get killed." Landry said your brother changed during the course of the court-martial, going from confident and indignant to, well, afraid. And nobody did anything? What could they do? Your brother never specifically said he had been threatened, or that someone was going to hurt his family. In fact, when Landry pressed him on it, he clammed up, wouldn't say another word about it, and swore him to secrecy. That meant Landry could not share it with the prosecutor or the court. Puller slumped back in his seat. He felt like someone had taken a jackhammer to his skull and then parked an Abrams tank on his chest. He felt as cold as death. "My brother has been rotting in prison to protect me," Kirk said. "You shouldn't feel guilty, Puller. You knew nothing about it." Puller stared out the window at a young couple walking past holding hands. "Maybe I didn't want to know," he said at last. "I could have found out. I'm an investigator. I could have found out. That's what I do." "Better late than never," replied Kirk. "What are you going to do now?" "I need the names of the witnesses. Do you have them?" "Yes, but what will you do with that information?" "Find out the truth. That's what I really do, Shireen. I find out the truth. And maybe this time I can save my brother if I do find it." "Well, you also might find a lot more than you bargained for." Chapter 32. "I appreciate your filling me in on this, Puller," said Knox. They were sitting in the lobby bar of the hotel where Shireen Kirk was staying. Kirk was upstairs in her room getting some sleep. Puller had met Knox here for a drink and then told her all that Kirk had disclosed to him in the car. You needed to know. She sipped on a glass of Prosecco while he nursed a beer. "I take it Miss Kirk didn't want to tell me, though. She waited until you two were alone. She plays everything close to the vest. Well, with this I can't say I blame her." Knox gazed around the bar. It was active with lots of patrons, some with dates and some looking for companionship at least for one night. "What do you intend to do now?" Puller slipped out a piece of paper. "I intend to talk to these two people." Knox glanced at the paper. "The pair of witnesses?" Puller finished off his beer and nodded. "Susan Reynolds is still in government service but works at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. Niles Robinson works for a private government contractor and is based in Fairfax, Virginia. So you doing this long distance or close up? I don't interview people long distance if I can help it. Interview or interrogate?" She shot back. "That's largely up to them." "What do you really hope to find?" Answers. "When do you want to leave?" "Tomorrow morning. There's an 8 a.m. flight out. Gets into Reagan National a couple hours later." He paid the tab and they rose. He hooked her by the arm as they were about to head out. "The witnesses don't know I'm coming, Knox. I'd like to keep the surprise. If you're afraid I'll call them, you're free to sleep in my hotel room tonight and keep watch. I got a room here before I met you in the bar." He studied her silently, his gaze taking in every point of her expression worth evaluating. "I trust you, Knox," she said angrily. "No, I don't think you do. So if you don't want to spend the night in my room, I'll spend the night in yours, and then we'll head to the East Coast and see what we see." "You don't have to do that." "No, you're wrong. I saw the way you just looked at me, so I do have to do it. Look, I'll just get my own room." "I thought you had a room." "I checked out after I left you at the cemetery. My plan was to run down some more leads and then head back to D.C. Obviously, with what happened with Macri and Shireen being here, things changed. We can head back tomorrow morning. I'll get a room here." Puller. But he had already walked out of the bar and headed over to the front desk while Knox, her arms folded across her chest, moodily watched. Puller spent a long time with the hotel representative, and the woman made several phone calls, while Puller looked increasingly frustrated. Finally, the woman put down the phone for the last time, shook her head, and said, "I'm really sorry. I even tried the downtown why nothing, thanks," said Puller tightly. Puller walked back over to Knox. She said, "So what's the word?" Puller was stone-faced. "The word is there's some sort of cattlemen's convention in town." They just rented the last room in the hotel 10 minutes ago. Cattlemen, said Knox, a smirk playing over her lips. I didn't know they had conventions. What do they talk about? The best ways to cow tip? Puller went on as though he hadn't heard her. Which means there's not a hotel room to be had anywhere. You're wrong there, Puller. There's my room. Let's go. Puller came out of the bathroom in Knox's room dressed in sweats. Knox passed by him and handed him her phone. You can check the log. I didn't make a call, text, or email while you were changing. And if you want, you can hold on to it until we get to D.C. You're really blowing this out of proportion. I don't think so, she said tersely. I think I'm blowing it just right, actually. She slammed the bathroom door behind her. A minute later, he heard the shower start up. Puller looked around the room. There was only the one bed and a chair. He grimaced. Contorting his nearly 6'4" body into a chair for a full night did not appeal to him in the least. He eyed the floor. Hardwood. Great. He called the front desk and asked about a rollaway bed. None were available, apparently. Several of the cattlemen were doubling up. We have a crib, the woman said. Right, said Puller before he hung up. Smartass. He sat in the chair and eyed her phone. She had disabled the auto lock because he didn't have to input a passcode. She had made no calls and had received none. He checked texts and emails. Nothing, just like Knox had said. He checked the trash and junk caches, zipped there too. He set the phone down on the nightstand, stretched out his limbs and waited. And while he waited, he listened to the water running in the shower, and then he heard Knox singing. And before he realized it, his thoughts had drifted back to an unlikely person. His mother. It had been the rockiest of relationships between his parents. She was a gentle woman, but with a spine of iron when she was pushed into a corner, a place John Puller Sr. had often forced her. Yet she had doted on her boys until she was suddenly gone from their lives one day. She had showered. That's what had prompted the memory now. Puller had heard the water running and his mother singing as she often did. Then the water had stopped. The bathroom door had opened and then closed. Puller had gone outside in the backyard to play. He remembered looking toward the house on the base where his father was stationed. His mother had been at the window, a towel still around her and her long hair still wet. She was looking at him. She smiled and waved. And he waved back. That had been the last time he had ever seen her. When he had come back inside hours later, she was gone. A search was conducted, but she was never found. His father had never spoken her name after that. Jacqueline Puller had been Jackie to her friends, of which she had more than his father ever would. People feared his father. People loved his mother. Not a day went by that he didn't think of her. Not a single day. He conjured that face at the window. The smile, the wave, all of it full of love and reassurance, with nothing to predict such a catastrophic and mysterious end. The image began to fade as the voice intruded. Puller, Puller. Something shook him by the arm. He came out of this memory, opened his eyes, and looked up. For one vastly unsettling moment, Puller thought his long-lost mother was standing in front of him. But it was Knox standing there, draped in a towel, her hair pinned up and damp. Are you okay? She asked, looking genuinely worried about him. He cleared his throat, gathered his composure, and nodded as he abruptly stood, causing her to jump back as he almost stepped on her bare foot. Sorry, just have a bunch of stuff on my mind. Gee, I wonder what that could be. She smiled and he forced one to his lips. He picked up her phone and handed it back to her. I think this is yours. You sure you don't want to keep it? I'm sure I don't need to. She set the phone on the nightstand and eyed the chair, the floor, and then the bed. I guess we better discuss sleeping arrangements. Look, I can just sleep in the lobby. There's a couch there, she said in a mock, playful tone. What, you don't trust yourself spending the night in a woman's hotel room? What about the Ranger's legendary self-discipline? He glanced down at her towel-draped figure, then he abruptly looked up. I trust myself. He took in a whiff of air. Her hair smelled of vanilla. He felt an odd sensation creep up his spine. He shook it off with difficulty. Then what's the problem? I can sleep in the chair or on the floor. You can sleep in the bed. I'll sleep in the chair. Knox, it's your room. And you're a lot bigger than me. And I've slept in far worse places, trust me. She grabbed some things from her suitcase and went back into the bathroom. A minute later, she came out dressed in shorts and a tank top, her hair down around her shoulders. She snagged a pillow off the bed and a blanket from the closet. She curled up in the chair and put the blanket over her. "You sure about this?" said Puller, who had been watching her uncomfortably. "For the last time, yes. Can you hit the light?" Puller swiped the switch with his hand. Then he got into bed, lay back against the pillow, and lifted the sheet up to his chest. Knox sat up in the chair. "What were you thinking about when I came out of the bathroom?" she asked. "Your brother?" "No, somebody else in the family." "Your father?" "No," he said, his tone blunt. "Okay, I get the message. I'll stop asking." They lay there in silence for a few minutes, the only sound their breathing. "It was my mother. I was thinking about her." He glanced over. Knox was looking at him. "Is she still alive?" she asked. "I don't know," he replied. "What happened to her?" "She disappeared when I was a kid. She was waving at me from the window of our house while I was outside playing. She was just there, and then she was gone. Never saw her again. Puller, I'm so sorry. I've never told anyone about this, at least not since it happened. I can understand that. I'd appreciate it if you didn't. Puller, if there's something I can do, it's keep a secret. I would never tell anyone, I swear." "Thanks, Knox. But why did you start thinking of her now? Because of your brother?" "No, it was your being in the shower and the singing." She looked embarrassed. "I was singing in the shower? Jesus, sometimes I don't even know I'm doing it. I'm sorry. I can't even carry a tune." "No, you were fine." Then he grew silent. She said, "Is that the last memory you have of your mother apart from seeing her in the window? She was singing in the shower?" Puller nodded, because he couldn't speak right now. "I had no idea, Puller. I never would have." "I know," he said, interrupting her. "It's okay," he paused. "Some family, huh? Brother on the run, mother disappeared, and my father's sitting in a VA hospital, still thinking he's heading up an Army Corps." She said, "My grandfather had Alzheimer's. It's a terrible disease. It wipes everything important away from the inside out." "Yeah, it does," he said curtly. And then there was silence once more. "Good night, Puller." "Good night, Knox." Chapter 33. The next morning. They descended into an overcast D.C. and landed a few minutes early. Before they'd left, Puller had taken AWOL to Fort Leavenworth and left the cat in the care of a vet who maintained a kennel there. Puller had arranged for an Army car to be waiting for him at the airport in D.C. They loaded their bags into it and drove off from the airport. "2 witnesses, Puller said. "2 witnesses," Knox repeated. "You got anything?" he asked. "I checked into the UNSCOM database on the drive to the airport. Susan Reynolds has worked at Fort Belvoir for about 4 months. At the time your brother was arrested, she worked at Stratcom in Kansas City, where she worked with my brother, or at least knew him by sight," commented Puller. Knox pulled a notebook from her bag and flipped through the pages. "Shearing Kirk said that Reynolds testified that your brother copied something from a computer onto a DVD. I guess that's a no-no at Stratcom. It's a no-no in most secure facilities, but Reynolds said she saw your brother do it, and then he pocketed the DVD and left the facility with it. I wonder if they ever determined what files he accessed and downloaded, or allegedly did," added Puller. "I suppose they would have had to check that if they introduced it into evidence against him at the court-martial. And I wonder what happened to the DVD, if it ever existed?" "It really would be helpful to get a transcript of the court-martial proceedings," said Knox. "Shireen said it would take a court order, and it would have to trump national security, which was the reason the file was sealed in the first place. Well, your brother has escaped from prison. So if we accept the prevailing argument that he is in fact guilty, then his being on the loose with all the secrets he has in his head constitutes a national security problem. We could argue that if we are going to help catch him, we need to know about the crimes he was convicted of in detail. For instance, this Iranian agent that he allegedly met with. If we can get a lead on him, it might bring us to your brother. He's not guilty, Knox. I understand that. But the point is we need a way to get the files, Puller. And if we have to play the national security angle, well, hell, let's play it." Puller flashed her an admiring look. That's pretty clever, actually. How can they argue against that, right? They need to give us whatever they have to allow us to apprehend him before he hurts this country. Maybe Kirk can file a motion? No, that would take too long. We need a shortcut. How? Puller pulled out his phone. The man answered on the second ring. James Schindler from the National Security Council said, "Hello, Mr. Schindler. John Puller? I need your help, sir, and I really need it right now." Chapter 34. Puller and Key and Knox were parked outside of Susan Reynolds' home in Springfield, Virginia. Knox checked her watch. She got off work about 35 minutes ago. She might have stopped along the way. Fort Belvoir isn't that far from here. Pull nodded, but said nothing, keeping his gaze swiveling between Reynolds' two-story home in a newer, very upscale neighborhood of Springfield and the entrance to the subdivision. "What's her position at Fort Belvoir?" Puller asked. "She works in the Center for Combating Weapons of Mass Destruction." "Don't they work closely with DTRA?" said Puller, referring to the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. "There's a partnership there, yes," replied Knox. "In fact, the center is located at DTRA's headquarters, and a lot of DTRA's mission supports the center's work, and their mission is to wipe out WMDs, at least the bad guys' WMDs. "Anything jump out in her personnel file?" he asked. "No. She joined another STRATCOM component at Bolling Air Force Base about the time of your brother's court-martial, and from there she went to the center. But there must be something if she lied about your brother's actions." "Well, we're about to find out because there she is." A late-model Lexus four-door pulled into the driveway of Reynolds' house. A tall, fit, good-looking woman in her early 50s with a thick mane of bleached blonde hair climbed out of the sedan, carrying a briefcase and a plastic bag full of groceries. Puller knew from her file that she had two grown children who no longer lived with her. She walked up to the front steps, and by the time she got there, Puller and Knox had caught up to her. "What is this about?" she asked when they flashed their creds. "Robert Puller," Puller said bluntly, and then watched Reynolds closely for any type of reaction. However, she simply stared up at him. In her younger days, she must have been truly a beauty, thought Puller. She still had head-turning looks, and her tall, lean figure was impressive. The woman clearly stayed in shape. "I heard that he had escaped from the DB. Are you worried that he might come after me because I testified against him?" Puller gave her another appraising look, and his opinion of the woman changed. She was not going to simply crack and confess. She must have anticipated someone might show up on her doorstep after his brother had gotten out of the DB, and she was prepared. "Can we go inside and discuss this?" said Puller. "All right." Reynolds glanced at Knox. "Inscom? So you're at Fort Belvoir too?" "Yes, but I don't work from there, and I hardly have any engagement with the center or DTRA, Reynolds nodded. "Well, it's not like I would ever see you anyway. The place is massive." She unlocked the front door. The house was alarmed and she blocked their view of the control panel while she keyed in the disarming code. "I need to put the groceries away in the fridge. Can you give me a couple minutes?" "I can do better than that," said Puller. "I can help you while my partner goes over her notes." He inclined his head at Knox and then nodded toward the living room. She took up a seat there and hauled out her notepad while Puller followed Reynolds down a short hallway to the large kitchen. "Sid," she said, "I suppose you're investigating the escape." But Puller was Air Force. "DB is an Army prison. I saw you had the same last name." "Lots of Pullers around," said Puller, quite truthfully. He slowly emptied the bag of groceries and handed them to her one by one, taking his time. "So, you like the work at the center?" he asked. "It's challenging. And what goal could be more important, getting WMDs out of the hands of terrorists, or stop them from getting WMDs in the first place? Even better. So, how well did you know Robert Puller?" "Not well. I mean, we worked together at the facility in Kansas City when that was open. They've consolidated everything back at Offutt now. What did you think of him?" "He was incredibly smart and diligent. Everyone knew he was going to end up running the place someday. Made it all the more unbelievable that he did what he did. Gambling debts online." Reynolds put the last of the groceries away and closed the fridge door. "That's what came out in the trial. I guess if you get addicted to something, it can end up ruining you." "It did him all. Very sad. He was a tough one to replace. You testified that you saw him copy something onto a DVD. That's right, I did, which is prohibited at Stratcom. Absolutely. How did they check for that? Well, they make it hard to do things like that, like a DTRA. Our computers were deactivated for flash drive usage, so you can't steal data that way. But you can use a DVD, as Robert did. They had to allow that for us to do our jobs. The best security is to vet your employees and make sure they're not working for the other side, because you can't totally eliminate the risk of someone stealing sensitive data. Look at Snowden. There are random searches and they have scanners. But if you're badged, you don't run through the scanners. I suspect they have other security measures they don't share with us, just in case we do have a traitor in the ranks. So, he probably knew that as well and couldn't take the chance of just slipping a DVD into his pocket and hoping he gets out. How did he get the device out the day you saw him? He pulled the fire alarm. The facility was evacuated. As you can imagine, there wasn't an opportunity to search people, and I would suppose that any stealth measures they had in place were trumped by the possibility of a fire. But you reported what you saw? Immediately. By the time security arrived, the fire alarm had been pulled. They caught up to him outside. They found the DVD in his pocket. Was he placed under arrest then? Yes. Then he was released on his personal recognizance. Then it was reported that he had previously been spotted meeting with someone who turned out to be a spy for the Iranian government. It was then that Puller was put in the stockade until his court-martial began. What was the time lapse there? I'm not sure. Not that long. Maybe a week. Surprising they didn't jail him for good after they found the DVD in his pocket. I thought so too, but maybe he talked them into it. He could be very convincing. But you said you didn't know him that well? I didn't, but I heard him make numerous presentations at Stratcom. He was articulate, a powerful speaker, and had a comeback for everything they threw at him, probably because he was smarter than everyone else in the room. Puller had been jotting notes down. He clicked his pen a couple of times while he thought about her last statement. Did he detect a note of jealousy there? You haven't noticed anything unusual around here, he asked. You mean have I seen Robert Puller lurking in my backyard? No, I haven't. I doubt I'm important enough for that. It was incredible that he broke out of DB. I would think he would already be out of the country. Pretty dicey for him to meet with an Iranian spy. Maybe we should rejoin your partner. She's probably wondering what happened to us. Puller led the way down the hall. Knox was sitting in the same chair by the stone fireplace. She glanced at Puller, her features inscrutable. Really nice place, she said to Reynolds. I love the openness and the decoration, thanks. It's a nice neighborhood. Lots of interesting people from all walks of life. Knox pointed at an array of photos sitting on a console table. Is that you? Reynolds nodded and smiled. That was taken when I made the Olympic team in the biathlon. Skiing and shooting, said Puller. That's right, how'd you do? The smile turned to a frown. I didn't end up competing medical condition. That must have been disappointing, said Knox. What's a life without disappointment? Makes you stronger. Knox pointed to another photo. Your kids? Reynolds nodded. My son's a lawyer and my daughter runs a clothing store. You must have had them young, noted Puller. Adam and I met in college and married in our sophomore year. I don't see a picture of him here, said Knox. He was killed in a hit-and-run nearly 20 years ago, Reynolds said bluntly. It's too painful for me to even see his face. Did they ever catch the person who did it? Asked Puller. Reynolds shook her head. I was out of the country at the time on assignment. Adam was an FBI agent and a damn good one. He was working a case in D.C. having to do with a drug cartel. I think those devils were behind it, but the Bureau thought it was simply an accident. Did you have proof otherwise? Asked Knox. Reynolds said, It was a long time ago, so what does it matter? Nothing will bring him back. I'm sorry, said Knox. She then pointed to one more photograph. It was a much older one, in black and white. Is that you? Puller looked at it. It was of an older man in a magician's outfit, complete with top hat and tails. He was holding a wand in one hand and a long cloth in the other. Next to him was a tall, slender teenage girl. Reynolds nodded. My father was a professional magician. I was his assistant. He was really good, taught me a lot. Great guy. I miss him. Cancer took him 10 years ago, she added brusquely. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? Puller glanced at Knox and said, She answered my questions while we were putting away groceries. So I think that's it. He turned back to Reynolds. Obviously, if you notice anything suspicious, please give us a call. He handed her one of his cards. She looked at the card and then glanced up at Puller. Just so you know, I can take care of myself. If I had competed in the Olympics, I was a lock for a bronze, and with a bit of luck, the gold was not out of reach. I have lots of guns and I know how to use them. In fact, I would go down to the FBI's shooting range with Adam and take on all comers. I never lost, and at my age I've never needed glasses of any kind. The doctors say it's remarkable. I say it's just good fortune, so if someone breaks into my home, I doubt they'll be walking out of here. I always stand my ground, and I don't miss. Puller gave her a long stare and then nodded. I'm sure. Have a good day. He and Knox left and climbed into their car, but Puller didn't start it up. He sat there staring up at the house. You find anything while I had her in the kitchen? A .45 Smith & Wesson hidden in the bookcase. The windows are alarmed too. She has motion detectors all over the place, and there's a large floor safe in her bedroom, which is the first door on the right off the main hall. It's locked, but I'm guessing she keeps her long guns and other pistols in there, and maybe all her cool shooting trophies. You covered a lot of ground in a short time. I do my best. Anything else? No smoking gun, no pun intended. Maybe we're looking at it, he said. What do you mean she came from KC, he said. Went to bowling in Anacostia, right? Sticker shock. Cost of living in Kansas is a lot lower than here. How much you figure that house cost? Knox studied the place and then looked at the homes around it. $1 million plus, that's what I was thinking. And a late model top-of-the-line Lexus sedan probably set her back about $70,000 or more. And she has 2 kids and a husband who was killed when they were still young, so that meant she was the sole breadwinner. You saw her file? What was she making, say, 20 years ago? About $30,000 a year, replied Knox, and college and law school aren't cheap. Even if they took out loans, she probably had to foot part of the bill somehow. But if she was paid off because of your brother, that was only a little over 2 years ago. Right, but I wonder how much of her debt is still out there. Maybe none? And now she lives in $1 million home and drives a luxury car. What's her salary now? I figure a little over $100,000 a year plus benefits. Just doesn't add up. No, it doesn't. But I assume the government checks up on these things. Maybe not. Look at the CIA and Aldrich Ames, big house, luxury cars, none of which he could afford on his salary. She paused. Maybe she inherited. You saw how she practically threatened us at the end there? She has guns and she knows how to use them. You walk in, but you won't walk out. I think she knew that you were searching the place while we were in the kitchen. And she was smooth, way too smooth for a visit like ours. It was like she was expecting us. I swear I didn't tell anyone, Puller. I know, so if she's been warned, then so is the other witness. You still want to go see him? Hell yes, he might not be as prepared as Reynolds was. Puller's phone dinged not once but twice. He checked the emails. Anything useful? Asked Knox. Maybe the Holy Grail. What is it? The court-martial transcript. Schindler seems to really have a lot of juice, and that's not all. What else? The ME at Leavenworth. He got back the toxicology results on our dead guy, and he's Ukrainian, or at least he was there recently. I didn't think they'd done isotope mapping over there. He said we lucked out. How? The guy was from Chernobyl. Apparently because of the nuclear disaster they had there all those years ago. The toxicology signature is absolutely unique due to the water and air contamination. Lucky for us. Not so lucky for the poor bastards who have to live there. So, Ukrainian? Aided by an officer from Croatia named Ivo Mesic. Not such a stretch. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and Croatia was part of Yugoslavia, which was a communist regime. So the big red monster is rearing its ugly head again. Did you expect them to go quietly into the night? Especially with the guy running the show now. He has more testosterone than Arnold Schwarzenegger in his Terminator days. Chapter 35. Robert Puller had driven 24 hours straight, from Kansas to Maryland. He had kept going with hot coffee, loud music, and more cans of Red Bull than he cared to remember. He had discovered through necessity that his bladder was working just fine. He was just now driving past Fort Meade, which was like a Russian nesting doll. There were many layers to it, which included an Army installation, the NSA, the U.S. Army Cyber Command, and DASA, the Defense Information Systems Agency. There were probably more intelligence analysts and spy hardware on the nearly 8 square miles here than any other place on Earth. If National Geospatial was the eyes of the American intelligence empire by virtue of its role in satellite surveillance, then the NSA was the ears of that same intelligence empire, since it was the chief producer and manager of signal intelligence. And, as the world and ordinary Americans had recently learned, the NSA was listening in on a lot more than foreign conversations. The NSA was part of the Department of Defense and by law was required to be headed by a military officer. Upon assuming the leadership of the NSA, one was automatically promoted to a 4-star or an admiral. The deputy director was always a civilian and had a technical background. Robert Puller knew all this because he had been groomed to possibly head up the NSA one day. It would have been many years down the road, and he would have to have carried 3 stars on his shoulders by that time. There was no guarantee that any of that would have happened, and it was an ambitious goal for a humble major. But his trajectory had been a steep one. He had been on course for his first star in near record time, and when he reached his 50s, he would have probably carried at least the requisite 3 stars. Upon his conviction, Puller had lost his military commission, along with everything else he held of importance, and now he was an escaped prisoner. His personal and professional destruction was complete, but perhaps not beyond redemption. He kept his gaze on the perimeter security fence that surrounded Fort Meade. In the distance was an array of satellite dishes that helped scoop information from the digital ether equal to the entire contents of the Library of Congress every 6 hours. It was a staggering amount of information that not even the NSA with all its resources had the manpower to digest. That was cold comfort for those whose communications the NSA did capture and act upon. Puller had been to Fort Meade many times. He could go there no more, unless he wanted a quick return to prison. He drove to a motel near the fort and checked in. He carried his bag up to his room, put his things away, and then sat at a small table set against the wall. There had been a change in command at Stratcom. The CO while Puller had been there, Major General Martin Abel, had earned another star in the last 2 years and had held one other major assignment before grabbing the brass ring. He had been appointed and confirmed as the director of the NSA 4 months ago. It was also 4 months ago that General Daughtry had been assigned to Stratcom. He had not been the head of his Stratcom, though one day he might have been. He had been the second in command behind a 2-star. But Martin Abel was now the king of the NSA. He was also in the hot seat with all the recent revelations courtesy of Edward Snowden. His agency had become the target of a turbocharged media looking for scandal to sell subscriptions and ratings, and also of a United States Congress desperate to look like it was actually doing something, and the conspiracy theorists were out in force, and maybe this time they had a change in control. 4 months ago, General Abel to the NSA at Fort Meade, his last stop, probably. Most officers retired from the NSA top spot. Abel was 60. Mandatory retirement age was creeping close for him, although it could be deferred under certain circumstances. There were currently 38 Air Force 3 stars upon his elevation to the NSA. Director Abel had automatically gotten his 4th star. There were currently only 13 of those in the Air Force, and only 34 across all branches. Pretty select company, Abel had also been the convening authority in Puller's court-martial. Puller and Abel had worked closely together. The general liked to have protégés that he could haul out and put on display, and he did so liberally with Puller, subtly taking much credit for the younger man's accomplishments. Mentoring talent helped your career, and Abel had been a man totally focused on his career. At least that was how Puller remembered it, and he usually remembered things spot on. The man had never contacted him again after Puller's troubles had begun. Not that Puller could blame him. Guilt by association. It ran deep in the military. You stayed far away from the shit. If you stepped in it, the stink never left you. So Daughtry promoted at the same time as Abel. Daughtry was dead. Abel was very much alive. Abel now ran an NSA besieged by scandal. He was running around putting out fires and waiting for more to crop up. A busy man. But maybe not too busy to think about the past. How long would it take to plan what had happened at the DB? A few months to get everything in order, the cover-up later. But did it involve Daughtry? Had he come to Kansas to make sure the truth was never discovered? Or was he there to try to find the truth? The fact that he was dead made Puller believe it was the latter. Otherwise, why kill one of your co-conspirators? There had been 2 witnesses at his court-martial. They had to have been in on it too. Susan Reynolds had testified about a DVD in his pocket. It had been found on his person after she had notified security, and Puller had no idea how it got there. The files on it had been classified. The clear implication had been that he was stealing secrets. The other witness, Niles Robinson, had testified that he had seen Puller meeting secretly with a person who later turned out to be an Iranian agent. Puller had never met with such a man, but Robinson had apparently taken pictures showing otherwise. Both witnesses and the physical evidence had been devastating. Yet he had never actually believed that he would be convicted simply because he was innocent. Even when the incriminating files about the online gambling had been found on his computer, he had not wavered in his belief that he would be fully exonerated. He was not naive enough to believe that innocent people did not go to prison, but in the military, he did not believe that was possible. He had maintained hope throughout until near the end of the proceedings. He had been planning to testify in his own defense, to fight back against the allegations and offer some of his own theories for what had happened, and then it had arrived. The envelope had been under his pillow in the cell he was in during the court-martial. He had no idea how it got there. He had opened it and read the brief contents. The message was clear: do anything to save yourself and your immediate family will suffer. They will suffer the ultimate punishment. Well, he had only 2 immediate family members left. His brother and his father. He supposed he could have taken the letter to the authorities. It would have perhaps been proof of his innocence, although they could easily claim he had written it himself, but he had never considered doing that, and thus Puller had not testified. He had accepted his fate. He had been convicted by a panel of his peers and been transferred to the DB. His automatic appeal had been unsuccessful, and he had never tried to initiate any others. He had been resigned to living out his days in prison. He was an innocent man behind bars for life. Could there be a worse fate? He had sometimes thought the death penalty might have been better. He had been rotting in prison for over 2 years, and now they wanted him dead. They had sent a killer inside the prison as part of an elaborate plan to make sure he was dead. They had failed. He had turned their plan to his advantage, and now he was free. They could not communicate with him now. They could not threaten him with the ultimate punishment for his immediate family. So Robert Puller had decided that this opportunity had come to him for a reason. What he had put away in the back of his head when the threats to his family had surfaced was the fact that if they were trying to falsely accuse him of espionage, then true espionage must have been going on at Stratcom. And that could do and might have already done incalculable damage to America. Why they had chosen him to implicate was still unknown to Puller. But he was going through the possibilities in his head, and he was certain an answer would emerge, but he had already reached one conclusion. He had chosen his family over his country, sacrificing himself for their welfare. Now he was going to choose his country over everything else. And although his uniform had been taken away from him, he still considered himself a servant of the United States, forever sworn to protect its interests above all others. And that's exactly what he intended to do now. And on top of that was an overwhelming desire to make these son-of-a-bitches finally pay for what they'd done. Chapter 36. Niles Robinson now worked at a defense contractor in Fairfax. Puller and Knox had met him at his office the next morning. He was a black man in his mid-40s, tall and spare with intelligent brown eyes. He answered their questions readily. He had worked with Robert Puller and thought of him as a friend. That is, until he had seen Puller talking with a man who turned out to be an Iranian agent. "So you didn't know he was an agent at the time?" Puller asked. "No, but I did take pictures of them." "Why?" asked Knox sharply. Robinson gave her a benign stare. Not to be accused of profiling, but the man was Middle Eastern, and they did seem to be acting furtive. "They were in a car, on a public street?" "Yes. They could have picked a quieter spot," noted Puller. "Well, It was late at night and there weren't many folks about and they never got out of the car, and it was just a coincidence you were there, asked Knox. No, it wasn't. Oh, prompted Knox. As I testified at the court-martial, I had followed Robert there. And why was that? Asked Puller. Robinson shifted his gaze to him. Because quite frankly, I had misgivings about him. Based on what? Puller said. At Stratcom, you're taught to be paranoid. And I can't tell you specifically what aroused my suspicions, but I had them. That wasn't the first time I had followed him. Other times nothing had happened, but this time, well, I wasn't sure. That's why I took the photos. And gave them to your superiors? Said Knox. Not immediately. But I did after a coworker caught Robert leaving the facility with a DVD. Why not turn him in immediately? Asked Puller. I didn't know that the person he was meeting with in the car was a spy. I didn't want to make trouble unnecessarily. But then you did turn in the pictures, said Knox. That's right. They ran it through a terrorist watch database and out the man popped. A bad guy, a real bad guy. So your suspicions were confirmed? Said Knox. Unfortunately, yes. Please understand, I thought the world of Robert. He was incredibly bright and hard-working. He was being groomed for bigger and bigger roles. General Abel had made him a personal project, in fact. I couldn't understand why Robert had done what he had, until the internet gambling came to light. And that was the motive, said Knox. Millions of them, apparently, said Robinson evenly. While Robinson was talking, Puller had been looking on the shelf behind the man's desk. He registered one thing and then looked at Robinson. We appreciate your help. He gave the man his card and asked him to call if he had anything to add. Robinson fingered the card and said, So, any idea how he escaped? I thought DB was impenetrable. Well, apparently it has an Achilles heel, said Puller. Back in the car, Puller settled into his seat and closed his eyes. Remember, they both used the same phrase in their report, Puller. They also worked together. They might have discussed it before they gave their statements. So you're now doubting your brother's innocence. Puller opened his eyes and looked at her. No, my brother was protecting me and my father. He took the fall because the real traitors put him in an impossible situation. And photos can be altered, pointed out Knox. Images added or deleted. Yes, they can, and these days it's pretty hard to detect. So we struck out with Robinson, Knox said. I think the guy was forewarned we were coming. I'm sure he was. I checked him out. He served his country well. Now he's on the private side making more money. But there was something about the guy. I didn't see it in Reynolds. See what? Remorse. You think he feels bad for setting up your brother? Did you notice the photo on the shelf behind his desk? There were a few of them. Which one in particular? The one of the kid in a hospital bed. Shaved head, tubes all over him. I think that was Robinson's kid. He looked to be about 10. Then there was another picture of Robinson with the boy. The kid looked older and healthy, so his kid was sick. Maybe had cancer, and now he's good. And your point? Robinson lives in a modest home. He's shown no signs of coming into wealth, so I wonder if over 2 years ago his health insurance had topped out, or did it even cover experimental treatments for cancer, maybe in other countries? I don't think federal government health plans do. You think that might be the motive for him to lie about your brother? Watch your kid die or see a coworker go to prison. What would you do? If you're right, then these people really are bastards. You think you can dig around and find out if I'm right? I'm on it. What are you going to do? Go over the trial record and try to figure out the Ukrainian angle. Mercenary, no doubt, she said, but who hired him? Well, if we answer that, we probably answer everything. Chapter 37. A day later, Puller laid aside the last page, sat back and yawned. He was sitting at a spare office in a former CID building at Fort Belvoir. The trial record he had just finished for the third time had been tedious in nearly all respects except when it was riveting. He had just had to read through it all to get to those parts. He rubbed his eyes, drank the last of his lukewarm coffee, and stared out the solitary window where the rain had started to fall gently, although it was forecast to turn into a pretty nasty storm as a front pushed through on its way to the Atlantic. The door opened and Knox poked her head in. They said you were in here? Up for some company? He nodded. I was about to fall asleep, got started before dawn. Don't even know what time it is. She came in holding a white bag and a carrier with 2 coffees perched in it. Actually, it's almost noon, but I bet you've had nothing to eat yet. You'd win that bet, he admitted. She handed him a coffee and then reached into the bag and pulled out a sandwich and set it in front of him. Next, she placed a large box of steak fries between them as she slid a seat up to the desk on the other side. He stared at the fries and then at her. French fries? I thought you'd come in with carrot sticks and non-fat yogurt. She slipped a thick fry from the box, opened her mouth wide and poised the fry between her teeth momentarily, before chomping down on it, causing him to wince slightly. A girl can splurge sometimes, Puller. I ran 5 miles this morning and then did an insanity exercise routine. Then I think you might be entitled to the whole box. He unwrapped his sandwich and saw that it was a Philly cheesesteak. His smile was wide and immediate. Boys are so predictable, said Knox, giving him an amused look. In some ways, said Puller, taking a bite of his Philly and then a drink of the hot coffee. She glanced at the stacks of papers. So, anything good? He wiped his mouth with a napkin and drew a legal pad covered with notes toward him. Shireen said they charged my brother with spying under Article 106. She put down her coffee. Right, the one that carries the automatic death sentence. He nodded, sticking a fry in the small tub of ketchup. But then it just went away and was replaced with the espionage charge. Nothing in the court-martial record about exactly why. No, not really. It was just there until it wasn't. Pretty big difference, she noted. Death for certain or life imprisonment. Right? I'm sure if we asked why they would just claim national security. They always pull that crap out when they don't want to tell the truth, said Knox. Well, I guess you would know, he shot back. She flashed him a scowl. So why do you think they would have cut the charge down? Did your brother have some juice in high places behind him? He was still convicted of espionage. He still got life in prison. How much juice could he have? But still Puller. They were originally going for the death penalty, and it seemed like his alleged crimes fit the requirements for spying. The defense counsel and prosecutor Shireen talked to would know all about this. But will they talk to us? I'm surprised they told her as much as they did. She's a fellow jag, and they didn't tell her everything. He stopped and lapsed into thought for a few moments. We could always ask them in our professional capacity. Yes, we could, and they could refuse, and we could press the point, go to court, get a subpoena, let the lawyers duke it out. And all of that would take time. Maybe a lot of time, said Puller. Lawyers never work fast. At least that's been my experience. We need to work this out from our angle. What about talking to the judge? She asked. Puller shook his head. I doubt he'll even see us, and even if he would, he'll never tell us anything. Judges don't talk about cases. Well, then the trial lawyers probably won't either. I think we have a better shot with them. Okay, so where are the lawyers? The prosecutor's in Charlottesville, Virginia, a couple of hours from here. He's no longer doing trial work. He's teaching at the JAG school there. My brother's former lawyer is out of the Air Force and in private practice in North Carolina. Okay, do we split up or do a tag team, she asked. Do you want to split up? No. Then let's head to Seaville. Did you find out anything more about Robinson? Your gut was right. His son was very sick, terminal actually. They went to Germany desperate for a miracle cure that fortunately worked. And how did they pay for it? There was a community fundraiser that brought in some dollars. But I spoke with folks in Berlin familiar with the medical procedure, and they said it easily would have cost $1 million plus. I don't think you could sell enough cookies and lemonade to raise that much cash, and Robinson's insurance, good though it was, did not cover that sort of treatment. And no one became suspicious? Pretty touchy subject when you're dealing with a sick kid. And it came after the trial was over. Maybe people just didn't put 2 and 2 together. Or maybe they didn't want to. But we did it pretty quickly. And I know the kid was sick, and I'm glad he's better, but my brother lost everything. Preaching to the choir, she replied. Yeah, said Puller. Too bad someone didn't start preaching 2 years ago. Chapter 38. Suzanne Reynolds slipped into her car after putting some shopping bags in the trunk. It was 30 minutes to her home, and the traffic was light. She reached her house and carried her bags in. She set them down and turned off the alarm. She was about to switch on the light when the voice called out, Please don't move. There's a gun pointed at your head." Reynolds started to turn around. "Do not turn around," the voice said sharply. Reynolds froze where she stood. "Now walk forward and turn into the living room. Sit in the chair nearest the television." "You seem to know my house very well," said Reynolds calmly, as she began to walk in that direction. She turned into the living room and sat in the designated chair. When she reached for the light on the table next to her, the voice said, "I'll do that." She slowly pulled back her hand and laid it in her lap while the person behind her turned on the light to its lowest setting. "How did you get in here?" "The alarm was on." "An alarm is only as good as the password, and yours wasn't very good. But then you reset it? Why?" "Well, not resetting it would have given my intrusion away, wouldn't it?" He moved fully into the room but kept behind her. Robert Puller had on a hoodie, pulled up, and a ski mask that covered everything on his face except his eyes and lips. His gun was pointed at the back of Reynolds' head. Across the room he had placed a mirror he'd found in her bathroom on a table. It was angled so that he could see her face reflected in it, while he remained hidden from her. He wanted to see her face and, more important, her reactions to his questions, he said. "I would presume that you were armed. Take your weapon out holding it by the muzzle, or the next sound you hear will unfortunately be the last one you ever will." She drew out the compact SIG 9mm by the muzzle and placed it on the carpet. "Kick it behind you." She did so, and Puller reached down and pocketed it. "What do you want?" asked Reynolds. "I have some money in the study. My credit cards are in my purse. I don't have gold bullion on the premises. If that's what you're looking for," she added snidely. "Who paid you to lie about what you saw?" Puller asked. She stiffened, and Puller added, "I thought you would have recognized my voice before now, Susan. It's been 2 years. Over 2 years, actually. But still, I remembered your voice. I've had a lot more to do over the last 2 years than you. Actually, I've had a lot to think about, if that counts." "And what did you conclude, Robert?" "That you were well compensated, judging by the size of your house and the luxury car you drove up in. Uncle Sam doesn't pay that well for someone at your level. I invested smartly, and I had some money to start with. It's all been checked out. My security clearances justify that. Not always, as you well know. Granting security clearances these days is not what it used to be. But I'm not here to discuss your financial circumstances, other than to find out who paid you off." "Nobody paid me off. I saw what I saw. You stole classified information from Stratcom. The DVD was found in your pocket. The evidence doesn't get much clearer than that. Which is why you put it there, pulled the fire alarm, and then told others to search me." "Oh, so now it's my fault. You have any idea how many people are after you? You killed a man to get out of prison. You didn't get the death penalty for some reason last time. But this time, you will. Oh, and your brother was here to interview me. It was clear that he believes you're guilty. So you won't tell me who hired you?" "No one hired me. Being a DB must have made you delusional, and on top of it, you're now a murderer. I hope God will have mercy on you after they stick the needle in you, Robert." "I think God will have mercy, but it won't be directed at me, because I don't require any." "And what about Niles Robinson? Spin that one." "I don't have to spin it. He lied. Same as you. You were in it together, bought off by the same party." "Well, this is obviously getting us nowhere." Puller said, "How did you end up at the Center for Combating WMDs? How did you know about that?" "Please, Susan, don't insult my intelligence. I'm at the center because it's a job there, satisfied?" He studied her face in the mirror, but her expression was inconclusive, and her hands remained in her lap. "But it's an unusual job for someone like you. Your work in the past had to do with inspection of nukes, but your more recent specialty was not in that arena. That's my business, but it does make sense in one respect." Reynolds stiffened once more. Puller noted as he watched her in the mirror. "To combat WMDs, one must know where they are located. Is that why you're working there, Susan?" "I have expertise in WMDs from when I worked on the START verification program. Now, would you please leave so I can call the police? I'll get to the truth one way or another." "So you're going to kill me too? Like you did the man back at DB? He was sent there to kill me. I don't know if you were told that part of the plan or not. Have fun explaining that convoluted mess to the MPs. If you cooperate with me, I'm sure you can work a deal. You might not have to go to prison for the rest of your life. A good deal, actually. I'm not going to prison you or back to prison, or dead, more likely." She cried out when the needle pricked her neck. She grabbed at the spot a second after Puller removed the hypodermic. He placed it on the table behind him. She started to turn. He pulled back the hammer on his pistol. "Don't do it. What did you inject me with?" she snapped. "Something of my own concoction. You'll feel your heart start to beat erratically any second now." She clutched at her chest, which started to heave. "You poisoned me, you bastard, you poisoned me. But I also have the antidote with me. You answer my questions and you can have it. I can't trust you. Well, you're going to have to, because I see limited options. I will kill you," she roared. She tried to get up, but he put a hand on her shoulder and held her down. She struggled against him, but he was too strong. "I should warn you that physical exertion such as this speeds up the process. Then not even the antidote will work. And your death will not be painless, I can assure you." Reynolds immediately stopped moving. "Now try to breathe normally. Long, slow breaths. Like you're doing yoga. Long and slow." He waited while she did so. "That's better." He paused, watching her in the mirror. Now came the real questioning. "Who hired you? How long do I have before the antidote won't work?" 5 minutes, maybe less now that you let your heart rate spike. "The poison has been distributed throughout your bloodstream far faster than optimal." "Nothing about this is optimal," she snapped. "Calm yourself, Susan. Let your heartbeat fall and answer my questions. Who hired you to set me up? What's the poison you administered? Tell me," she demanded. "An organophosphate, aka a nerve agent." "Shit, and the antidote. 2-PAM pralidoxime chloride, with a little side of atropine, since 2-PAM isn't great at blood-brain barrier penetration, and some pilocarpine, in case there's a reaction to the atropine." Reynolds started breathing easier. "You've got atropine," Puller said. "So named after Atropos, one of the 3 fates in Greek mythology. She was the fate who chose how a person was to die. I thought it appropriate under the circumstances. After all, you had counted on my being put to death by lethal injection for your crime. I'm just returning the favor, potentially at least." He paused. "Now, since time is running out, who hired you?" "I don't know," she replied sharply. "Not nearly good enough. I'm telling you, I don't know. The instructions came through a secure coded link on my private email. So because of an email you committed treason. It wasn't just that. I did meet with someone. The name of the person. He didn't exactly hand out business cards. Well, at least I know it was a man. Who was he with?" "Not our country?" "Which one?" He focused particularly hard now, awaiting her response as he watched her reflection in the glass. She lifted her eyebrows and rubbed at her nose. "Russia," she said. Puller relaxed just a bit. "Okay, and he persuaded you to do what exactly? What we set you up for?" "Providing backdoor access to our systems. But after you set me up, they checked for that. Why call attention to the fact? They checked your access points, not anyone else's. So you threw me to the wolves to throw them off you?" "Something like that. And the back doors are still there?" "I would assume they are, and they've been used. I doubt they paid not to use them. And now you've been assigned to the WMD Center. Interesting. That has nothing to do with anything. The Russians have WMD Center. Interesting. That has nothing to do with anything. The Russians have WMDs. They don't need anyone else's. That's if you assume I believe you that it was the Russians behind this. I don't. You've poisoned me. Do you think I'd lie? Of course I think you would. That's what you are, a liar. You have no chance, Puller. No chance at all. You're going to die. The Russians are easy to blame things on. So you mentioning them as your source is not particularly creative. I would have expected better from you." Reynolds blurted out, "How much time do I have left? Give me the damn antidote." Puller continued, as though he hadn't heard her. "Niles Robinson said he saw me with an Iranian agent." Again, he wouldn't have said that if Iran had actually been involved. So we can leave that rogue nation out of the mix. I'm just thinking out loud here. Feel free to jump in any time with the actual answer. He reached his hand into his pocket. "You asshole, I bet you don't even have the atropine." He plunged the tip of another syringe into her neck and depressed the plunger. In a few seconds, she toppled over in her chair and lay there unconscious from the sedative he'd administered. The poison had been a simple saline solution. He had already searched her house and found her gun cache in the safe. She had made a mistake there, using the same code as her house alarm. One pistol was missing from its box, which was how he had deduced that she was armed. He had taken pictures with his phone of any documents that looked promising, and he had hacked her computer and downloaded files to his portable drive. He let himself out, took off his mask, walked to his truck parked across the street, and drove off. There had been pluses and minuses to his visit with Reynolds. The plus was she had admitted setting him up, and she had provided him some clues to the truth. The negative was obvious. She would tell others that he had been to her home and threatened her. This would alert them that he was in the area. And this would also increase everyone's conviction that he was indeed guilty. Not that they needed any such convincing, but in the end it had been worth it, because for the first time ever, he felt like he was finally going to figure this all out. Chapter 39. Doug Fletcher was just leaving the JAG building on the grounds of UVA's prestigious law school when Puller and Knox climbed out of the sedan. He was in his 50s, lean with hair probably as closely cropped as during his military career, only now it was mostly gray. His jaw was sharply cut, and his blue eyes were alert and penetrating, which helped to gain the trust of a judge or jury. Puller and Knox flashed their cred packs. Fletcher didn't look surprised by their appearance. "How can I help you?" he asked, his voice firm and low, but carrying a throaty rumble that made it perfectly clear. Puller explained why they were here, and Fletcher nodded. "I heard about the escape, of course." He glanced around. "There's an office space I use back at the JAG school. Perhaps that might be more private." They walked there in 5 minutes. Fletcher closed the door to the small space that had a desk in the center with a computer on it. The walls were lined with wooden shelves filled with dusty tomes and stacks of legal periodicals. Fletcher took his seat behind the desk while Puller and Knox sat opposite. "We understand that you might have had some doubts about Robert Puller's guilt," began Puller. "I wasn't the only one," replied Fletcher. "The witness statements, among other things. I guess that could have happened naturally, but I also learned later that Puller had a potential defense with his computer being hacked. Something he wouldn't acknowledge. He was too smart for his own good, too smart in fact to allow himself to be seen loading a DVD and then get caught with it in his pocket. And the Iranian spy sighting? Asked Knox. Fletcher shrugged. It was very damning testimony, and the witness was credible and had no known grudge against Puller. So what was the motivation to lie? How about a very sick child who needed a treatment that was deemed experimental and thus insurance-proof and also way out of Dad's financial range, said Puller. Fletcher leaned forward. What? Knox explained. Robinson's son had a very rare form of leukemia. Traditional treatment couldn't touch it. The experimental option cost over 7 figures and was only performed in another country. Before Robert Puller was convicted, his son was going to die. After Robert Puller went to DB, Robinson suddenly got the treatment done, and it wasn't for free. How do you know all this? Asked Fletcher. Knox again answered, because my partner here noticed 2 pictures of Robinson's kid in his office. One was of a dying child. The other was an older version, obviously doing fine. Puller added, so we ran it down and found what we found, and there was no other explanation, asked Fletcher. Donations, the experimental treatment being done gratis, it was paid for, over $1 million 2 months after Robert Puller went to DB. Damn. So if Robinson was paid off, we think Susan Reynolds was too. We interviewed her, and I've done enough face-to-faces to realize when someone is lying, she was, and the motivation, money again. Puller said for herself, her husband was killed nearly 20 years ago, leaving her with 2 small kids to raise. She now lives in $1 million home on a government salary. And no one discovered this before now? It was all after the fact. Robinson's kid was dying. Susan Reynolds was poor after the trial who'd go back and dig through that. You didn't, right? No, I didn't, Fletcher said a bit guiltily. I had a full plate of work. No time to step back after a verdict was in. And it wasn't my job to do so, he added defensively. But now we have to know the truth. Puller is out there somewhere. But didn't he kill a man to get out? Said Fletcher. That's what I heard through the grapevine. That's one theory, said Puller. But it may be more complicated than that. Knox said, you were obviously somewhat skeptical of the witness statements containing the same phraseology. You didn't follow that up? Again, it wasn't my job. I pointed it out to the defense, not that they needed me to do that. And the rest of the evidence was very strong. Online gambling, piled up debts. Means, motive, and opportunity. It was a classic case. Well, the motivation could have been fabricated since we suspect his computer was hacked, Puller pointed out. I can see that now, replied Fletcher. So when did the death penalty get pulled off the table? Asked Puller. This comment drew a sharp glance from Fletcher. Puller said, we know the charge was changed from spying, which carries a mandatory death penalty in times of war, to espionage, which doesn't automatically mandate death. Why did that happen? He leaned forward. Because the record of the court-martial proceedings I looked at had you filing the motion for the change in the charges against Robert Puller. It didn't come from the defense side. Fletcher clasped his hands in front of him and looked to be in deep thought. That directive came from above. How far above? Well above me, but frankly I think the genesis for it came from outside the legal side of the military and outside even the Air Force. Puller said, how could that be? Robert Puller was in the Air Force. They would unquestionably have jurisdiction over him and the case. You're right in all respects. But I think it was because his father was a legendary Army general, if you want the truth. The DoD apparently thought that putting to death the son of such a hero would not be a good thing. Puller sat back. This hadn't occurred to him. Fletcher studied him. He's your father too, of course. So you made the connection with the last name? No, I knew before. When you're prosecuting someone for a serious crime, you check out his family. I know all about you, and I'm absolutely stunned that you're being allowed to investigate your brother's escape from DB. You're not the only one, said Puller. So you think it had to do with our father? Well, there was the letter he wrote. Puller didn't seem to be able to process this statement. Knox glanced at him, saw his rigid look, and said to Fletcher, what letter? From General Puller pleading for his son to not be tried for spying. It was quite moving. When was it sent? Asked Knox, while still glancing nervously at Puller. Early on in the proceedings. The judge accepted the motion I filed, and of course the defense had no objection. Puller finally found his voice and said, the letter wasn't in the file. I'm not surprised about that. It wasn't technically part of the record. Do you remember what else it said? Asked Puller. I actually kept a copy. If you give me your email, I can scan it in and forward it to you. Puller gave him a business card and said, thanks, I'd appreciate that. Is there anything else I can do for you? Asked Fletcher. Knox said hastily, if there is, we'll get back to you. They left a moody-looking Fletcher sitting behind his desk. As they walked out, Knox said, you obviously didn't know your father had written a letter. He was at the VA by then. I didn't think he had the capacity to even write his own name. Well, he might have found the capacity to help a son fighting for his life, but it seemed to me that he didn't care what happened to Bobby. Maybe your dad didn't want to admit his feelings to you. Some men have a problem with that. You think your father fits into that category? As far as I knew, my father never had any feelings, said Puller tersely. Chapter 40. Charlotte, North Carolina, was the next stop on their list. They made it from Charlottesville in a little over 4 hours, with Puller driving fast the whole way. He liked to drive because it gave him time to think. And he had a lot to think about, particularly about a letter a father had written in an attempt to save his oldest son from a death sentence. I don't have any pennies on me, but I'll fork over folding money to see inside your head. He looked over at Knox, who was staring at him with a worried expression. I was thinking about my dad, and why he wrote the letter. It doesn't make sense. Despite what you said, I'm sure your father has feelings. I've heard him go off about my brother when I visited him at the VA. Unless I was somehow misconstruing his shouts and cursing. I'm not sure he was a real fan of what my brother allegedly did. Well, knowing what we know now about your brother's motivation to tank his own defense to protect you and your father, maybe you can tell him one day that his son was innocent. I'd like Bobby to be able to do that himself. Knox placed a hand on his shoulder. I hope he can too. I want to ask defense counsel point blank why he didn't pursue that angle. I mean, if he knew Bobby was being threatened, why wasn't there an investigation? Well, according to what Shireen Kirk told you, there was no evidence to that effect except your brother's statement. And he wouldn't let counsel pursue it, namely because he thought harm would come to you and your father. So he lets an innocent man go to prison. No, he put on the defense he had, and a panel of his peers sent Robert Puller to prison. You know, it's not that simple or straightforward. What I know is that we need more proof than we have right now. Macri was bought off, and Susan Reynolds is lying. And so was Niles Robinson. I believe it. But can we convince others even with the financial evidence we have? And more important, can we tie it into your brother's case? Because all most people know is that he escaped from DB and left a dead man behind. Whether that man should have been there or not is largely irrelevant for most people. First and foremost, your brother is a killer. At least that's what they think. Whatever the truth is, it's complicated. And complicated is not what our information-overloaded society is good at grasping. Because they would have to focus for longer than 5 seconds, which most folks can't do anymore. So all this is for shit, then. Everything we're doing, Puller retorted. Of course it's not, but I want you to understand really clearly that what we have now is not enough. It's not even close to enough. I don't see light at the end of the tunnel yet, and neither should you. We have to keep plugging. That's all I ever do, Knox. I just keep plugging. Knox had scrounged up government travel vouchers that would allow them to stay at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in downtown Charlotte for a reduced rate that would not cause a DOD bean counter to slash his wrists. They got rooms on the same floor on either side of the elevator bank. They made arrangements to meet in the lobby 30 minutes later and then go have a late dinner. Puller quickly showered and put on a set of clean clothes he'd grabbed from his duffel. He made some phone calls, including one to the VA hospital to check on his dad. Resting comfortably was the reply he got to his question. Puller knew that meant the old man wasn't yelling at anybody. He left a message on Shireen's voicemail telling her where they were and what they had found out. He knew he would have to report in soon to General Reinhardt and Schindler from the NSC. How much he would tell them he wasn't sure. He checked his watch, gunned up, and headed to the elevator. Knox was standing there waiting for the elevator car to arrive. She wore a cream-colored skirt that hit right above the knee, an emerald-green blouse and high-heeled, open-toed shoes revealing rose-colored nail polish. Her auburn hair was highlighted against the green fabric and was done up in a way that revealed her long, curved neck. She carried a clutch purse and a wrap was loosely draped around her shoulders. He caught a whiff of her perfume and felt a little lightheaded as he approached. He looked down at his khakis polo shirt and old corduroy jacket. "I'm feeling a little underdressed next to you, Knox." She smiled. "You look fine." "Where to?" he asked when they reached the lobby. "I don't know the town that well. I made reservations at a place. Easy walking distance." He eyed her spikes. "Even in those shoes?" She smiled. "I have great balance." He eyed her purse. "Gunned up?" She nodded. "Compact but good stopping power. I use it as a backup ordinarily." The air was warm and the dark sky clear. The walk was only 2 blocks. The restaurant was fairly full at the late hour. The clientele was made up of well-dressed 20-somethings who looked like lawyers, bankers, techies, and other assorted professionals taking a break from busy lives to play. When Puller saw the prices on the menu, he glanced sharply at Knox. "My per diem doesn't cover this." "Relax. It's on me." They split a bottle of wine and Puller had sirloin steak medium rare, while Knox ordered salmon served on a cedar plank. They divided up a piece of carrot cake over coffee for dessert. They were the last customers to leave the restaurant. As they walked back, Knox slipped her arm through his. She leaned into him, and for some reason he interpreted this as more for support than anything else. When he glanced at her, she confirmed this by saying, "I admit, the heels were a bad idea." "Well, they look great on you, just like the dress." She squeezed his arm. "I wasn't sure you had noticed." "I noticed," said Puller. He paused. "Just like I noticed the 4 guys following us. 2 across the street and 2 behind us." Knox kept looking straight ahead. "And they definitely seem interested in us?" They were outside the restaurant when we left. They split into pairs and headed our way. And they're still there, matching us stride for stride, but keeping just back, and the next block coming up is pretty isolated. And at this hour, we're the only ones out and about. Let's hang a left down the alleyway up there and see what happens. They made the turn, and Puller watched as Knox opened her clutch and took out the pistol. She covered it by sliding her hand inside her wrap. "I hear footsteps coming across the street," she said. "See? The dumpster up there." "Yes," she said. "When we get there, let's fake a little romantic thing." "You mean like making out?" she said. "Yeah," he said crisply. "Okay, but what's the end game?" "I want to be able to see the whites of their eyes. And since we're outnumbered 2-1, I hope it'll make them let down their defenses for the second we'll need." They kept walking at a leisurely pace until they reached the dumpster. Then Puller turned to Knox, brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes, circled her waist with his arm and bent low to kiss her, as his lips rested against Knox's. Puller had not a romantic thought in his head. He was counting off the footsteps in his head. His left hand was coiled around Knox's waist, but his right hand gripped his M11. He moved his lips to Knox's neck and pretended to nuzzle her skin. 3, 2, 1, he whispered in her ear. They whirled guns pointed at the four men who were now only 10 feet away. From their stunned expressions, they had been caught completely off guard. "Guns on the ground now," barked Puller. One man did not heed this warning and raised his gun instead and fired. He missed his target, and the round clanged off the dumpster behind Puller. Knox fired, and the man dropped to the asphalt. As he fell, the other three shot back and retreated. Puller returned the fire. "Go! Go!" shouted Knox. "I've got your 6. Puller hustled after them. Knox checked the fallen man, looked behind her, threw off her heels, and sprinted after Puller. The 3 men reached the end of the alley, and Puller heard the vehicle coming fast on the next street. He increased his speed, but he needed to duck behind some garbage cans when one of the men turned and fired at him. By the time he got to the street, the SUV was just turning the next corner. Knox came running up to him. "Anything?" she asked breathlessly. He shook his head. "They're gone, didn't get the plate." "Let's check the guy I shot back there. Maybe he has some ID." But there was no dead guy. There was blood, but no corpse. They looked everywhere the wounded man could have gone, but found no sign of him. Knox looked at Puller, dumbstruck. "I hit him right in the chest." "Were they wearing body armor?" "I couldn't tell. It was too dark." "But there's blood. I hit him." She smacked her palm against her forehead. "Serves me right. I should have aimed for the head." Puller phoned the police and explained the situation. Then he called his superior at CID. The cops showed up minutes later. After that came the local detectives, and after that 2 CID agents arrived from Fort Bragg over in Fayetteville. They didn't look pleased at having to make the drive at this time of night. They asked their questions and checked over the crime scene. What there was of one. One of the agents asked Puller if he had any idea why they'd been targeted. Puller didn't elaborate, but told the agents he and Knox were working a case that was classified. "Well, good luck with that," said the agent as he and his partner walked off. After answering innumerable questions from the local cops and looking through mug books at the precinct and giving their official statements, Puller and Knox didn't get back to their hotel until 3 in the morning. "Did you get a chance to report in to your superiors?" he asked Knox as they rode up in the elevator. She nodded. "You?" "They weren't happy, but it wasn't like I asked somebody to try to kill us." She slipped off her heels before walking out of the elevator, leaning against the wall and rubbing one of her feet. "Not exactly the night I had planned," she said, sounding depressed. "Wouldn't think so? Who do you think those guys were? Same ones who jumped me at Leavenworth, maybe? Did you recognize any of them?" "The guys in Kansas wore ski masks. So maybe they followed us across the country?" "Maybe," he said. She looked up at him. "You tired?" "Not particularly. Must be the adrenaline spike from almost getting killed." "The Ritz has round-the-clock room service. How about some wine and a snack? I'm suddenly starving." They headed to her room and she placed the order. It came 20 minutes later, and after the attendant left, Knox poured out the wine and handed Puller a plate with some crackers, breads, cheeses, fruit, and a small bowl of nuts. They sat across from each other at the little table the attendant had wheeled in. Someone really doesn't want us to find out the truth, Puller, she said, between sips of wine and bites of cheese. That's usual in my experience. A lot of people lie. Do they try to kill you often in your experience? More than I would like, he admitted. They were quiet for a few moments. You're a strange man, she said in an odd tone. He swallowed a hunk of cheese. How so? I always thought I was pretty straightforward. You're a stand-up guy, all right. Solid, predictable, always looking to do the right thing. You don't seek glory or medals. You're all about getting the job done. That is what defines John Puller. I've come to accept that as the gospel. So where does the strange part come in? I'm still trying to figure that out. Just call it my gut for now. She rose, and now I think we both need some sleep. Puller stood and headed for the door. He turned back. Back in the alley? Yes, she said. You're a good shot, and fast. I always have been, Puller. Always. That's how I like to live my life. Fast. She snatched a quick glance at the bed, and when she looked back, she wouldn't meet his gaze. We both need some sleep, she said. Big day tomorrow. She glanced up, and their gazes met for a brief instant. Good night, Puller. He interpreted her look as hungry, and not for food, and he thought he might be giving her the same look in return. She rose and went into the bathroom, closing the door. Puller stood there for a few seconds, trying to dissect what had just happened. Part of it seemed straightforward. Part of it was mud. He returned to his room, took off his clothes, and dropped into bed. It was nearly 4 a.m. His internal clock was seriously screwed up. His heart was racing from what had just happened with Knox. The woman was complicated, utterly professional one moment, then sending weird signals the next. It might be that as a spy she tended to use all of her assets, including her sexual side. She was very well alluring, as old-fashioned as that sounded. He took a deep breath and wondered if a cold shower would help. His phone buzzed. He swore under his breath, but automatically picked up the phone anyway. He always picked up the phone, even if he didn't always answer it. And maybe it was Knox wanting him to. A text had dropped into his electronic basket. He read it. And then he sat straight up. It wasn't from Knox, but it concerned her. The text had come from a number he didn't recognize. He called it back twice. No one answered. He read the text again. It was short, to the point, and capable of only one interpretation. Don't trust Veronica Knox Puller. She is not what she appears to be. Chapter 41. Niles Robinson had left work early to catch his son's soccer match. The boy had gone from death's door to being a healthy, athletic 12-year-old in less than 2 years. It truly was a miracle, and one that Robinson never took for granted. There were a handful of parents watching the match from the sidelines. The day was warm, and the boys had already worked up a sweat. Robinson's son was a center midfielder, which meant he had equal responsibilities for defense and attack. Because of this, his kid probably ran more than any of his other teammates, but he seemed up to the task. Robinson shook his head in wonder as his son flashed past him with the ball. A minute later, the ball was in the net, and his son's team had taken the lead. It was a lead they would not relinquish. After the match was over, Robinson congratulated his son and then headed back to work. The boy would be driven home by a friend. A tall man in a hoodie approached him in the parking lot. Robinson didn't register on him until the man was nearly upon him. "Can I help you?" he asked. Before the hooded man could answer, 4 men appeared out of vehicles parked nearby and converged on the pair. The hooded man was grabbed and his hood yanked down as his hands were cuffed behind him. Robinson stared at the man and shook his head. "It's not him," he said. "It's not Robert Puller." The man in the hoodie was younger and his face was dirty. "Get your hands off me," he yelled. "I ain't done nothing wrong. Get them cuffs off me." One of the other men slammed him up against Robinson's van. "Why did you approach this man? Is that a crime?" "It might be. Some dude paid me." "What dude? Where is he?" "Just some dude paid me $20. Said to come over here after the match was over." "What did he look like?" "I don't know. He was tall as me. Never saw his face." "Why'd he pick you?" "How the hell should I know?" "You hang around this park a lot?" "Yeah, going through the trash cans. The kids leave full bottles of Gatorades, and the moms throw half the snacks they bring away." "Cornucopia, man. You're homeless?" No, man, I had my private jet drop me off here so I could go through shit in the garbage. When did the dude approach you? About an hour ago. Where? Over by the basketball courts on the other side of the park. The man let him go and looked at Robinson. He faked us out with this idiot. Robinson nodded. I told you he was smart. The man spoke to one of his colleagues. Take this smartass and see what else you can get from him. They pulled the man away and pushed him into a waiting SUV, which immediately drove off. The first man looked at Robinson. If he contacts you, you get in touch with us immediately, understood? Robinson nodded, climbed into his car, and drove off. When he looked at himself in the rearview mirror, he was sweating. He arrived at his house, having decided against going back to work. He emailed an excuse to his boss, went out into his backyard, and sat on a chair on his patio. His thoughts a whirlwind of mostly cataclysmic scenarios. His personal cell phone buzzed. He had almost been expecting this. He looked at the screen. Sorry for all the excitement at the park. Had to flush the Dobermans. A few seconds later, another text came in. I'm glad Ian is okay. But now that he's healthy, you have to consider what you've done and the damage that it's caused. Because you opened the door for them, you and Susan. We need to meet. Robinson stared down at the little screen and then, after looking around to make sure no one was watching him, thumbed in a brief response. How? They're everywhere. As Robinson read the reply, his opinion of Robert Puller was once more validated. He was a very smart man. Union Station was busy at this time of day. Robinson parked in the upper deck and rode the escalator down to the station. He walked inside and over to a bank of phones set against one wall. In a world of cell phones, there was no one using these antiquated tools of communication across from him. Some scaffolding enclosed with a tall curtain had been set up around repair work being done on the ceiling. Robinson parked himself at the phone farthest from the door he'd come in and waited. A few seconds later it rang. He picked it up and said, "Hello. You're looking good, Niles. Trim as ever." Robinson didn't bother to look around. He doubted he could have spotted the man. How did you get out of DB, Bobby? Nothing planned. Just taking advantage of an opportunity. Your brother came by to see me, I'm sure. I don't think he believed me. It's pretty much impossible to lie to him. I know you went to see Susan, she said. You tried to kill her, that she finally got away and got to her gun, and that you ran. I'm sure she did. Not exactly how it went down, but that's Susan for you. Meaning she's a lying sack of shit. That's sort of what I meant, but I like the way you said it better. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it, Bobby. But they had me cornered. No way out. Ian was going to hear, Robinson faltered. I'm not here to judge you, Niles. Given the circumstances, I might have done the same thing. But now we have to make this right. How? For beginners, you need to tell me who paid you off to do what you did. I never met anyone. It was all emails, and they never deposited any money in my account. They just paid for the medical care in Germany directly. That way, no one would be the wiser. We explained away the treatment in Germany as a charity case because the company running the clinical trials needed bodies to try it on. Okay, but what exactly did they want you to do? Backdoor them into Stratcom and from there everywhere else. That might have been their plan. But that's not what they told me to do. I just had to finger you meeting with the Iranian. They provided the doctored photos. Okay, Niles, but there had to be some endgame on this. You ever wonder why they specifically targeted you out of everybody at Stratcom? Of course I did. And did you ever find an answer? Not a good one, no. Well, I asked myself that question many times, and did an answer ever hit you? Asked Puller, about a year ago when I was at work. And what was it? You were being groomed to go all the way to the top, Bobby. General Abel was pretty clear on that. So what? Asked Puller. There were some who might not have liked that. Who exactly are you talking about? I tried to make it right, Bobby, I really did. This has been eating me from the inside out for over 2 damn years. Give me a name, Niles, urged Puller. The shot hit Niles Robinson right in the base of his neck and severed his medulla. With that core destroyed, so was he. He stood there for an instant, a look of intense surprise on his now bloody face where the round had exited and struck the wall. Then he fell face first into the phone bank and slid to the floor, the wall smeared with his blood, his hand still clutched around the receiver. The shooter, dressed as a police officer, was behind the enclosed repair site. He had aimed and fired his suppressed pistol through a slit in the curtain. He holstered his weapon, exited out the other side of the work site, and started yelling at people not to panic, but to move away from the site of the shooting. Most people obeyed since he was in uniform. Still, hundreds of people were screaming and fleeing in all directions, abandoning their luggage and trying to get away from the murdered man. Police, guns out, rushed toward him. Union Station was instantly transformed into a nightmare scenario. Only 2 people walked calmly out of the station that day. One was Robert Puller. The other was the person who had just killed Niles Robinson. Chapter 42. At 7 a.m. The next morning, Knox and Puller sat at breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Rays of cheery sunlight were coming through the window facing the street. People walked in and out of the restaurant, and cars motored on their way. It seemed improbable that someone had tried to murder them a few hours ago and only a short distance from here. But improbable or not, it had happened, she said. I have to tell you, I had trouble going to sleep, at least for the 3 hours of sack time I had. Why? I shot a man, Puller. Maybe that's routine for you? Not so much for me. Shooting someone is never routine. At least I hope it never becomes routine. We're on the same page there. But we must be making some people nervous. That's progress. Puller paused with his cup of tea halfway to his lips. We've covered a lot of ground, but we have no answers, Knox. That is not progress, not in my book. I disagree. We've discovered that 2 people were lying their asses off and got your brother sent to prison wrongly. We figured out, well, you did that. Some Croatian snuck a bogey into Fort Leavenworth who was sent there to kill your brother. We've accomplished a lot, we really have, but we really don't have answers yet. Not for the important questions, namely who and why. She fiddled with her spoon. Obviously, your brother is out there right now trying to figure it all out. You sound like you've been giving that some thought. I've been giving it a lot of thought, actually. And what do you think? That he's maybe ahead of us on some things. Why? He's super smart. He was set up. He was in the intelligence field. And he's trying to prove his innocence. Lots of motivation there. I've started to think that he was the one who saved my butt when those goons snatched me. It's really the only thing that makes sense. Knox looked at him in surprise. I hadn't even considered that. But I guess that would make sense. So you might have been a few feet from him that night. I might have been, yeah. As it turned out, it might as well have been a few miles. He's gone, and I'm no closer to finding him. You were really tight with your brother, weren't you? For a long time we were all each other had. Our mother was gone, and our dad might as well have been. He nudged a roasted potato on his plate. That may be one reason I never took the plunge. What, marriage? Yeah. Why, afraid you'd be a crappy father. Crappy husband, too. I don't see that, Puller. I really don't. You'd make a great catch and a great dad. Teaching your kids right and wrong, how to color in the lines, throw a ball, execute a room breach, fire a sniper rifle, take out 4 bad guys with a piece of rope and a stick of chewing gum. All good life lessons? You ever think of getting hitched? Actually, I did. Puller hiked his eyebrows. You mean you thought about it? No, Puller, I mean I walked down the aisle, exchanged rings, and got married in front of a licensed preacher when? Long time ago. We were both 18. High school sweethearts. It lasted all of 14 days. Big friggin' shock there, right? I mean, we both knew exactly who we were and what we wanted in life at 18, right? Well, turns out we were clueless. So we did a bookend and got it annulled, so there's no record of it even happening. Did a bookend? What does that mean? That means we were married in Vegas and divorced there all within the span of 2 weeks. We returned our rings and signed the necessary papers and went our separate ways. I never even told my parents. They thought I was at a college prep retreat. Why do I not picture that at all? I mean, you marrying at 18 in a wedding chapel in Sin City? I told you I like to live my life fast. But the fact is I was as straight as an arrow, straight a student, 3 varsity letters, did everything right back then. Never walked off the line my parents laid down for me. I won all the awards, got into all the best schools. Then something snapped, and I went psycho right after high school graduation. Like I said, it lasted for 2 weeks. After that, I got back on track. I got a top-notch education at Amherst, while also servicing my athletic side, earned a master's, decided to serve my country on the intelligence side, and the rest, as they say, is history. She gazed over at him. You ever do anything like that? No, she looked disappointed. Always by the book, then? I was an Army brat with an officer for a father. The book was all we ever knew. The Army way or nothing. He said this last part with particular sternness. Okay, she said, taken aback by his tone. I'll just call you by the book Puller from now on. Okay, but what do people call you, he said, his tone suddenly harsh. They stared at each other for a long, uncomfortable moment. What exactly do you mean by that, she asked. It's just a question. They call me Veronica Knox. Okay, now let me ask you one. What changed from a few hours ago to now? Because 3 hours ago, things seemed pretty good between us. I shot somebody who was trying to do us harm. But you're being so cold and distant now, I feel like I'm in Alaska instead of North Carolina. You're just being a little sensitive, I think. No, I'm just someone who wants the truth, Puller. You up to providing it? I've never lied to you, Knox, and I never will. I know you kept pointing out my deficiencies on that score, and you were probably right to do so. But I thought by now I had proved to you that I'm on the up and up. So, again, what's changed? I like how you put things. You should think about writing a novel or a blog, and you should think about stopping the bullshit and telling me what's going on. Puller started to say something, maybe more than he should. An internal struggle ended with him standing up, checking his watch and saying, It's time for our meeting with Todd Landry. She sat there as he walked out of the restaurant. Knox muttered, Women are supposed to be complicated, not guys. Then she grabbed her jacket and followed him. Chapter 43. They had made an 8 o'clock appointment to meet with Todd Landry, Robert Puller's former defense counsel. He was at his downtown office in Charlotte, only a short walk from the Ritz. A secretary led them back to a small conference room in the rear of the office space. As they walked along, Puller took in the blonde wood and tasteful artwork, and felt his feet sink into the thick carpet. He noted the elaborate layout of cubicles where people looked as busy as bees in a honeycomb as they toiled away on whatever legal conundrum they were confronting. Landry greeted them at the door of the conference room. He was about 5'8", thin, with a ring of grayish hair encircling the crown of his head. He wore a dark, double-breasted suit and a paisley tie fronting a light blue patterned shirt. Puller also noted the gold monogrammed links on the French cuffs, a man careful about his appearance. Landry had retained his military bearing in the ramrod straight posture, firm handshake, and take-charge demeanor. Have a seat. I'm sure you want to get down to it. Coffee, water. No thanks, said Puller, and Knox shook her head. They all sat as Landry unbuttoned his suit coat and waited. I suppose you know why we're here, began Puller. Robert Puller. Can't believe he got out of DB. I thought he was innocent, you know. Can't say that about most of my clients. I guess I was wrong about him. Maybe you weren't, said Puller. We've uncovered enough to make us concerned that an innocent man was indeed sent to prison. Then why escape? We really can't get into that, but we can tell you that there are extenuating circumstances. Okay, I know I'm not in the military anymore, and my need to know is pretty non-existent. But you had some questions nonetheless? We've met with Doug Fletcher already, said Knox. Landry nodded. Good guy, good lawyer. He's teaching at JAG now in Charlottesville. Right? And you spoke with Shireen Kirk, said Puller. Landry smiled. I hated going up against her. She kicked my ass more times than I care to admit. I hope she never moves to Charlotte and goes into private practice. We appreciated your being so frank with her. Landry nodded in understanding. Look, it was a strange case all around. None of it made sense. I know the evidence showed online gambling as the motive, and he had the means and opportunity. But I never bought that. That all can be fabricated quite easily. If Robert hadn't been so egotistical about someone hacking his computer, the verdict might have been different. Maybe not, but at least we would have had a fighting chance. We understand there was a letter from Robert's father, said Knox, drawing a quick glance from Puller. Landry eyed Puller. From your father, too. I know who you are. Yes, your brother said you were the best investigator the DOD had. Really proud of you. It was mutual, said Puller. Landry nodded. The letter carried great weight, and I believe it's the only reason the charge got changed from spying to espionage, life versus death. Did my brother see the letter? Asked Puller. Landry hesitated. No. Why not? Puller demanded. Because your father didn't want him to. Those were the conditions under which the letter could be viewed by the judge to lower the charges. So my father didn't want my brother to know of his involvement. I suppose not. I thought it was unusual, of course, but I was powerless to do anything about it. I was a soldier then, Agent Puller. I did what I was told, so did Doug Fletcher. Puller sat back, digesting this and shaking his head, and Robert Puller talked about threats to his family, prompted Knox. Landry eyed Puller. Did you know about that? I was deployed overseas at the time. Combat zone, didn't make it back stateside until after my brother had been convicted and sent to DB. He talked about you a lot with me, not in connection with the case, just talked. He was very worried that you would think badly of him, not because he'd done anything wrong. He believed himself innocent all the way through, but just because, well, it had brought dishonor onto the family. I visited him at DB quite often. I'm sure those visits meant a lot to him. Knox interjected. But did he provide you with any more details about the threats? He told me that a letter had been slipped under his pillow in his cell. So someone at the prison must have put it there, said Knox. One would think so. He showed it to me. It was all block print, so anyone could have done it. That's why the letter would have been dubious to use as evidence. The prosecution could have argued he did it himself, but I never got a chance to try because Robert refused to allow me to do so. That's what convinced me that the letter was legitimate. Someone was using the threat of violence against his family to influence how he was defending himself at the trial. He wouldn't testify. He wouldn't really let me do my job from that moment forward. The conviction was a foregone conclusion. The panel only took an hour of deliberation before returning the guilty verdict. I see, said Puller. It's curious, though. I mean, with what happened yesterday in D.C., said Landry. Both Knox and Puller looked at him strangely. What happened in D.C.? Asked Knox. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you would have heard. An old colleague of mine from D.C. called me last night. He'd seen it on the news. There was a brief article about it in USA Today this morning, but I don't think it's gotten much media traction yet, since it was connected to your brother's case. I just thought the timing was odd. What are you talking about? Asked Puller. Niles Robinson. You know who he is? He worked with my brother and testified against him at the trial. We spoke with him recently. Well, that was a good thing then. Why? Asked Knox. Only that it would be impossible to speak with him now. He was shot dead at Union Station last night. Puller and Knox exchanged a quick glance. Puller said, Niles Robinson? You're sure it was the same man connected to my brother's case? Absolutely. They had a photo of him in the article. It was clearly him. I recognized him immediately from when he was on the witness stand. I spent a long time cross-examining him on his story, but I really couldn't make any headway. For what it's worth, he seemed genuinely sorry to be testifying against Robert. I'm sure he was, said Puller, tightly. Knox said, Did they get the shooter? Not according to what I read, my friend, said the news story in D.C. Placed Robinson at a phone bank at the train station. Odd since, who uses a payphone these days? I'm surprised they still have them. I wonder if he was there to take a train somewhere, asked Puller. Knox shot him a curious glance. Don't know, said Landry. I guess if they find a ticket on him, that will answer that question. Anything else that you can add? Asked Knox. Only to reiterate that I always believed Robert was innocent, but the evidence just didn't cut our way. There were the photos provided by Robinson, his corroborating testimony, the computer files showing the online gambling and the debts, the financial paper trail, and then there was the DVD and the other co-workers' testimony. What was her name again? Susan Reynolds, supplied Puller. Right, she was a rock on the witness stand. But unlike Robinson, she, didn't seem to be bothered by the fact that she was helping to send my brother to prison for the rest of his life. Landry pointed at him. Exactly. In fact, she seemed rather happy about it. Landry shook his head. Not a pleasant woman. Tough. Ruthless even. Definitely not someone I would choose to hang out with. I investigated her, of course, to see if I could find any ammo to hit her with on the stand. But there was nothing there. Well, maybe we'll be more fortunate, said Puller. He rose and extended his hand. Thank you for your time. No, thank you. And I hope the truth finally comes out, said Landry. And if your brother is innocent, he shouldn't have to spend one more minute in prison. They said their goodbyes as Knox looked worriedly at Puller. A few minutes later, they were walking back to the hotel. Knox said, Robinson dead. That's a stunner. Maybe not so much. What do you mean? Why would he go to the train station and be on a payphone? Knox thought for a moment. He was communicating with someone, and they didn't want to be seen together or have their cell phones tracked. So who was he talking to when someone killed him? Could be a lot of possibilities. Maybe not as many as you think. He could communicate with the people who paid for his son's treatment any number of ways. The payphone, on the other hand, would be the perfect way for someone who couldn't afford to be seen with Robinson to communicate with him without the risk that the conversation could be tracked. Wait a minute, are you saying that it was my brother on the other end of that call? But why would he talk to Robinson? Robinson felt guilty about what he did. You heard Landry? I'm sure my brother noted that when Robinson testified, maybe he thought that Robinson would be receptive to the truth finally coming out, if only to alleviate his guilt. Do you think he might have figured out Robinson's motive? The sick child, maybe? I saw the photo in Robinson's office. My brother could have too, because I'm sure it would have been in Robinson's office back in KC. You have to understand that my brother misses nothing. He sees it all, never forgets anything. Now we need to find out everything about Robinson's death. So, who killed him, your brother? Maybe Robinson wouldn't cooperate. If that were my brother's plan, he wouldn't have picked a place like Union Station. Too many people around, and he's not a cold-blooded killer. He could kill someone in self-defense like at DB, but not over distance when he was in no personal danger. I think Robinson was followed, and when the follower saw what was going on, he took the guy out. And your brother. I have no way of knowing what Robinson told him. If he did tell him something that might have led Bobby on to something else. What about Susan Reynolds? You think he's going to visit her? Maybe if he hasn't already. Don't you think we would have heard if he had? Not necessarily. If Reynolds is on someone else's payroll, then she might not want her official superiors to know because it would direct attention onto her. She might have only told her co-conspirators. Or maybe she did tell people and no one bothered to tell us. Or she called Robinson and told him. I guess that's all possible. As they were walking along, Puller's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen and his demeanor changed. Bad news? Asked Knox, who was watching him closely. Doug Fletcher was as good as his word. What? He just sent me the copy of the letter my dad filed with the court during Bobby's court-martial. Knox put a hand on Puller's arm. Look, you go up to your room, finish packing up, read your letter, take all the time you need. I'll check out and be down in the lobby waiting. Puller looked across at her. I appreciate that, he hesitated. And I'm sorry that I was shitty to you this morning. Forget it. I'm not a morning person myself. And I can be an asshole, too. You said you weren't close to your dad, but do you ever see him? That would be kind of hard because he's dead. Sorry, I didn't know. He drank too much, withered away, fell into depression, ended up all alone, and ate a round from a Glock without bothering to leave behind a note. Damn, that must have been tough. Not as much as you might think. We'd been estranged a long time by then. Still, he was your father. Actually, in my mind at least, he had lost that title. It's not supposed to be simply granted Puller because a sperm happened to hit an egg. You have to earn it. He chose not to. And he suffered the consequences. It's incredibly sad. But it wasn't my choice. It was his. I admire the fact you can be so analytical about it. That only happens after you spend about 10 years of your life crying about it. Once the emotions are gone, analytics are all you have left. But as she said this, Knox turned away from him and stared directly in front of her. They had reached the hotel by now, and she pushed him toward the entrance. Go do what you have to do. I'm going to run next door to the pharmacy and pick up some things I need. Meet you in the lobby? Puller looked at her for a moment and then walked into the hotel. Knox looked frantically around for a few moments and then spotted the narrow alleyway behind the hotel. She slid into it, turned away from the street, and began to cry. Chapter 44. Robert Puller sat in a seedy motel room next to a strip mall on Route 1 in South Alexandria, staring at the beaten-down strip of carpet, but not really seeing it. Last night he had watched Niles Robinson's brains being splattered on the wall at Union Station. He had worked with Robinson for several years at Stratcom, first in Nebraska and then in Kansas. He had considered Robinson a friend. He had watched the man on the witness stand testifying against him. He had seen that his friend was mired in conflict over what he was doing. While Puller had been sitting in the courtroom that day when Robinson was on the stand, his mind had visited Robinson's office, going over everything in it. In the odd way his brain worked. Once Puller saw something, it always stayed with him safely ensconced in a little corner of his gray matter. In his mental meandering, he had stopped at the photograph of Ian Robinson when he had been sick, head shaven and tubes running all over his frail body. Puller and Niles had talked often about the boy, his condition and dire prognosis. It had been heartbreaking, truly. And while he couldn't agree with what Niles had done, he could understand why he had done it. But now, while Ian would grow up, he would do so without his father, and Puller was blaming himself for that. Robinson had been followed. Puller should have anticipated that possibility, yet he had never envisioned that they would have killed the man in such a public place. But he could do nothing for Robinson now. And what Robinson had told him was tantalizing. Some didn't like the fact that Puller was being groomed for great things in the intelligence field. But could it be just that? Maybe Robinson didn't know the whole story? Ruining my career and putting me in prison just because you didn't like me or were jealous? No, there had to be something else. And what did he mean by he had tried to make it right? Hal Puller lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling now instead of the threadbare carpet. He couldn't make heads or tails of what Robinson had meant, so he moved on. Puller had headed east because of a change in command at Stratcom. Daughtry was moved up and brought on, and then he was murdered with the reassignment. Other changes had taken place in the pecking order of command. Chiefly, Martin Abel had gotten his 4th star and become head of the NSA. It was a plum assignment. Yet maybe not so much now. The NSA was embroiled in controversy after the Snowden revelations. The former NSA operative had accused the agency of conduct that was unprecedented, and that had cast a shadow over the whole intelligence community of the United States. Puller had not been directly involved with the NSA during his time at Stratcom, though the agencies worked closely together. But the revelations that had come out over the past year or so had not been related to a drastic sea change in how the NSA did its job. The recently publicized and now denounced tactics and surveillance had long been in place. Many people would not have wanted those revelations to come out, but come out they still had, and that's where Puller had made his miscalculation. He had suspected his old boss, Martin Abel. That was why he had headed east. But this could have nothing to do with the issues at the NSA, and by extension, Stratcom. He was sitting in a cell at the DB and had been for over 2 years. All during that time, no one had bothered with him. No one. And then recently a man had come into the prison with the task of killing him. There had to be a reason, and if he could just figure out that reason, he could, by extrapolation, figure out everything else. So that brought him back to those people Robinson had mentioned who did not want to see Puller move ahead and eventually land the top spot. That couldn't have included Martin Abel. He had been well on his way to heading the NSA, and he had clearly wanted Puller to succeed. His mentoring had shown that. Now, Susan Reynolds had obviously been no fan of Puller's and had conspired to do him in for money and perhaps a professional grudge, but she couldn't be the leading force behind this. She didn't have the position or brains at this point. Puller's thoughts turned elsewhere, to the gap that existed between Daughtry, the 1-star, and Abel, the now 4-star. When he had left Stratcom, it had opened up the top spot there. A quick Google search had told Puller that an admiral had taken over Abel's job at Stratcom. He had not been promoted internally but had come in from another command. Below him, at the leadership level, was a 3-star who was deputy commander, a chief of staff who was a 2-star, and a command sergeant major who was the senior enlisted leader. It didn't stop there. There were also the HQ and component commanders, which was composed of a hodgepodge of 3-stars, 2-stars, and 1-stars, rear admirals, colonels, majors, captains, and also civilians. It was a bewildering array of possible suspects, each of them doing the professional dance, hoping to move up in rank and power before the music stopped. Puller opened his laptop and went online. He studied the professional bios of each of these people, running his eye down the list again and again, hoping that something would pop. He had one critical time point, the decision to kill me at DB. What happened to trigger that? It would have taken planning, say a couple of months, to manage all the necessary details. The trigger for it could have come any time before that. I just don't know how long before it. But I have another critical point that might lead me in the right direction. He hacked a secure database to search for Susan Reynolds's internal and non-public CV. She had had many assignments over a government career spanning more than 25 years. Her academic background was spectacular, and she held advanced degrees despite being a young mother. She had worked herself up to a managerial position, though he doubted she had the horsepower or connections to get to the SES level before she retired. But she might. She had had stints overseas and had been in war zones. She had even served on interrogation teams in the field and was an expert on techniques to get information from people who did not want to provide it. Well, he could certainly see her tightening the thumbscrews on someone, and perhaps her affinity for weapons had helped her there. He went back further in her record. She had had stints in Eastern Europe and South Korea, among others. And as she had mentioned when he was in her home many years ago, she had been part of a START verification team for nuclear arms reduction with the Soviet Union. She had joined the WMD Center 4 months ago. Puller could have thought of 5 far more likely professional homes to which she could have been assigned. So why WMD? He looked up the leadership for the center. It wasn't a military person. The current head was Donovan Carter, a civilian and an SES, or member of the elite senior executive service, which roughly paralleled the rank of general or admiral in the armed forces. And Puller knew that Carter also headed up the far larger DTRA, which held a very prominent position in keeping America safe from WMDs. Puller knew Carter professionally. They had never worked directly together, but they had met on several occasions. Carter had come on board at the center and DTRA at roughly the same time that Susan Reynolds had been assigned there, so they were at Fort Belvoir together. DTRA employed a lot of people, and Fort Belvoir was vast, and Reynolds was only a small component of this enterprise. There's another critical time component. They set me up and got rid of me at Stratcom right before my next promotion. He was slated to go from a major to lieutenant colonel. From there, his trajectory was predictable in rank. Colonel, 1-star, 2-star, and on up. What was unpredictable was the timing. There were standards for how long between promotions, including minimum time in a particular grade, training requirements for duty performance, and there were additional hurdles to jump for special promotions. This was meritocracy at its finest, and Puller had always been a fast riser, marked for the stars on his shoulders almost as soon as he had left the Air Force Academy at the top of his class, the second-ranked classmate far behind. And then a possibility hit him. As a lieutenant colonel at Stratcom, he was to be transferred to Bolling AFB in Washington, D.C., and assigned to the Joint Forces Central Command's Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, or ISR, a component of Stratcom. Puller knew that all these acronyms would drive most civilians mad, but for most of his adult life it had been all he had known, becoming a language he could navigate as easily as he could recite the alphabet or know the order of medals and ribbons on the front of a uniform. At ISR, he would have been under the tutelage of a 2-star. He also would have had a direct pipeline into the intelligence infrastructure of the United States by virtue of the NSA being only a short drive north into Maryland at Fort Meade. Could it be possible? He went back to take a look at Donovan Carter's CV. It didn't take him long to find it. 2 years ago to the week, Carter had been assigned to ISR. Then he checked Susan Reynolds's work history, and then it all came together like embers finally igniting and producing a flame. She had been assigned, along with Carter, to ISR. Now Carter was at the WMD Center, and so was Reynolds. So, had they set him up so he wouldn't get the promotion and be moved to Bolling, where he would have been working with Donovan Carter? If so, why? And who had taken his slot at Bolling? Something crept out of a storage place in his brain and marched out in front of his eyes. He checked his laptop just to confirm that he was right. There was no room for mistakes now. When he saw it come up on the screen, the jigsaw pieces started to fit together even more precisely. Carter, Reynolds, and this person, Puller's slot at bowling, had been taken by a man who then held the rank of colonel. He had since been promoted to brigadier general. A few days ago his career and life had ended in Kansas. His name was Timothy Daughtry, Chapter 45. John Puller waited until he got up to his room before opening the attachment on the email. He sat down in the chair and read through the letter once. And then, being the good soldier he was, he read through it twice more, filling in gaps that the prior readings had left. He set the phone down and stared over at the wall opposite. He never knew his father could be so eloquent through the written word. He could give orders like no one else, concise and incapable of misinterpretation. The Ulysses S. Grant of his generation. But to convey the feelings, the emotions that he had in the letter to the court-martial, well, it was as extraordinary as it was unexpected. He had never seen this side of the old man. He doubted anyone had, including his brother, chiefly his brother. Puller hadn't gone the officer route, and his father had never forgiven him. Yet Bobby, who was an officer, had gotten the brunt of their father's derision. Puller had been a grunt with a rifle in the trenches. He had fought for his country, been wounded for his country, and been, in his father's eyes, a soldier's soldier. His brother had been, in his father's words, a GD flyboy playing typist, the last word being a derogatory reference to his brother's immense talent with technology. But in this letter, Puller Sr. had dug somewhere deep to find the words to persuade a military tribunal to give his son the possibility of life instead of a certain death. He had said things about his older son that Puller had never heard the old man say before. It was like they were two different men, in fact. But there they were, in his father's bold handwriting. How he had been able to do this while his mind was slowly being eaten away by the disease that was diligently claiming him was beyond Puller. He put the phone away in his pocket and packed his things in his duffel. He checked out and met Knox in the lobby. He noted that her face was red, and she looked exhausted. "Why did you go for a run while I was up in my room?" "Why? Your face is flushed, and your eyes are red, and you look beat, might be coming down with something. And I've got pollen allergies, and I only had 3 hours of sleep." "Okay," he said as they walked to the car. She said hastily, "I'll be fine. I took something. It's why I ducked into the pharmacy. Then I'll drive and you can grab some rest." "Thanks. I appreciate that." They loaded the car and climbed into the front seats. The clouds had thickened, blackened, and rain was starting to fall. "Nice time to catch some shut-eye," said Puller. "Just listen to the raindrops beating on the roof, and you'll pass right out." "Yeah." She snuggled down into her seat with her jacket draped over her and said, "By the way, where are we going? Back to D.C. Why? Why not? You want to go back to Kansas?" "Not particularly. I think we've done all we can there. I need to go back at some point and pick up my cat." She smirked at him. "It still surprises me that you have a pet, Puller, and a cat, and it was lying on the bed next to dead Daughtry like it was no big deal. AWOL is cool under pressure, and she's low maintenance, like her owner. It's probably why we get along so well. It's a long drive to D.C. Not a problem. I'll take the wheel the whole way. Give me a chance to think. So when we get to D.C., the first priority will be checking out what happened to Niles Robinson." "Sounds like a plan." She closed her eyes. "Let me know if you need a food or bathroom break. All I need is some sleep." Puller reached the highway, headed north, and accelerated. "You asleep yet, Knox?" "Not now, no, sorry." "Something on your mind? You have any enemies? Don't we all have enemies? Anyone in particular with you? Not that I can think of right now." She straightened in her seat. "And why are you asking me that?" Puller tapped the steering wheel as he stared straight ahead. "I got a text about what?" "About you. What about me?" "That you're not what you appear to be. That I shouldn't trust you." Knox glanced away, frowning. "Who sent the text?" "I don't know. I called the number, but no one answered. I'll try to trace it, but it might be a burn phone. In fact, I'd be surprised if it weren't. So that's why you were acting that way this morning." "Yes." "So you believe the text even though you don't even know who sent it?" "I'm not sure what I believed. That's bullshit." You did believe it even after we were attacked in that alley and almost killed. If I did believe it, I would have done something about it, and I sure as hell wouldn't have told you about it. But you didn't tell me right away. No, I didn't, he conceded. But I'm not a perfect man either. She crossed her arms and sank back into her seat. Well, I'm not a perfect woman, that's for damn sure. Anything bothering you? I've got time to listen, nothing on my end. They drove a few more miles before Knox said, I might tell you about it sometime, Puller. That's fine. And maybe the text was right. Maybe I'm not who I appear to be. Text or no text, I never thought you were who you appeared to be, Knox. She shot him a glance. Then why? Let's just leave it at that for now. I don't get you, Puller, I really don't. Every time I think I've got you figured out, you throw me a curve. You said I was predictable. But I'm coming to learn that you're not, at least not in all ways. A good soldier never stops learning. She snuggled back into her seat again and shut her eyes. Did you read the letter your father had written? Yes, and. And it's made me understand that none of us are who we appear to be. Now get some sleep. I'll wake you when we get close. A few minutes later, her breathing became regular and her arms slid to her sides. The rain picked up and so did the wind. Puller had a job keeping the car straight on the highway, but managed it with both of his big hands clamped around the wheel. Once they were past the worst of it, his mind could wander from the demands of driving in a storm to the written words of a 3-star fighting legend who was supposed to have lost his mind at a VA hospital, if Puller Sr. had meant everything that he had written in that letter. Maybe there was hope for all of them. And he wanted his brother to be able to read those words. He wanted that very much. It could make up for a lot, perhaps even in an imperfect world. It could make up for just about everything.